Chapter 567. The final battle. If my son dies, I will let you go according to our agreement. You won't go against my Lu residents, right? Lu Renxing asked again. Maybe he knew that the final battle was unavoidable, so he wanted to recall the things that he regretted. I won't. Lin Ling nodded again, making Lu Renxing smile bitterly. Because he was used to being overbearing, it led him to forcefully snatch women. Because he wanted to prove his son's pride, he wanted those women to marry his son. However, this kind of overbearing attitude finally paid the price. If he didn't meet a strong opponent, he could still run amok for several years. However, when he met a strong opponent, it was the end of the world. Your realm has increased, and your strength has increased by several folds. You are a perfect genius. However, do you dare to accept the final battle? Lu Renxing sighed softly. He didn't give up. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he admit defeat? I dare. Lin Ling's reply was as calm as before. Last time, the City Lord City movement couldn't do anything to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling could only avoid the true meaning of steel. This time, it seems that Lin Ling is going to take it head-on. Hope rose in the hearts of the distant crowd. Lin Ling was too arrogant, he might die from carelessness. Lin Ling is going to take on the City Lord's true meaning of steel? The news spread outside the city, making many people gasp. Lin Ling seemed to be going to die. However, last time, Lin Ling's fire couldn't do anything to the giant steel city. Could it be that he would succeed this time? How bold! This battle is just about who will live and who will die. The grudge between you and me will be settled. Lu Renxing laughed loudly. His laughter was heroic, but in fact, there was a touch of coldness in the depths of his eyes. He used words to provoke Lin Ling, making Lin Ling face his true meaning of steel. And Lin Ling had fought a few battles before. He couldn't see through himself, so he agreed. Then, let Lin Ling die under his arrogance. Million cities, move. With a loud shout, the entire city started to squirm. Those restaurants, streets, and plazas all turned into molten iron and rushed towards Lu Renxing. A terrifying steel aura burst out, causing the sky to seem gloomy. And in the sky, Lu Renxing held a black sphere in his hand. Countless steel dragons roared behind him, making him look like a huge steel octopus. It's so scary. Every time I see the true will of steel, I feel a chill down my spine. The breathing of the people in the distance slowed down, and their expressions turned solemn. They were all made of steel and could not be cut or burned. If they submerged a person, then no martial artist would be able to resist. Your true meaning of steel has already surpassed the foundation of martial arts. In fact, your strength is not even comparable to Feng Gu and the others. Lin Ling's body floated up as he gazed at the majestic steel city. He calmly opened his mouth and spoke as a gentle breeze blew past his face. That's right, I'm relying on the steel sphere in my hand. Lu Renxing's voice lowered a lot. His heart seemed to be filled with endless confidence. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling this time. The path of martial arts relies on one's own body, not external objects. You're relying on external objects to show off your strength. This path will not go far. Lin Ling said lightly again. Lu Renxing's martial arts were not powerful. He was only relying on the black sphere to control the true meaning of steel. This kind of power was obtained without any effort. Although it was powerful, it obviously lacked authenticity. It's fine as long as I can win. Lu Renxing shook his head lightly, then smiled. You dare to take my true meaning of steel, but be careful not to fail miserably. Let's begin. Million cities, move. Countless steel dragons rolled, and it was incomparably terrifying. Then, they swarmed towards Lin Ling, causing countless people outside the city to narrow their eyes. They knew in their hearts that the final battle had begun. Moreover, they were also very nervous. After all, they had left Iron Soul City before, which also meant that they were supporting Lin Ling. And if Lin Ling died, with Lu Renxing's narrow-minded mind, he would definitely kill them. Therefore, Lin Ling must not die in this battle. As for the people who supported Lu Renxing, they were in the city. They sneered, knowing that Lu Rinxing was trying to provoke Lin Ling to not force him back like last time, but to take Lu Rinxing's true meaning of steel head-on. Sword of Understanding. Countless steel dragons swarmed over. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He also wanted to see if his sword could cut through steel after reaching the King's spirit realm. Swish. With a slash, a terrifying true meaning of sword gushed out, reaching 30% of the true meaning of sword. However, this time, an accident happened. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light that could cut through anything landed on the steel dragons. Sparks flew everywhere, but not a single one was cut. How is this possible? Countless people's pupils constricted. They remembered that last time when Lin Ling faced the steel dragons, Lin Ling was able to cut through them with his sword. But this time, Lin Ling's strength had increased, and yet he was not able to cut through them. Could it be that all of this was hiding something? I have always believed in hiding deeper so that I can catch people off guard in the future. Sorry, my true meaning of steel has already reached half a step to 50%. Last time when I fought with you, I only used 40% of the true meaning of steel. In the sky ahead, Lu Rinxing's sinister voice sounded. Last time, he actually hid his trump card, and this time, he used words to tempt Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to take it head-on. Finally, he used his trump card, and at that time, it was already too late for Lin Ling to react. This was an unexpected failure. So despicable. Many people outside the city had a drastic change in expression. Lu Rinxing was able to become the city lord, not by dominating everything, but by being sinister. The winner dies and the loser becomes a bandit. Lin Ling, your arrogance has come to an end. In the city, countless people rejoiced in Lu Rinxing's misfortune and shouted loudly. They saw a way out. Lin Ling had defeated several geniuses, but in the end, he was going to die in the hands of the city lord. Lin Ling was indeed a young man. He was too inexperienced and did not know the dangers of the world. He hid his trump card. At this moment, Lin Ling also frowned. Obviously, this was also out of his expectation. It's too late to regret. You will become the ghost of my city, Seven Devils Iron City. Lu Rinxing laughed loudly. The steel dragons behind him surged even more violently. This time, he sent all the steel towards Lin Ling. He lost. Looking at the magnificent scene in the sky, countless people's faces turned pale. Rumble. The steel in the sky condensed, and countless steel dragons coiled around Lin Ling. Then, they kept shrinking and strangling, and actually formed a new giant steel city in the sky. It was incomparably majestic. As for Lin Ling, he was submerged in the black steel city. He was afraid that he would be crushed into powder by the true meaning of steel. After all, the true meaning of steel was only slow in speed, but its power was not to be underestimated. The wind blew through the sky, and the clouds were already blown away by the surging power. The sky turned blue, and only the giant steel city was floating there, attracting the attention of countless people. Silence. At this moment, the world was silent. Many people did not seem to be able to react. They felt that Lin Ling had died just like that. This was too sudden. After all, Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere, defeated several geniuses, and surrounded the city by himself. If he died just like that, then everything that happened before was too surreal. Lin Ling. Ouyang Shaoqian looked at the sky, and her eyes became moist. Was that young man dead? Chapter 568. The Flame of the Great Vermilion Bird. Just at this moment, Lu Rinxing's arrogant laughter rang out. He floated in the air, and at this moment, he was like the monarch of the sky. His killing intent was incomparably dense. Those who didn't stand on my side earlier, all of you must die. Supporting Lin Ling? This is the biggest mistake of your lives. His words made the faces of the crowd below even paler. Lin Ling, a perfect genius. Unfortunately, he died in my hands. It seemed like he had won, so Lu Rinxing opened his hands and was incomparably proud. One day, when my flame can melt steel, it also means that I am closer to the end of the martial path, closer to the peak of the clouds. Just then, a calm voice rang out, and the sky suddenly became illusory. That was because of the heat. which caused the air to become misty and illusory. And the giant steel city floating in the sky suddenly swayed and gradually turned red. The steel has been burned red. The crowd below had already forgotten how to breathe as they stared at the sky. Pa pa pa. At the same time, the pitch-black giant steel city started to burn, and it was so dazzling that people couldn't see clearly. A slender figure walked out of the city step by step, and wherever he passed, all the steel would melt. Lin Ling, he's not dead yet? Looking at that vague voice, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That figure was still arrogant and unrestrained. Lu Renxing tried to tempt Lin Ling, but it seemed to be useless. There's nothing in the world that can't be melted by fire. If a cauldron can't be burned, that's only because one's strength isn't enough. A calm voice rang out in the sky. Under countless gazes, the young man raised his hands up high, as if he was holding a giant cauldron, and in his hands, there was a blood-red vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was even bigger, and it was lifelike. Its pair of cold eyes looked down on everyone, as if it was alive. Impossible, why didn't the true meaning of steel kill you? Moreover, were you deliberately provoked by me? Lu Renxing maintained his proud smile, but he said that with difficulty. He suddenly felt fear in his heart. That young man was too mysterious, just like the god of fire. It's not intentional. It's just that I couldn't melt your steel last time, so I wanted to try this time. Holding the vermilion bird with both hands, Lin Ling said with a cold expression. At this moment, he displayed the 5 motifs true fire. His king's body was of the 5th grade. The steel around him did not turn into water this time, but directly turned into ashes. One must know that steel that had turned into molten iron could still be controlled by Lu Renxing. This was also the reason why he was undefeated. However, what if it was burned to ashes? That was obviously impossible. Your flame. Lu Renxing naturally sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw that terrifying scene. I said, there's nothing that can't be burned. Lin Ling said coldly once again. The vermilion bird on his hands actually started to cry. Moreover, those indifferent eyes were looking at Lu Renxing, looking at the countless martial artists below, as if telling them that inferno hell had arrived. You're lying to me, my steel can't be melted at all, return. Lu Renxing became a little crazy. With a loud shout, he turned the steel city into countless steel black dragons and rushed towards Lin Ling. However, when they got close to Lin Ling, all the steel was burned and turned into ashes. It's burned this time, Lin Ling is so scary. The crowd looked at the ashes falling from the sky and stopped breathing. Grade 5 King Physique, 50% true meaning of fire. Lu Renxing's face turned pale. He had lost all hope, and there was no chance for him to make a comeback. That young man had returned from hell and decided his fate. Vermilion bird's flame, burn everything ugly. Lu Renxing, you and your Iron Soul City will be turned into ashes forever. The last person on the death list will be on the list. Looking at Lu Renxing indifferently, Lin Ling shook his head lightly, as if he had decided everything. Lu Renxing anxiously shouted. He turned the remaining steel into an even bigger steel black dragon and rushed towards Lin Ling. 5,000 vermilion birds flame, the great vermilion bird's flame. Lin Ling held the vermilion bird with both hands and swung it out lightly. The huge vermilion bird seemed to have come from ancient times. It turned into a gorgeous flame figure, burned the clouds, and rushed towards the steel black dragon. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, as if the sun had exploded in the sky. Under countless shocked gazes, the steel black dragon was burned into nothingness. Vermilion bird, nothing can't burn. I don't want to die yet. Lu Renxing shouted out the last sentence of his life before he was turned into ashes immediately. However, the huge vermilion bird didn't stop there. It rushed towards the ground. Looking from afar, it was like a flaming meteor, making the people of the Lu residence open their eyes wide. They were on the death list. From today onwards, the former Iron Soul City will be turned into a volcano that won't be destroyed for a year. In the sky, the young man stepped on the clouds, and a pair of gorgeous vermilion bird wings appeared on his back. He slowly walked down. At this moment he was as dazzling as the vermilion bird. It was as if he was telling the people of the realm of green heaven that today was his, Lin Ling's, stage. He was back for revenge. Boom. When he was walking slowly, the ground behind him burst into flames. The vermilion bird had finally landed on the ground, turning the former Iron Soul City into a volcano. Moreover, the fire was raging and wouldn't be extinguished for a year. As for the people of the Lu residence and those who had attacked Lin Ling, they had all turned into a sea of fire. They couldn't escape from the death list. It's over. No one on the death list will be left. Looking at the young man who was walking further and further away, the crowd was so shocked that they couldn't say anything. The young man had become famous in the realm of green heaven after one battle. Lin Ling, this is the genius in my heart. This is the impression I should look up to. Lu Qin, you're just a toad. Ouyang Xiaoqian looked at the young man's departing back, a smile on her face. She wanted to tell the young man to stop, but she finally restrained herself. This was because the young man was too outstanding, too perfect. She knew that she wasn't worthy of this young man. Perhaps in the future, she would hear the young man's name once again spread throughout the 100 territories. Many people had this idea. They were looking forward to the 7 profound martial house in the rainforest Holy Land. When the young man returned, they didn't know what sort of monstrous waves he would stir up. At this moment at Mount Feilai, Yu and the heavenly concubine were smiling as they watched Lin Ling return. They knew that Lin Ling would absolutely not lose. Big brother Ling, it's over. Before long, as Lin Ling returned, Yu threw herself at him. The mysterious old man in the distance helplessly shook his head. He had nothing to say. This young man had used his dazzling strength to prove that he was worthy of Yu. Fierce, I've seen countless geniuses. But someone like you, where you fall, you climb back up, and even surpass your opponents so quickly, that is simply the first time I've seen a genius like you. The mysterious old man also walked over. He had also seen the previous battle and was extremely surprised. Not long ago, this young man had been unable to stop Iron Soul City. But now, he had burned down an entire city. And this process had only taken 2 months. It was obvious that this young man's origin was ordinary, but he was hiding a secret that no one knew about. Thank you, Lin Ling lightly said, causing the mysterious old man to be a bit embarrassed. But he still said, Lady Yu's talent is terrifying. If you are thinking about her future, then you should let her return with me. He was well aware that Yu was a proud daughter of the heavens. She wouldn't listen to anyone, but only this young man. 10:00 p.m. has ended. Happy Singles Day. All single dogs should come and read novels. Then I'll ask for monthly votes and rewards. Chapter 569. The adventure ended. Lin Ling thought for a moment and then nodded. He looked at Yu and couldn't help but say some words of advice. Yu's slender eyebrows were tightly knit together. She didn't want to leave Lin Ling, but as she thought of the great life or death calamity that had befallen her, she finally nodded. She wanted to become stronger. She couldn't let her big brother Ling protect her every time. Don't worry. Wait until I have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, then I will go find you. Lin Ling promised you. Yu reluctantly nodded. With your current strength, you can enter the 7 profound martial house as a Moon Guard disciple. But if you want to rely on this strength to be with Yu, boy, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you are indeed weak. But I believe that you will definitely become stronger. The mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling, as if reminding Lin Ling that if he wanted to be with Yu, then he would have to face even more powerhouses. Lin Ling's heart was cold, but he nodded. Yu's background was extraordinary, so this was normal. But Lin Ling had confidence in himself. Afterwards, the group didn't leave. Instead, they enjoyed this hard-won time together. Yu had to leave with the old man. As for the heavenly concubine, she was also going to the rainforest Holy Land. But she wasn't going to the 7 profound martial house. Instead, she was introduced to another ancient martial hall by the mysterious old man. After all, there were 7 ancient martial arts halls in the vast rainforest, and each of them had a long history. As for how the heavenly concubine would enter, Lin Ling didn't need to worry about that. The mysterious old man would take care of everything. The next day, everyone began their journey. Looking at the departing Yu, Lin Ling was also very reluctant. But he knew that this was only a short separation. The next time they met, it wouldn't be long. Big brother Ling, once you have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, you must come and find me. The young girl's voice came from afar, causing Lin Ling to nod his head heavily. Right now, his priority was still to display his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he dominate everything. Who? Lin Ling let out a breath and looked at the heavenly concubine. He smiled and the two of them continued forward. TSK, did you hear? A genius of the 7 profound martial house defeated the city lord of Iron Soul City. How fierce! That's nothing. I heard that the genius had defeated several Moon Guard level disciples. TSK, Moon Guard level disciples. They would be region lords in the middle 3 regions. Most importantly, it is said that this young genius is only a Star Guard disciple. Alas, geniuses can fight beyond their level. That kind of mysterious world is indeed not something we can understand. Along the way, they arrived at the dock where the dragon boats were. There were a large number of cultivators chatting on the side. Hee, Lin Ling, your name has shaken the 100 territories. The heavenly concubine couldn't help but laugh as she listened to the conversations around her. She didn't know why, but she was also happy for Lin Ling in her heart. Lin Ling shook his head. This is only one of the 18 upper 3 regions. It's nothing to be proud of. At present, there are many geniuses that are stronger than me. Not to mention those that are far away. At least I want to find my mother. But there is still a long road ahead of me. The heavenly concubine sighed. Lin Ling's growth was fast, but compared to the ancient rainforest Holy Land and the 18 upper 3 regions, Lin Ling still lacked a background. Senior apprentice sister was in the rainforest Holy Land, but Lin Ling couldn't find her. In the final analysis, this was because Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough. He didn't have the qualifications to step into higher realms. But I believe in you. It won't be long before your name spreads throughout the rainforest Holy Land. The heavenly concubine waved her small fists, cheering for Lin Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. The boat is here. At this moment, the boundless sea of rain in the distance began to surge. A dragon boat appeared in front of them and quickly stopped at the dock. Lin Ling paid the spirit crystals and boarded the boat with the heavenly concubine. On the boat, he exchanged a few words with the heavenly concubine before entering a state of cultivation. For Lin Ling, this experience had finally come to a successful end. Early King Spirit Realm, King Elephant Clarity, and 50% True Meaning of Fire. My strength has greatly increased. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird's flames are truly powerful. As long as my king body's level increases, my understanding of fire will also become deeper. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. At the tip of his finger, a gorgeous blood-red flame jumped. The Vermilion Bird's flames allowed Lin Ling to avoid many detours. Of course, the difficulty of increasing his king body was also very troublesome. Now, other than the divine transformation mud, Lin Ling had a headache over the other spirit herbs. Half a step to 40% true meaning of sword. After comprehending the slow sword formula, Lin Ling's true meaning of sword had nearly reached 40%. He was only half a step away. But the slow sword formula's sword moving mountains and rivers had a massive attack power. It was a large area of effect attack, but its weakness was its flexibility. After all, if the sword stabbed into the ground, it would not be as flexible as the quick sword formula's 3 swords. Soaring cloud steps, 10% true meaning of clouds. Lin Ling smiled once more. 3 true meanings of martial, these were his trump cards. In addition to his killer soul force, unless he met a peak King Spirit Realm martial artist, he had nothing to fear. Of course, the late King Spirit Realm geniuses that he had defeated not long ago could only be considered above average. They weren't considered peak geniuses. If Lin Ling met a peak late King Spirit Realm martial artist, he might have to erupt with his full strength. Geniuses could not be judged according to common sense. They were naturally divided into ordinary, high, peak, monstrous, and even perfect ranks. 7 profound martial house, challenged the martial house master. I am getting closer and closer to that step. Only by becoming the martial house master will I have the qualifications to find my mother. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Ling's lips curved up in a confident smile. When he returned this time, he would rush through the Star Sea Pagoda. We've arrived at the rainforest Holy Land. Finally, a loud and clear voice sounded out from the ship, causing Lin Ling's smile to become even wider. 7 Profound Martial House, I've returned. Heavenly Concubine, I'm going to the 7 Profound Martial House. What about you? After disembarking, Lin Ling looked at the Heavenly Concubine and asked, Ancient Dao Martial Palace. The Heavenly Concubine faintly smiled, startling Lin Ling for a moment. Then she smiled and nodded. Lin Ling had never heard of the Ancient Dao Martial Palace, but he knew that it was absolutely no weaker than the 7 Profound Martial House. The Heavenly Concubine's king body wasn't weak, she only lacked training. Thus, Lin Ling had complete confidence in the Heavenly Concubine's future. A fine horse also needed a talent scout. If the Heavenly Concubine could find a talent scout, then the fine horse could also soar to the heavens. When we meet again, Lin Ling, you must not be weaker than me. After exchanging a few words with Lin Ling, the Heavenly Concubine turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, her slender waist twisted, and her delicate body turned around like a butterfly. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Of course. Lin Ling confidently smiled. The Heavenly Concubine had her own path of martial arts, and he also had his own path. When they met again, they would both be reborn. Hee hee. The Heavenly Concubine smiled, and her white dress disappeared in front of him. The two parted without any vows of eternal love, only a few short words. Perhaps they didn't think that they were too far apart, and that they hadn't seen each other for too long. But the Heavenly Concubine said to herself that when they met again, she would protect this youth. Everyone is working hard. I can't be lazy. Whoosh. Chapter 570. Worship. At this moment, in the ancient hall of martial arts, in every corner of the 7 Profound Martial House, there were sounds of discussion. The Lunar Guard level test is about to begin. I wonder how many young geniuses will be born. There are very few geniuses who can become Moon Guard level disciples, and the competition is fierce. There are nominal disciples of the 36 academies, and there are also Star Guard level disciples. Someone among them will stand out. Of course, it's the unofficial disciples of the 36 academies. Among the Star Guard disciples, only the 8 heavenly kings are qualified. After all, they are the ones who have gone the furthest in the Xinghai Pagoda. Of course, they have also spent a year, or even 2 years. There were 2 ways to become a Moon Guard disciple. The first was to explore the Star Ocean Tower. The top 6 would have the opportunity to become a Moon Guard disciple. The second way was to become an in-name disciple of the 36 scholars. They did not need to go through the Star Sea Pagoda and could directly take the test. There was no doubt that those who could become disciples of the 36 academies in name had a higher chance of becoming disciples of the Moon Guards. However, that was also the truth. Over the years, those who could become disciples of the Moon Guards were mostly disciples of the 36 academies in name. However, this was normal. After all, they had the guidance of a powerful teacher. Even if it was just a casual help, they would still benefit a lot. Unlike the Star Guard disciples, they had to explore their own martial path and explore the Star Ocean Tower. At the same time, all the Star Guard level disciples were working hard at Star Ocean Tower. Brother Xiaochen, are you going to participate in the Lunar Guard level exam? Several young girls were following behind a young man. They were chatting and laughing at the same time. It seemed that their relationship was quite good. I won't go for now. My foundation is still too weak. I haven't even reached the 99th floor of the Star Sea Pagoda. However, I will definitely succeed in a year. That youth faintly smiled. He wore white clothes and was in high spirits. He was Long Xiaochen, and the several young girls beside him were also this year's geniuses. Because they had all arrived at Star Sea Pagoda at the same time, they had formed a camp so that they wouldn't be bullied by outsiders. Brother Xiaochen is truly amazing. He has only been in Star Sea Pagoda for 3 months, but he has already caught up with many geniuses of the previous generation and reached the 80th level of Star Sea Pagoda. One of the girls smiled. It was precisely because of Long Xiaochen that this year's geniuses would not be bullied. How am I strong? If we're talking about strong, then it's Lin Ling. Last time, he defeated Zhu Chen of the 8 Heavenly Kings. He's the representative of our geniuses this year. Long Xiaochen shook his head and laughed. He could also be considered a genius. After nearly 3 months of painstaking cultivation, he had reached the upper middle level of the Star Sea Pagoda. But compared to Lin Ling, he believed that he hadn't surpassed him. At most, the gap between them had shortened. Lin Ling is the most dazzling genius of this year. During the disciple recruitment ceremony, he swept away all the geniuses and elites of this year. After coming to Star Sea Pagoda, he even defeated one of the 8 Heavenly Kings, Zhu Chen, in a short period of time. It's hard to imagine that his age is similar to ours, but his achievements far surpass ours. One of the girls named Xiao Chui said with yearning. During the disciple recruitment ceremony, the young man's frivolous and unrestrained figure had left a deep impression on her. Xiao Chui, you like Lin Ling, right? The girl named Xiao Chui blushed, and then she heard the girl continue to say, Lin Ling is younger than us. Most of our geniuses this year are 19 years old, and he isn't even 19 years old. Fierce. Xiao Chui nodded in agreement. Shameless boasting. At this moment, a harsh voice sounded out, and several figures slowly walked in. They were also beautiful girls, but they weren't from the same period as Long Xiaochen. They should be the last batch of geniuses. Lin Ling is nothing but a coward. As soon as he entered the 7 Profound Martial House, he dared to provoke Master Su Fan. Now that 3 months have passed, who knows where he's run off to? A girl in red indifferently said, Xiao Chui, isn't it good to follow us? Why do you have to follow trash like Long Xiaochen? Do you think that in the Star Sea Pagoda, Long Xiaochen and Lin Ling will be able to protect you? Lin Ling is nothing more than fishing for fame. Haven't you heard that 2 months ago, the 8 Heavenly Kings challenged Lin Ling to a duel? Lin Ling didn't dare to fight. He didn't even dare to enter the Star Sea Pagoda. Another girl said harshly. The 8 Heavenly Kings, Zhu Chen, also said that Lin Ling didn't defeat him. It was just that the battle was interrupted. But Lin Ling actually spread the word that he had defeated the 8 Heavenly Kings. His skin is thick enough. The several girls continued to speak. Nonsense, we all saw it with our own eyes. But Xiao Chui didn't believe them. They believed that Lin Ling had absolutely surpassed Zhu Chen. We're talking nonsense? This matter has spread like wildfire in the Star Sea Pagoda. Only this year's geniuses don't believe it. You guys worship Lin Ling too blindly. Moreover, if you like Lin Ling, you might as well like Zhu Chen. At least Zhu Chen is more handsome and powerful than Lin Ling. The harsh girl continued. Many people in the distance were also watching. They couldn't help but laugh. This was the old bullying the newcomers. Is that so? Haha, I didn't expect my brother's fame to be so great. At that moment, a soft voice drifted over, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. A few silhouettes walked over from afar. The one who spoke was Zhu Qin, the young man who had lost to Lin Ling not long ago. Beside him was one of the 8 Heavenly Kings, Zhu Chen. The 8 Heavenly Kings have arrived. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is just a piece of trash. My brother challenged him to a fight, but he didn't even dare to fight. He actually became your idol. Shame on you. Zhu Qin disdainfully said, causing Long Xiaochen and the others' faces to turn ugly. They wanted to refute, but when they saw Zhu Chen's indifferent face, they all fell silent. The 8 Heavenly Kings were not opponents they could resist. Nonsense, we all saw clearly that Zhu Chen lost to Lin Ling in a sword competition. His sword was hanging around his neck. Later, Lin Ling still wanted to fight, but was interrupted by a senior. Lin Ling was not afraid of fighting, but you guys spread the news that Lin Ling refused to fight. The ones who lost face are you guys. Long Xiaochen didn't speak, but the girl called Xiao Chui couldn't help but speak. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This girl was so bold. She worshipped Lin Ling to the point of blindness. You want to die? Zhu Chen had been silent, but at this moment, he finally opened his eyes. Anger bloomed in his eyes. In the battle between him and Lin Ling's sword was hanging around his neck, causing him to lose. Although he kept clarifying after the battle, there were still a small number of geniuses who questioned him. This became his disgrace. Teach her a lesson. Make her kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Sensing that his brothers seemed to be angry, Zhu Qin immediately said coldly. The people around him were just about to attack, but those mean girls from before were even faster. They seemed to want to please Zhu Qin, so they immediately attacked. Xiao Cui, I gave you face but you don't want it. Bitch, don't blame me for giving you 3 slaps. One of the girls said sinisterly. She directly pounced on Xiao Cui, but when she was about to reach Xiao Cui, Long Xiaochen finally attacked. Although he was confident that he was not Zhu Chen's opponent, he had to attack. After all, Zhu Chen was bullying his own people. Bang! Chapter 571. Slapped flying. This year's newcomers are very bold. You dare to attack me in front of me? Zhu Chen said coldly. He moved his feet and appeared in front of Long Xiaochen in the next moment. He threw a punch. Rumble! How could Long Xiaochen block this punch? He was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You're asking to be humiliated. All of you, slap yourselves 3 times and kowtow 9 times before you can leave. Remember, I'm talking about all your geniuses this year. Zhu Chen appeared with one hand behind his back. He had an indescribable expression on his face. How ruthless! All the geniuses who came in the same year as Long Xiaochen are going to be punished. The crowd in the distance was stunned. They laughed at Long Xiaochen's misfortune. You're bullying the weak. Shame on you. Xiao Cui shouted angrily when she saw her peers being bullied. They came in the same year as Long Xiaochen, so they had a common enemy. Moreover, she was straightforward and was not afraid of Zhu Chen. I don't hit women, but you're still going to be slapped. Zhu Chen said indifferently. The mean girls at the side understood. I'll do it. One of the girls moved and turned into a shadow in front of Xiao Cui. She slapped her. She didn't turn her hand into a palm, but a claw. The Hongyan's claw cut through the air. If it landed on Xiao Cui's face, it would be enough to disfigure her. This girl was very scheming. She was jealous that Xiao Cui was prettier than her. Xiao Cui! Long Xiaochen shouted anxiously in the distance. He wanted to help, but he was too far away. I don't hit women either, but I hit bitches. At this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly sounded. A faintly discernible figure appeared in front of Xiao Cui. With a gentle wave of his arm, he easily blocked that palm. After which, his other hand slammed forward. Slap. This slap was like a bolt from the blue. It sent the mean girl flying for almost 100 meters before she landed heavily on the ground. As a girl, you're shameless. It's fine if you want to curry favor with others, but you're so insidious that you attack others and even want to disfigure others. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Calm. A calm voice sounded in the open space. The crowd quieted down. They looked over and saw a handsome young man standing in front of Xiao Cui. The young man carried a sword studio. He was dressed in a blue and white robe. He was as elegant as the clouds in the sky. Many people recognized this carefree figure, so soon, a surprised voice rang out. Lin Ling, you're back. In the distance, Long Xiaochen's heart trembled. He was overjoyed and then ran over. Lin Studio Lin Ling. Xiao Cui looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. Her heart suddenly began to beat violently. This was the first time she had come into such close contact with the legendary genius. This made her nervous. Studio of Xiao Studio 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 Lu Studio Studio Studio. Of Studio 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 Studio. Xiao Cui couldn't help but blush, and so did the other girls. They were in the same batch as Lin Ling, so they've naturally heard of Lin Ling's achievements. They originally thought that they wouldn't be able to meet such a genius, but they never imagined that one would appear before them. So he's Lin Ling? How arrogant! Unlike Xiao Cui and the others, the crowd sneered. There were too many young geniuses in Star Sea Pagoda. Therefore, some people had seen Lin Ling before, but most of them had never seen him before. They had only heard of his name. Moreover, Lin Ling was only a newcomer. He had just arrived at Star Sea Pagoda, yet he didn't follow the rules and didn't give the seniors any face. This made them very dissatisfied. Apart from that, because of Lin Ling, all the geniuses in the same generation as Lin Ling were also arrogant. And now, he had actually returned. I thought you ran away. Zhu Chen's pupils stared at Lin Ling. He was also very surprised. During this period of time, he had spread rumors, but Lin Ling remained silent. This made him even more convinced that Lin Ling was afraid of him. In the last battle, Lin Ling had won by a fluke. Now that he saw Lin Ling again, his heart was instantly filled with rage. Because of his carelessness, he had shouldered a great humiliation. Now, he wanted to wash away that humiliation and even ruthlessly humiliate Lin Ling. March is coming, and the agreement is coming soon. Why would I run away? Looking at Zhu Chen, Lin Ling indifferently said. He had also heard the rumors during this period of time. He didn't expect Zhu Chen's skin to be so thick. He had clearly lost to him, but he still said that he refused to fight. It's good that you're back. At least you have the courage to face me. But last time, you were saved by your brother. This time, your brother won't come to save you again, right? Zhu Chen took a deep breath and lightly said, Brother? Sure enough, last time, Lin Ling didn't win at all. He relied on the help of others to avoid the battle. This Lin Ling's skin is really thick. He dares to say that he won. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then disdainfully laughed. This time, they heard Zhu Chen admit it, so they believed it even more. After all, Lin Ling, a newcomer, had defeated one of the 8 heavenly kings. This was the first time in Star Sea Pagoda, so most of them didn't believe it. Brother? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, too lazy to say anything more. He had defeated Zhu Chen last time, so there was no need to talk about this time. Therefore, he didn't want to waste time. After all, in his heart, Zhu Chen wasn't a match at all. Using the cloud-soaring steps, Lin Ling's body disappeared like a cloud. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhu Chen and quickly slapped out. Pa! The strength of the King Spirit Realm was released and heavily slapped on Zhu Chen's face, sending him flying more than 10 meters away and crashing heavily on the ground. Bang! That dull sound instantly silenced the crowd. They had just heard Zhu Chen say that last time, it was Lin Ling's brother who interrupted the battle, but in the next moment, Zhu Chen was sent flying with a slap. This dramatic scene made them forget to close their mouths. A dignified 8 heavenly kings was sent flying with a single move. Was this a dream? So powerful! Long Xiaochen and the rest were shocked. Lin Ling was still unfathomable. He was as ethereal as the clouds in the sky. Long Xiaochen, in particular, had a bitter smile on his face when he was surprised. He thought that after 2 months of hard work, the gap between him and Lin Ling had narrowed. However, looking at it now, it seemed that the gap had not narrowed, but had instead widened. After all, he couldn't send Zhu Chen flying with a single slap. You sneak-attacked me. On the ground, Zhu Chen's face had a clear palm print. His eyes were red. Previously, he couldn't react at all, and in the next moment, he was sent flying with a single slap. This was a great humiliation to him. Sneak attack? Then I'm going to attack now. Let me remind you first, this isn't considered a sneak attack. Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing Zhu Chen's face to twist. However, in the next moment, an ethereal figure appeared in front of him. Lin Ling had arrived. What a terrifying speed! But with another slap, Zhu Chen was sent flying again. Zhu Chen said that Lin Ling had sneak attacked him, but this time, Lin Ling had informed him in advance, yet he was still sent flying. This. Chapter 572. The pig-headed one is your brother. I say your skin is really thick. My sword is hanging on your neck, but you say you haven't lost. You even spread rumors that I refuse to fight. Fine, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Since you don't care about your face anymore, I'll hit your right cheek. After all, your left cheek is swollen. Lin Ling said casually. At the same time, he used the cloud-soaring steps. After reaching the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, His cloud-soaring step's power had increased greatly. Zhu Chen was only at the middle stage of the King Spirit realm. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling could even defeat a Moon Guard disciple at the late stage of the King Spirit realm. Zhu Chen was too weak. Lin Ling didn't even bother to use a sword. The ethereal figure appeared in front of Zhu Chen again and slapped him again. This time, it was the right side of his face. Who? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Did he really think that he was inferior to Zhu Chen? Zhu Chen was completely defeated. Heavy rain. Zhu Chen's left and right cheeks were swollen. In his anger, he used a powerful sword technique that attacked indiscriminately. Slap. As soon as he moved, Lin Ling appeared in front of him and slapped him again. Then, he said helplessly, "Sorry, I should have hit the right cheek this time, but I hit the left instead. I'll be careful next time." Bang. His sword technique was broken just as he used it. Zhu Chen fell heavily to the ground, his face swollen like a pig's. He didn't know how powerful Lin Ling's soul power was. As soon as he used his technique, Lin Ling could easily detect his tracks. Therefore, using a sword against Lin Ling was too slow. No sword technique could compare to a slap. The difference in strength is too big. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. One of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhu Chen, the 8th strongest genius of the Xinghai Pagoda, had used a sword move, but he had still been beaten into a pig's head. As for the newcomer Lin Ling, he hadn't even used a sword. At this point, if they still didn't admit that Lin Ling had surpassed Zhu Chen, then they would be fools. Moreover, from another perspective, Zhu Chen's skin was very thick. He clearly lost to Lin Ling, but he said that he didn't lose. Instead, he falsely accused Lin Ling of not daring to fight. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to slap his face? "Last time, my sword was on your neck and you said you didn't lose. Now, I won't use my sword. I'll slap you until you admit defeat." Lin Ling's body disappeared and appeared in front of Zhu Chen one after another. The crisp sound of slapping rang out continuously. As for Zhu Chen, he kept swinging his sword, but he couldn't even touch Lin Ling. Instead, he was slapped in the face until he was dizzy, and his nose was bleeding. He could only roar in anger. After today, how could he still have the face to live? "You've beaten me into a pig's head, so you're screaming like a pig being slaughtered?" Lin Ling shook his head and slapped even more fiercely. The vicious slapping sound made the hearts of the crowd tremble. At this moment, they were all afraid. "I admit defeat." Finally, Zhu Chen shouted with difficulty. If he didn't admit defeat, his face would be slapped away. "You admit defeat? Sigh, how disappointing. Your left face was slapped 3,000 times, and your right face was slapped 2,000 times. I wanted to make it an average, but in the end, you admit defeat." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly, as if he wasn't satisfied. The pupils of the crowd trembled. How terrifying. One face was slapped 3,000 times, and the other face was slapped 2,000 times. That was a total of 5,000 times. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling still wanted to continue. While they were trembling, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out again. "Actually, you don't have to admit defeat. Next time, you can still spread the rumor that I only slapped your face and didn't actually defeat you. At that time, I look forward to fighting you again." Zhu Chen's body trembled, and he didn't dare to speak. Next time? Then how could he still have the face to exist? How could he dare to spread this kind of rumor? Those who were with Zhu Chen, slap yourselves 3 times, then kneel down and kowtow 9 times. Of course, you can refuse, but I can't guarantee your face. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Zhu Chen anymore. Instead, he indifferently looked at Zhu Qin and those mean girls, causing their faces to turn pale. Long Xiaochen and the others laughed loudly. They suddenly felt a sense of pride. Lin Ling was their genius leader this year, and today he had returned to restore their reputation. In the future, in Star Ocean Pagoda, those who wanted to bully them would have to think twice. "Xiao Cui, that girl wanted to hit you before. Go and hit her. Don't worry, Lin Ling is here." Long Xiaochen coldly smiled. He wasn't a kind person. Before, he didn't have a backbone, so he had to swallow his anger. But now, he didn't need to fear those old men. After speaking, he walked towards Zhu Qin with a sneer. He didn't forget that Zhu Qin had cheated him miserably. Long Xiaochen, what do you want to do? My brother is one of the 8 heavenly kings. Zhu Qin's pupils shrank. He vaguely knew what Long Xiaochen wanted to do, so he subconsciously brought out his usual trump card. I know, that pig-headed guy is your brother. Unfortunately, this usually awe-inspiring trump card was useless now. Instead, it was exchanged with Long Xiaochen's mocking voice. Trump card? Zhu Qin still dared to be arrogant even when he had turned into a pig's head. These guys are ruthless. Lin Ling indifferently looked at Long Xiaochen and the others. Since Long Xiaochen and the others treated him as one of their own, he would naturally help them if he had the strength. Pa. Long Xiaochen and the others attacked one after another. Zhu Chen's people all knelt down and were slapped in the face. This Lin Ling is as frivolous as the rumors say. The surrounding people had dignified expressions. Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 2 months, had returned, and the force behind his return was extremely great. One of the 8 heavenly kings had been beaten into a pig's head. Lin Ling seemed to be telling the others that he was back. Okay, let's go. After Long Xiaochen and the others vented their anger, Lin Ling smiled and spoke. The previous incident was just a small interlude to him. He didn't care at all. After all, Zhu Chen wasn't worthy of his attention at all. If Zhu Chen hadn't humiliated himself, Lin Ling wouldn't have bothered to make a move. Lin Ling, where are you going next? Xiao Chui looked at Lin Ling with admiration and whispered. Star Ocean Pagoda. I'll have to explore that place. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the towering pagoda in the distance. He was finally going to explore that place. However, the Star Ocean Pagoda's vicinity has been occupied by other geniuses. If we want to go there, it might be a little troublesome. The last time I went to explore the Star Ocean Pagoda, I had to pay 100 spirit crystals to enter. Long Xiaochen frowned. Star Guard disciples relied on themselves for everything. Therefore, some geniuses relied on their strength to find spirit crystals. Occupying the Star Ocean Pagoda was naturally a good way to find spirit crystals. Troublesome? Just send them flying. Lin Ling shrugged. With his current strength, there weren't many people in the Star Ocean Pagoda that could make him afraid. Since others were tyrannically occupying that place, then he would speak with his fists. Long Xiaochen and the others were stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Lin Ling was still as frivolous and unruly as ever. Chapter 573. Breaking Through the Star Sea Pagoda. The Star Sea Pagoda was the only path for a Star Guard disciple to become a Moon Guard disciple. However, there were only 10 days until the Moon Guard level examination. Lin Ling didn't have enough time to break through the Star Sea Pagoda. The Star Sea Pagoda had 99 floors. For a Star Guard level disciple to break through, it would take them a year. Using 10 days was simply impossible. In the history of the 7 Profound Martial House, no Star Guard level disciple had ever done this. But if Lin Ling failed, then he would lose the qualifications to enter the Star Sea Pagoda. This would also mean that he had lost the 3-month challenge. Second brother is back? Is he breaking through the Star Sea Pagoda? Yes, he sent me a sound transmission using the mother and child insect. At the 7 Profound Martial House's myriad sword peak, Sakura looked at Di Jichuan and smiled. He had returned earlier than Lin Ling and had been worried about Lin Ling. 3 months have passed. I wonder how Lin Ling has grown. Old Sword stroked his beard, looking forward to it. There are only 10 days until the Moon Guard level examination. Time is very short, Sakura said with some concern. As far as he knew, no one had ever succeeded in breaking through the 99 floors of the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days. If he failed, then Lin Ling would lose the qualifications to enter the Moon Guard level examination. He will succeed, Old Sword said. He believed in this youth. How could the descendant of the limitless sword saint be trash? Come, let's go take a look. Then, Sakura and Di Jichuan rushed towards the direction of the Star Sea Pagoda. On the other side, Su Fan also received the news that Lin Ling had returned. This made his heart instantly unhappy. Although he also believed that it was impossible for Lin Ling to become a Moon Guard level disciple in 3 months, Lin Ling had humiliated him greatly. Just hearing his name made him want to kill him. Master, Lin Ling has returned? Extreme Lunar Beheader was surprised. He had sent people to kill Lin Ling, but it seemed that they had failed. Let's go and take a look. If we fail in Star Sea Pagoda, then Sword Elder will have lost. Sword Elder and Great Sunchild have always had grudges. This can be considered as helping Great Sunchild vent his anger. Su Fan coldly smiled. It was simply impossible to challenge the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days. However, if there were too few difficulties and setbacks, it wouldn't be very interesting. Therefore, he planned to give Lin Ling a bit more trouble. The news of Lin Ling's return had spread throughout the 7 Profound Martial House. Many people do not know Lin Ling, but because of Sword Elder and Great Sun Elder, many people have heard of his name. Now that Lin Ling wants to explore Star Sea Pagoda, naturally many people are interested. Using 10 days to explore the Star Ocean Pagoda, this Lin Ling was truly arrogant. At the Star Ocean Pagoda, a large number of people had arrived. All eyes were fixed on the mysterious pagoda that pierced through the clouds. Then they were filled with anticipation. Oh, isn't this Master Su Fan? You can't sit still. In a dozen days, you will be stripped of your position as a master. Sakura and Su Fan had already arrived. As Sakura saw Su Fan in the distance, he suddenly sneered. Who is this person? He even dares to ridicule Master Su Fan. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at the unruly Sakura with dread. That is Lin Ling's big brother. Someone whispered. The crowd's pupils shrank. Lin Ling looked like a newcomer, but his background was not simple. Are you talking to me? Su Fan coldly looked at Sakura. Regarding the latter's status, he already knew a little bit. He was the bloodline of the 12th Elder Xian. Therefore, he did not need to go through the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House and had directly become a Moon Guard level disciple. After all, the surname D was once the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master. I am talking to a dog. Sakura laughed. His temperament was sharp and unyielding. If he wanted to curse, then he would curse without any concealment. You! Su Fan coldly snorted and ignored Sakura's provocation. Then he sneered, will my position as a master be stripped, or will the position of Elder Xian be stripped? All of this is still unknown. I only hope that when the time comes, Elder Sword will not go back on his word. The meaning of his words was that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt, and if Elder Sword lost, then Elder Sword would have to give up his position as Elder Xian. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ling's chances were slim. After all, not to mention the Moon Guard level disciple assessment, the Star Sea Pagoda was enough to stop Lin Ling. You just wait and see. Sakura coldly smiled. This time he did not refute. After all, he also did not have the confidence. Then everyone looked at the huge ancient pagoda and waited again. At this moment, Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen were heading towards the Star Sea Pagoda. From Long Xiaochen's words, Lin Ling also knew how difficult his challenge would be. To challenge the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days, no one in the 7 Profound Martial House had ever succeeded. Lin Ling, I used almost 3 months and I've only reached the 88th floor. Long Xiaochen was not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances, but he did not dare to say it. Lin Ling nodded, but he still had his own self-confidence. After all, his goal was to challenge the Martial House Master. If he could not even pass the Star Sea Pagoda, how could he challenge the Martial House Master? How could he find his mother? How could he be together with Yu? A martial artist should face adversity without fear. The more they fought, the more courageous they would become. Wait, if you want to enter the Star Sea Pagoda, you have to pay 100 spirit crystals. Just as they arrived at the foot of the ancient pagoda, someone in front of them lightly said. But just as these words fell, someone on the side cautiously said, Are you crazy? That is Lin Ling, the genius that the entire 7 Profound Martial House is paying attention to. Even apprentice Su Fan has come, do you dare to stop him? The young genius that was trying to collect the spirit crystals paled, and quickly stepped aside. Please go in. Lin Ling lightly nodded. Since the other party did not stop him, he was disinclined to do anything else. He and Long Xiaochen were about to enter the ancient pagoda, but at this moment his eyes flashed. He saw a huge stone tablet sitting at the side of the gate. Sun Xing reached the second floor in 9 months and 5 days. He has created the number 1 record in the Star Sea Pagoda. Tang Gang reached the first floor in 1 year, 1 month and 11 days. He has created the number 2 record in the Star Sea Pagoda. Li Ji reached the 3rd floor. The stone tablet recorded the top results of the Star Sea Pagoda over the years. Without a doubt, these young geniuses' names had already shaken the 7 profound martial house. The number 1 record was 9 months and 5 days. With this, one could see just how difficult the Star Sea Pagoda was. Therefore, Lin Ling had used 10 days. No wonder many people thought it was impossible. Let's go in. Without further ado, Lin Ling led Long Xiaochen and the others forward. The Star Sea Pagoda was extremely mysterious. After entering, a rich spiritual energy filled the air, causing Lin Ling's eyes to shine. No wonder so many people wanted to come here. After all, the cultivation environment here was much better than the outside world. 1 day here was equal to 2 days in the outside world. It is said that on the 99 floors, 1 day is equal to 99 days in the outside world. It is the best place to cultivate in the King's Spirit realm. Long Xiaochen enviously said. At the same time, a gray fog shrouded them and the surroundings began to change. It was like an illusion, but also like a mystic realm. This place turned into a vast ancient mountain range. I heard that the Star Sea Pagoda is the weapon of a powerful martial artist of the 7 profound martial house. There is a universe inside, and it is a world of its own. Long Xiaochen said. He had come here once before, so he was more familiar with it. Chapter 574. Easily past, the group continued onwards. Halfway through, Lin Ling saw a massive number of Star Guard level disciples. These Star Guard level disciples were all smiling. They hadn't left Star Sea Pagoda, so they didn't know that Lin Ling was the center of attention at this moment. Another newcomer has arrived. I wonder how far they'll go. At most, the 97th floor. Many people whispered to each other. It had to be known that the Star Sea Pagoda's floors were ranked backwards. If one could reach the first floor, their name would naturally shake the 7 profound martial house. They've appeared. Iron elephants are at the early King's Spirit realm, and each person has to face 3 of them. At this moment, in the ancient mountain range in front of them, the earth began to shake. A massive number of ancient elephants appeared, shocking the heavens and earth. This was the 99th floor's trial. Each person had to face 3, but Lin Ling and the others had formed a group. Idiot, don't you know that you can't form a team to enter Star Sea Pagoda? Facing a group of them, they'll be eliminated. The surrounding youths who were cultivating sneered. How terrifying. Damn. Xiao Chui's pupils shrank. These monster beasts were fast, and their auras were brutal. I'll go. Go. Long Xiaochen stepped forwards and was the first to rush forwards. He used all sorts of martial arts to resist the iron elephants. As for Lin Ling, he didn't move. He calmly watched, the memories of the limitless sword saint rising in his mind. Thus, he was more familiar with the iron elephants. These monster beasts were at the early King's Spirit realm, but their skin was thick and their strength was great. Even an early King's Spirit realm martial artist wouldn't dare to casually face them. Of course, if a genius were to face them, then it would be a different story. Long Xiaochen's strength was good, he could already fight 1-on-3. His speed was fast, and every attack he made caused a great deal of damage. That's Long Xiaochen. He has a bit of skill. If he was alone, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass the 99th floor. But he brought too much trash with him. Go. In the surrounding mountain ranges, the young geniuses lightly said. Long Xiaochen could face 3 iron elephants, 5, or even 10. But if it was a group, it would be difficult. Lin Ling also saw this. He shook his head and smiled. His body moved and he rushed forwards. He made his move. Water drop sword. Sword. The sword light was like water as it tore through the sky and accurately pierced the eyes of each iron elephant. It was a fatal strike. The skin of the iron-hide elephant was like iron and very difficult to pierce through. However, the same could not be said for its eyes. Rumble. Iron elephants fell down one after another, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly everywhere. As for the genius youths who were watching from afar, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. That blue and white-robed youth was very strong, easily dealing with a group of them. At the very least, they had never seen anyone kill an iron elephant so quickly in the 99th level. At this moment, the fallen iron elephant turned into rays of light and flew towards Lin Ling and the others. Each of them had 3 rays of light. After entering their bodies, everyone felt that the king elephant in their bodies had become more condensed. I see. Lin Ling nodded his head. Killing an iron elephant would allow one to gain a certain amount of cultivation. Of course, this kind of help would be great the first time, but it would become lesser and lesser as time went by. However, this was the first time Xiao Cui and the others came here, so they were immediately delighted. They felt that their cultivation had improved by a bit. 99th floor, success. Long Xiaochen excitedly smiled. He brought Lin Ling forward once more. The 98th level was still filled with iron elephants, but each person had to face 5 of them. But this time, Long Xiaochen was able to kill 10, and the rest were dealt with by Lin Ling. This caused Xiao Cui and the others to feel even more grateful towards Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen. They had followed along, but they had also shared the benefits. On the 97th level, 10 iron elephants appeared this time. The entire mountain range was filled with them. If a martial artist was lacking in confidence, then just their aura alone would be enough to scare them away. But this time, although there were more, they were still unable to stop Lin Ling. 96th level. 95th level. From beginning to end, Lin Ling was extremely relaxed. This caused the eyes of the genius youths in the mountain range to widen. For the first time, they were curious about Lin Ling's origins. As for Long Xiaochen, he was gradually using his full strength. But regarding this result, Lin Ling did not feel any pride. This was because he noticed a drawback. This kind of challenge was continuous and also tested a martial artist's willpower. No wonder there were so many youths resting in the surroundings. It was clear that they did not dare to rush up in one go. From the 94th level onwards, copper elephants will appear. Yes. Long Xiaochen's expression became serious. He was about to erupt with his full strength, so he also reminded Lin Ling. However, he did not know how strong Lin Ling was, or whether or not he had used 50% of his strength. Lin Ling nodded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled. It was still 3 copper elephants per person. Without a doubt, these monster beasts were even more terrifying than the previous ones. You can face your own. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling walked out and unsheathed the tyrannical song sword. The sword light was like water, causing the hearts of the geniuses watching from afar to fiercely tremble. What a fast sword! Then, rumbling sounds echoed out. In less than an incense stick of time, all the copper elephants had been dealt with by Lin Ling. On the other side, Long Xiaochen was still fighting his own 3 copper elephants. After sensing that Lin Ling's battle had ended, he could not help but gloomily curse, "Freak." The first time he came here, he had used a full 3 days. Next, everyone continued forward. The number of copper elephants they faced increased. When they reached the 89th level, the entire mountain range was covered with copper elephants. This was nearly Long Xiaochen's limit. Last time, he had reached the 88th level, and that was under extraordinary circumstances. Lin Ling, it's all up to you. Long Xiaochen bitterly smiled. After continuous battles, he was already a bit tired. His limbs were constantly circulating spiritual energy, causing his meridians to burn as if they were on fire. Okay. Lin Ling did not hesitate and directly nodded. He was still using the water-drop sword and cloud-soaring steps. He had the aura of a hero who had drawn his sword and was about to face the 10-year calamity. Rumble. On the ancient land, copper elephants fell one after another. A large amount of light was distributed to Long Xiaochen and the others, allowing their cultivation to improve again. This guy is simply a professional elephant killer. Looking at Lin Ling's smooth sword, Long Xiaochen could not help but sigh. As for Xiao Chui and the others, their eyes flickered. The young man's sword swept through the group of monsters, elegant and indifferent. It was incomparably attractive. After a moment, Lin Ling walked back. He was still as calm as before. His blue and white robe was otherworldly and clean, making Long Xiaochen speechless again. After fighting hundreds of elephants, this freak did not even dirty his clothes. Comparisons were odious. Next, shall we continue? Lin Ling smiled and asked. Currently, he had not even used 30% of his combat strength. No, we have received too many rewards before, and our current realm has not stabilized. If we continue, the spiritual energy in our dantian might become unstable. Long Xiaochen shook his head. A martial artist's cultivation could not blindly be fast. It had to be stable. Yes, and the spiritual energy here is not bad. We will cultivate here. Xiao Chui and the others also said. The gap between them and Lin Ling was too big, so they did not want to delay Lin Ling. Okay, then be careful. Chapter 575. Harming others, harming oneself. Lin Ling had learned from Long Xiaochen that no one would die in the Star Sea Pagoda. Even if they were swallowed by a monster beast, at a critical moment there would be a force that would send them out of the Star Sea Pagoda. Thus, Lin Ling wasn't worried about Long Xiaochen and the others. But this was also normal. The Seven Profound Martial House was a proper martial arts temple. It was impossible for the Star Sea Pagoda to be filled with life and death crises. Of course, if one was sent out of the Star Sea Pagoda, then they would have to start all over again. If I'm not wrong, then the next one is still the copper-skinned elephants, but there are even more of them. Before long, more and more copper-skinned elephants appeared. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but his fighting spirit rose instead. Mind's Eye Sword. War God Fist. Regretless worldly life. All sorts of martial arts were displayed by Lin Ling. By rushing through the Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling was also consolidating his own boundary. Who is that? Fuck, a monster beast in human form. I can't stop him at all. I watched him come in and wandered around behind him, but I didn't think he would surpass me by so much. If this continues, then he'll reach the 80th floor. Not only that, but he's only at the early King's Spirit realm. On the floors, a massive number of young geniuses were panic-stricken. It had to be known that in just a few hours, Lin Ling had already surpassed their achievements in half a month. How could they not be surprised? Outside the pagoda, a massive number of eyes were locked onto the pagoda. Although they didn't know what was going on inside, they could see the light emitted from each floor and knew how many people were inside. And every time, they would see a new light in the pagoda. That light would bravely move forward, easily ascending to a higher floor. Thus, they guessed that it was Lin Ling. What a fast speed, he's already reached the 80th floor. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Hi, he is truly worthy of being my second brother. This kind of climbing speed, who else but me can do it? Sakura and Di Jichuan were sitting outside the pagoda. As they saw Lin Ling's results, they laughed. Su Fan's complexion was ugly, but he wasn't angry. After all, he knew that the 99 floors of the Star Sea Pagoda weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. From the 80th level onwards, it was a test of courage. Who's on the 80th floor? Tell them to disturb Lin Ling. If they succeed, they can become my honorary disciple, said Su Fan indifferently. Immediately, the disciples behind him smiled coldly and nodded. And at this time, in the 80th level, there was a misty peak of clouds. Everyone was at the top of a cliff, with only a single rope leading to the other side. This place was very high, exceeding the height of a martial artist's ability to fly. It was as if they were above the heavens. This was a floor that tested a martial artist's courage. Walking through a rope as thick as a finger might not seem difficult for a martial artist, but the surrounding scenery would affect one's state of mind. After all, everyone had fear in their hearts. And if one was affected by this, then they would fall into the abyss and fail. Are you going or not? If not, don't block the way. Lin Ling was not alone on the cliff. After all, this was only the 80th floor. There were many other geniuses. One of the geniuses said to Lin Ling, "If you want to leave, you leave first." Lin Ling looked at the young man indifferently. The young man opened his mouth, but in the end he shook his head and said, "I don't want to leave now. I'll take a rest first." Lin Ling ignored him. After pondering for a while, he stepped on the rope and walked forward steadily. The strong wind blew from all directions, making Lin Ling's body sway. Although it looked like it was shaking, it was actually very stable. Lin Ling's heart gradually calmed down. He realized that this kind of challenge could make one's heart as calm as water. It would not be shaken by the outside world. The senior who created the Star Ocean Pagoda was indeed powerful. All the challenges were aimed at the foundation of a martial artist. He's walking on the rope. Don't touch him. Apprentice Su Fan said that whoever can stop him will become Apprentice Su Fan's disciple. On the other side of the cliff, the young men sneered. Then, they grabbed the rope and shook it continuously. Fall him to death. The rope was tough and could not be cut, but it could be shaken. If it was shaken, it would be like a small boat in a storm. If the martial artist's heart was not stable, he would immediately be affected and eventually fall into the abyss. Pa. The rope swayed like a kite. He's dead. Falling into the abyss is equivalent to failing the challenge. He has to start the challenge from the beginning. And I heard that although falling into the abyss won't kill you, it will be very painful. The young geniuses sneered and looked over. In the next moment, their pupils constricted. Although the rope swayed like a storm, the young man on the rope was as immovable as a mountain. He actually swayed with the rope. Every time it looked like he was going to fall into the abyss, his feet seemed to have taken root. He could not fall at all. What a powerful movement skill. The young men's pupils constricted. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. He was as immovable as a mountain. This meant that Lin Ling's movement skill was very terrifying. I can't shake him at all. This can't go on. The young men gritted their teeth. They looked at each other and jumped on the rope. Since they could not shake him, they would do it themselves. Even if they had to die together, they would bring Lin Ling down the abyss. Lin Ling die. One of the young men pounced over like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. However, Lin Ling was right in front of him. But with this pounce, he missed, and his body fell into the abyss instead. Save me! The young man shouted in fear. Although he would not die, the pain of crashing to the ground was extremely clear. How is this possible? The remaining young men looked in front of them in shock and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The Lin Ling from before was just an afterimage. They had captured it wrongly. How could they know that Lin Ling's true intent of clouds was ethereal and formless? How could they see through whether it was real or fake? Catch up to him. The young men roared. But at this moment, the rope swayed. The entire sky seemed to be swaying, causing their pupils to constrict. They looked over and saw Lin Ling in front of them stepping on the rope. He actually made the rope move with him. Another few young men fell into the abyss. They wanted to harm others, but they ended up harming themselves. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to reach the 80th level. But now they had to start all over again. Only one young man was the closest to Lin Ling. He suddenly sneered and pounced over again. He was sure that the Lin Ling he caught this time was absolutely real. However, he still missed, and his body fell into the abyss instead. He turned his head and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw why he missed. It was because Lin Ling was not stepping on the rope, but hanging upside down on the rope. And the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's feet seemed to be tightly glued to the rope. He would not fall. How is this possible? That young man shouted in horror, and finally disappeared under the ethereal clouds. And at this moment, Lin Ling's feet were glued to the rope, and his body was hanging upside down. But the next moment, he strangely floated up and stood on the rope again. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Courage? Everything is illusory. Heaven and earth, up and down, there is no difference. Chapter 576. Failure. This Star Sea Pagoda is really interesting. It can continuously increase one's comprehension of martial arts. Lin Ling looked at the figures that had disappeared into the clouds and shook his head. Those youths wanted to harm him, but he was too lazy to fight back. After all, those geniuses were too weak. True intent of clouds. Lin Ling continued to move forward. The scenery around him constantly changed. Sometimes it was the 9 Nether Hell, sometimes it was the 18 Yama palaces. The scenery constantly affected one's will. If one took a wrong step, they would fall into the abyss and return in failure. Sir, you're amazing. Walking the heart rope without stopping. While moving forward, Lin Ling also saw the geniuses on the rope. Those geniuses were cultivating cross-legged on the rope, but they all looked at him with surprise. There isn't any in the first place. Why stop? Lin Ling faintly smiled and continued to move forward. His soul force was extremely strong, and any illusions could not affect him. The rope was very long, and it was divided into levels. Gradually, Lin Ling went from the 80th level to the 75th level. The rope also encountered various difficulties, but it actually increased the power of Lin Ling's soaring cloud steps. Unpredictable cloud. The true intent of clouds had reached the 2nd level, and Lin Ling's speed was not only ethereal, but it also produced a thunderous speed. On the next rope, Lin Ling was no longer walking, but running. This caused the geniuses on the rope to fiercely tremble. What kind of monster was this? He's almost at the 70th level. How terrifying. He walked 1/3 of the way in one day. As for outside the Star Sea Pagoda, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had walked through the Star Sea Pagoda, so they knew how difficult it was to reach the 70th level in one day. That was not only a test of cultivation, but also a test of willpower, fighting spirit, battle intent, and physical exhaustion. In fact, if a star-level disciple wanted to reach the 70th level, many of them could do it. But to only use one day, this was difficult. The 70th to 60th level is the simplest. It only tests one's cultivation. If he passes, Lin Ling will catch up to the 8 heavenly kings. Some disciples muttered to themselves. They knew that although Lin Ling was walking through the Star Sea Pagoda, his strength was constantly improving under the tempering of the Star Sea Pagoda. This Lin Ling really has some ability. Su Fan's expression was incomparably ugly. A day had passed, but Lin Ling had already reached the 70th floor. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, but he had failed. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. At this moment, on the 70th floor, there were much fewer geniuses here. This was an empty space, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he did not rush forward. Instead, he sensed his dantian. The first 30 levels were not difficult for him. On the contrary, with every level he passed, his cultivation improved a little. Moreover, by borrowing the Star Sea Pagoda, he even comprehended 20% of the true intent of clouds. Therefore, Lin Ling was looking forward to the 70th floor. After resting for a moment, he took a step forward. Rumble. At this moment, a huge rock appeared in the sky and smashed towards Lin Ling. There was no path in front of him, and it seemed that Lin Ling had to support the huge rock to move forward. Then there was a bang. Lin Ling felt pain in his body, and he disappeared from the 70th floor. He had failed. At this moment, in front of the Star Sea Pagoda's gate, Lin Ling's body appeared. One must know that failing in the Star Sea Pagoda would not result in death, but one would be teleported out. But at this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He could not understand why he had failed. A rock smashed down and he had failed. What was going on? Ah, Lin Ling, I trust you have been well since we last met. How did you fail? At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Su Fan. Moreover, his big brother and third brother were also there. In addition, there were many Star Guard level disciples, and even Moon Guard level disciples. They seemed to be watching a good show. Ignoring Su Fan, Lin Ling walked towards Sakura. After all, his goal was to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days. It was not that he could not fail. You failed on the 70th floor, but it's okay. After all, reaching the 70th floor in one day is already very impressive. Others used a year to do it. Come on, we are waiting for you to create a miracle. Sakura patted Lin Ling's chest and smiled as he comforted him. Lin Ling smiled, but his gaze was fixed on the Star Sea Pagoda. Until now, he still did not understand why he had failed. It's cultivation. The 70th floor is a test of cultivation. It eliminates those geniuses whose cultivation does not meet the standard. At this moment, someone explained, and Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. If you want to pass the 70th floor, you must be at the middle stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Another person said. They were all geniuses at the middle stage of the King's Spirit Realm, so they had passed the 70th floor before, but they were blocked by the floors behind. I see. Lin Ling nodded in understanding. He was currently at the early stage of the King's Spirit Realm. No wonder he had failed. Then, he chatted with Sakura for a while before walking towards the Star Sea Pagoda again. Entering the Star Sea Pagoda again, Lin Ling spent half a day on the first 30 floors before finally reaching the 70th floor. He sighed inwardly. He finally understood why it took a year to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda. Because if he failed, he would have to start all over again. If he failed on the 98th floor, then it would be painful and he would have to start all over again. After swallowing a pill and recovering his strength, Lin Ling looked ahead. Although a martial artist could not eat or drink, they could rely on pills to eat. So, in order to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda this time, Lin Ling had prepared many origin-returning pills. An early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator dares to come to the 70th floor? Those origin windstones do not look at strength, only cultivation. Sir, you should go back and bitterly cultivate for a year before coming back. Lin Ling's appearance caused many youths on the floor to remind him. Lin Ling shook his head and continued onward. Bang! A giant stone smashed down from the sky. Lin Ling directly disappeared. He had failed again. Huh? You want to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days? You simply overestimate yourself. As Su Fan saw Lin Ling reappear, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling is very fierce. I believe he can go very high, but 10 days? Dream on. It looks like Lin Ling is going to lose. No matter how strong his martial arts background is, how strong his talent is, how strong his king body is, how strong his strength is, it is useless. If his cultivation is not up to par, he will never pass. The crowd also jeered. The 70th floor only had one test, and that was one's cultivation. Lin Ling ignored these jeers and entered the Star Sea Pagoda again. The third time. Another failure. More jeers sounded out. Even many great figures of the 7 profound martial house were watching, and then they all shook their heads. Old Sword was going to lose. The fourth time, another failure. The various Grand Masters and Old Xian were too lazy to watch. They already thought that Lin Ling had no hope. The fifth time. The sixth time. Everyone was numb. Many people even left the Star Sea Pagoda, too lazy to watch. Only Sakura and the others were still waiting, but their complexions were incomparably dignified. The second day quietly passed. Lin Ling had entered the Star Sea Pagoda 98 times, and every time he failed on the 70th floor. The third day quietly passed. Lin Ling had entered 105 times. The fourth day. The fifth day. The sixth day. The time limit of 10 days was getting closer and closer. Chapter 577. Breaking and establishing outside the Star Sea Pagoda, Sakura and the others were frowning, worried for Lin Ling. Su Fan, on the other hand, was gloating. Everyone was watching a good show, but they didn't realize that Lin Ling was going through more and more floors every day. This meant that the previous floors were getting easier for Lin Ling. How terrifying, he passed the first 30 floors in just an incense stick of time. Yes. Su Fan's face instantly turned ugly. Although Lin Ling didn't succeed, there was no doubt that he had broken the Star Sea Pagoda's record. Sure enough, Lin Ling's name appeared on the stone tablet in front of the Star Sea Pagoda. He had become the genius who went through the Star Sea Pagoda the most times in a day, as well as the fastest to pass the first 30 floors. What terrifying perseverance, won't he get tired? Many people were secretly shocked. What's the use? Tomorrow is the 10th day, and Lin Ling only has 1 day left. He's bound to lose. Su Fan coldly sneered. There was still one day left. Could Lin Ling still succeed? This was simply impossible. Lin Ling still had the 70th floor to go through, not to mention the 70th floor. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the 70th floor of the Star Ocean Pagoda, causing the surrounding geniuses to be terrified. During this period of time, they had seen Lin Ling countless times, and they had even become numb to him. In their hearts, Lin Ling could only be described with one word: terrifying. They had never seen a youth with such tenacity. He kept failing and climbing the pagoda. Who? Letting out a light breath, Lin Ling's eyes focused. He had failed so many times that he had become numb to it. However, he had no way out and could only continue. Moreover, he realized that there were benefits to going through the pagoda. He was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the King's spirit realm. But he took a step forward, and then a rumbling sound echoed. A mysterious boulder smashed down from the sky. This ancient boulder had a mysterious power, and if one's realm wasn't up to par, the pressure would be greater. Block! Block! Lin Ling suddenly clenched his teeth and raised his hands like a cauldron, blocking the mysterious boulder. Bang bang bang! Beneath his feet, the earth split open. This time, he blocked it, but the mysterious boulder still pressed down on his entire body, causing his bones to creak. His cultivation realm wasn't up to standard, so the Star Sea Pagoda refused to allow him to advance. You must succeed. Enduring the intense pain all over his body, Lin Ling took a step forward. He finally took the first step, and the terrifying pressure caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Time is running out. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward, and another huge boulder fell from the sky, forcing Lin Ling to use the horse stance to hold on. What a tough bone! The hearts of the crowd in the distance trembled again. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling was so persistent. After all, Lin Ling couldn't pass through it all. What exactly was supporting this young man? I can't lose. I promised someone, so I have to do it. Holding up the two boulders, Lin Ling clenched his teeth and continued forward. At this moment, within his dantian, the vermilion bird was also trembling. Even though he had a powerful king body, he couldn't display its power at this moment. If I can't even pass through here, how can I challenge the mansion master? How can I find my mother? My life will stop here. I will reach the end. Lin Ling's mind was completely blank. The only firm belief he had was to continue forward. If this continues, he'll destroy himself. Many young geniuses couldn't bear to watch any longer. Lin Ling was crazy. He was simply a madman who was willing to risk his life. They were all afraid. Bang! At this moment, the fourth mysterious boulder continued to fall. This ancient boulder had a form. It was a statue holding a sword. The statue was cold and emotionless, as if it still refused to allow the young man to advance. It also seemed that this ancient boulder represented the will of the heavens. Without reaching the middle stage of the King's spirit realm, no one was allowed to pass through the 70th floor. Rumble! The fourth mysterious boulder fell. Lin Ling was finally smashed to the ground, suppressed by 4 mysterious boulders. He failed again. This time, I'm afraid he won't be able to get up again. Looking at the pitiful young man, many people shook their heads. This time's failure was not something that could be solved by starting all over again. Even the young man's heart of martial arts had disintegrated, and his cultivation had probably collapsed as well. At this moment, Lin Ling was suppressed under the boulder. But his eyes flashed and he was a little surprised. This time, although he was suppressed by 4 mysterious boulders, he hadn't been eliminated. He was still on the 70th level. What was going on? No, there's an extra vermilion bird king elephant in my dantian. Sensing his dantian, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly shrank. 2 vermilion bird king elephants. This meant that he had stepped into the middle stage of the King's spirit realm. Moreover, he could feel an endless stream of energy emanating from the vermilion bird king elephant. The endurance and strength of his spiritual energy had greatly increased. Then he didn't think too much about it. He supported himself with the boulder and stood up. He vaguely knew that he didn't have much time left. In fact, Lin Ling had repeatedly ascended the pagoda and broken the Star Ocean Pagoda's record. Every time he succeeded, a new wisp of spiritual energy would be absorbed by him. Over time, he had accumulated enough spiritual energy to break through to the next realm. After all, he had ascended the pagoda more than 500 times a day for 9 consecutive days. The accumulation of spiritual energy was extremely huge. On the path of martial arts, it's impossible to never fail. Especially when it comes to ascending the Star Ocean Pagoda, it's impossible to never fail. But on the 70th level, that young man has failed the most. Moreover, the 70th level is actually the easiest. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, anyone can pass it. But the easiest level for others seems to be the most difficult for that young man. Unfortunately, he still failed. The crowd was still discussing. At this moment, the cry of a vermilion bird suddenly rang out, causing the crowd to be stunned. Then, their faces were filled with fear. In their eyes, that young man had once again stood firm. Flames gushed out from his body as his hands slowly lifted up the 4 mysterious ancient stones. Then, like a giant, he began to move forward. Destruction before establishment. He actually borrowed the pressure and repeated failures to break through to the next realm. As the crowd foolishly looked at that young man, their hearts began to race. That young man was terrifying. Moreover, in their minds, no one had ever broken through to the 70th level before. That young man was likely the first. At this moment, the stone tablet in front of the Star Ocean Pagoda's entrance began to shine. A new line of words appeared on the stone tablet. Lin Ling, breaking through to the next realm on the 70th level, creating a new record. Outside the Star Ocean Pagoda, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was waiting to see a good show. They wanted to see Lin Ling fail again and again, but Lin Ling gave them a silent slap in the face. Lin Ling had used the 70th level to break through to the next realm and even created a new record. They wanted to see Lin Ling's good show, but it was still too early. Through 9 days of hard work, tens of thousands of failures, in exchange for that moment of youth, the disciples couldn't say anything. There was only one word to describe it: crazy. When others failed, you all were laughing at them, but you didn't know that others used failure as motivation and surpassed you all in one step. Sakura was ecstatic in his heart. Then, a mocking voice rang out. During this period of time, he had been listening to the disciples gloating over his misfortune. Now, would they still dare to laugh at him? His second brother really didn't disappoint him. Sorry, I got off work late, so the update was late. I've made everyone wait for a long time. Chapter 578. A secret disciple arrives. He broke through the 70th floor. Finally, a disciple said with a dignified expression. They saw that above the Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling's light had disappeared from the 72nd floor. How is this possible? Su Fan frowned. Lin Ling's success had undoubtedly shattered his hopes and expectations. But soon, he coldly smiled and said, that was just a moment of pride. Don't forget, Lin Ling only has 1 day left. If he spent 9 days on the 70th floor, then how many days will he spend on the remaining floors? Sakura frowned. Although he didn't like Su Fan, he couldn't deny that Su Fan's words were true. In fact, the 70th floor is the easiest. It's actually more difficult after that. I passed the 70th floor in a single day, but I was defeated after the 70th floor. Lin Ling broke through too late, not to mention that there are still the 8 heavenly kings above him. All of the disciples stared at the Star Sea Pagoda. At this moment, more and more people gathered to watch. Among them were a massive number of secret disciples. They were all geniuses that were about to participate in the Moon Guard level examination, but they didn't need to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda. And because of this, they arrived with a lofty attitude. Lan Feng came, Zhua Mo also came, and there's also Tang Yu, this year's top-ranked geniuses. As the crowd saw these arrogant youths arrive, their eyes narrowed. But soon, they heard Zhua Mo's indifferent voice ring out, "The rankings are determined by the past. We have already surpassed Lin Ling, so don't compare us with Lin Ling." That's right, we are already preparing for the Moon Guard level examination, But Lin Ling is still rushing through the Star Sea Pagoda. What a pity! Lan Feng said with disdain. In the past, they had boarded the dragon boat with Lin Ling, but they had been heavily suppressed by Lin Ling. But during the disciple recruitment ceremony, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house, and they had only been supporting characters. This matter had made them feel incomparably humiliated, and they had always remembered it in their hearts. Of course, that was before. After 3 months of hard work, they firmly believed that they had surpassed Lin Ling. After all, they had the guidance of masters and cultivation resources. How could Lin Ling compare? Therefore, they came here to watch Lin Ling make a fool of himself, and even planned to humiliate him a little. Lin Ling is so pitiful. After offending Su Fan, he suddenly declined. Even his defeated opponent has now surpassed him. Many people secretly sighed and looked around again. They found that other than Su Fan's in-name disciples, the other 35 scholars' in-name disciples were all here. To them, the honorary disciples were like clouds in the sky. Moreover, the honorary disciples seemed to want to see Lin Ling challenge the Star Sea Pagoda. Or perhaps, they wanted to see the strength of the 8 heavenly kings. After all, the 8 heavenly kings were going to test the Moon Guard disciples, who were also their opponents. In the Star Sea Pagoda area, only the 8 heavenly kings are worthy of our attention. After the honorary disciples arrived, they said indifferently. As for Lin Ling, they didn't put him in their eyes at all. After all, if someone wanted to go through the remaining floors, it would take at least half a year. Moreover, that person was a top genius. If it was an ordinary person, they might not even be able to reach the top floor in a year. And Lin Ling only needed a day? This was simply a joke. After all, after the 70th floor, what was tested was a solid foundation. At this moment, Lin Ling easily arrived at the 69th floor. What appeared here was actually a golden-skinned elephant. Each one was as tall as a mountain and shone with a golden light, as if they were ancient demonic beasts. Their strength was also in the middle stage of the King Spirit realm. And each time, only one would appear, but it had the protection of a golden scale armor, so this golden-skinned elephant was extremely difficult to deal with. Even a middle-stage King Spirit realm genius wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Oh, there's a newcomer, but he looks very unfamiliar. Yes. Facing a golden-skinned elephant for the first time, he suffered. He thought it was as weak as a bronze-skinned elephant. Yes. Let's just watch the show. Exclamation point. The geniuses that appeared after the 70th floor were all famous among the Star Guard disciples. After all, they were all middle-stage King Spirit realm powerhouses. The golden-skinned elephant stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open. Then, it pounced towards Lin Ling. A terrifying thing happened. It had the speed of gold and was like lightning. It wasn't something the bronze-skinned elephant could compare to. Its speed, defense, and attack were all strong. No wonder it was a nightmare for King Spirit realm cultivators. A large number of gazes were on Lin Ling, waiting for a good show. However, at this moment, they heard a calm voice say, "In Star Ocean Pagoda, only the 70th floor can stop me. The others are not worth mentioning." Exclamation point. How arrogant. Exclamation point. The faces of the geniuses changed. For many geniuses, the 70th floor was the easiest, but this youth said it was the most difficult. The other floors were the most difficult, but this youth said it was the easiest. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? He moved. Exclamation point. At this moment, someone cried out in alarm. In the next moment, sword light flashed, and with a plop, the giant golden-skinned elephant fell to the ground. Its scale-like armor shattered, and it was actually split in two. As the dust spread out, the youth gripped his sword and continued forward. That's it? What? The eyes of the geniuses widened, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. In the past, when they faced the 69th floor, they had to struggle for 3 days or even longer. But this youth had instantly defeated them with a single sword strike. Just who was this youth? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent, not at all surprised. In the past, when he was at the early King Spirit realm, he was able to defeat late King Spirit realm cultivators. Now that he was at the Middle King Spirit Realm, there was no need to mention his strength. Everything was as he said. The only thing that could stop him in Star Ocean Pagoda was the 70th floor. Then he continued onwards. On the 68th floor, 3 golden-skinned elephants appeared. This was enough to cause any Middle King Spirit Realm genius to cower in fear. But they still couldn't block a single sword strike. On the 67th floor, it was still a single sword strike. On the 66th floor, the 65th floor, the 64th floor, the 63rd floor, and all the way to the 61st floor, a terrifying scene occurred. The skies were filled with golden-skinned elephants. Lin Ling felt as if he had arrived at a battlefield of monster beasts. At this moment, outside Star Ocean Pagoda, Su Fan and the others were speechless. The pupils of the 36 apprentice academies narrowed. They had thought that Lin Ling would spend a lot of time on the next floors, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so fast? He was simply cutting through all obstacles and bravely advancing. This caused them to suck in a breath of cold air. Moreover, they couldn't understand. After all, the 70th floor had already taken 9 days. According to common sense, the following floors should be even slower. How could they know that although Lin Ling's cultivation hadn't reached the standard, his strength was incomparably terrifying? The golden-skinned elephants simply couldn't stop him. Impossible. He must have had someone help him, or he must have used some underhanded method. After all, how could he deal with a Middle King Spirit Realm monster beast in a single move? Su Fan's expression was extremely ugly. Although Lin Ling was ascending the pagoda, he was actually slapping his face. Master, there's no need to be nervous. There are over 100 golden-skinned elephants on the 61st floor. Unless one is at the late King Spirit Realm or a genius like us who has the guidance of an apprentice academies, it's impossible for anyone to pass. Yes. Besides Su Fan, Zhuoremo flattered. He had thought that he had surpassed Lin Ling and that Lin Ling had become a joke. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling could still surprise him. Chapter 579. The Domain of the 8 Heavenly Kings. At this moment, on the 61st floor, the earth was shaking. Countless beasts were running around Lin Ling. It was a grand sight. There were fewer and fewer genius youths here, only a dozen or so. They looked at the blue-robed youth in the center, and their hearts became heavy. That youth was not afraid in the face of danger, and would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Such courage! However, that youth was facing 100 golden elephants, which was equivalent to facing 100 King Spirit Realm geniuses at the same time. He did not take the initiative and was surrounded. There would be a bitter battle ahead. The Elephant King has moved out, 100 elephants gallop. Suddenly, a genius youth said in fear. They saw the beasts that covered the mountains start to trample, turning into a sea of beasts that wanted to drown that youth. Flames of the great vermilion bird. At this moment, a cold voice came out of the mountain range. The blood-red flames seemed to have come from hell, and a dazzling light bloomed. No one could see clearly what happened. They only saw the flames, incomparably hot flames. Boom! As if the forbidden flames of heaven and earth had exploded, a deafening sound came out, and the entire floor shook slightly. The hearts of the genius youths trembled violently. They looked over, but there was no longer a herd of golden elephants. There was nothing but flames, and the youth in the flames was like a flame god, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. All the golden elephants were destroyed in one move. Silence! On the floor, the genius youths were speechless. Such terrifying strength, even the 8 heavenly kings were not as terrifying. As for outside Shanghai Pagoda, Zhuoremo and Lan Feng were still joking, but when the words came out of their mouths, they could not close them. Lin Ling. Veins popped out on Su Fan's face. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face every time, but he failed every time. Su Fan seems to be angry from embarrassment. The crowd looked at Su Fan and snickered. They knew that Su Fan had specially come to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself, but Lin Ling had disappointed Su Fan. Then, everyone looked at Shanghai Pagoda again, and their eyes focused again. No way, as we speak, Lin Ling passed the 60th floor and reached the 50th floor. How is that possible? The 60th floor to 50th floor is a test of martial arts. You have to face a wooden figure, and he passed it in the blink of an eye. Did he run? Or is he cheating? Lin Ling was too crazy. The frightening speed that he used to rush the tower appeared once again. It even made the other apprentice disciples frown. This Lin Ling seemed to have some ability. If this continued, it was very likely that he would become their opponent and compete with them for the Moon Guard rank disciple examination. The 60th floor to the 50th floor was a test of martial arts. Lin Ling had the memories of the limitless sword saint and his own martial arts comprehension, so he could easily crush them. The 50th level to the 40th level tested one's talent, and Lin Ling easily crushed it again. The 40th level and the 30th level tested one's willpower. And this was Lin Ling's strong point, so he easily passed it. Outside of Star Sea Pagoda, the crowd was numb. But the stone tablet at the entrance was constantly emitting light as record after record was broken. Lin Ling's name was actually recorded the most on the stone tablet. At this moment, those great figures that had left sucked in a breath of cold air, and once again turned their attention to Star Sea Pagoda. This Lin Ling, he obviously doesn't have a master to guide him, nor does he have any cultivation resources. How could his foundation be so solid? Great Sunchild had not cared about Lin Ling, but now he felt that this youth was difficult to deal with. Did this youth want to break the Star Sea Pagoda's record? He is truly worthy of being the descendant of the limitless sword saint. He never shines, but when he does, he amazes the world. Old Sword also looked at Star Sea Pagoda and couldn't help but laugh. The entire 7 Profound Martial House was paying attention. Although this did not mean that Lin Ling was the #1 talent of the 7 Profound Martial House, it did mean that Lin Ling was the one who had created the most records in Star Sea Pagoda. But before the 20th floor, the distance to the top of the pagoda was getting closer and closer. Countless people were nervous. After the 20th floor there are the 8 heavenly kings. They will not allow Lin Ling to surpass them, especially Tong Qianjin. If Lin Ling fails, then he will have to start all over again. But time will not allow him to start again. Many people thought in their hearts, but they were looking forward to it even more. In the distance, the last of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhuchen, had a pale face. He had not thought that Lin Ling had already surpassed him. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that he had stepped into the domain of the 8 heavenly kings. The 18th floor was the place where one's striking power was tested. The heavens and earth were dark, and there was only a single bronze door. When one reached this floor, it was as if they were in a dark space. Only by opening the door could they go to the next floor. There was only one person here, and that was the 7th ranked of the 8 heavenly kings, Gu Senkai. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged, not attacking again. This was because he had tried many times before, but had always failed. But now, if he failed again, then he would be driven out of Star Sea Pagoda and have to start all over again. This was not something that he wanted to see. But at this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded out, causing Gu Senkai to frown. Someone had actually arrived here. Was it the 8th ranked of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhuchen? "You're late, Zhuchen." Gu Senkai didn't even lift his head as he lightly said. However, the sound of footsteps continued forward, ignoring him. When he finally looked over, his complexion changed. The person who arrived was a youth that was even younger than Zhuchen. He wore a blue and white robe, and his face was handsome and otherworldly. He didn't even look at Gu Senkai. "It really wasn't easy for you to come here, but do you want to open the bronze door?" Gu Sensai's lips curled up. This was a new face that he had never seen before. But, to be able to reach this place, it must have taken a long time. Perhaps half a year or perhaps a year. Unfortunately, he had come here in vain. If you want to open the door, it's simple. Break it with your strongest attack and you can enter. Gu Senkai said again. His words were simple, but the truth was that he was hiding the dangers of the bronze door. This was because this was the door of true intent. If a martial artist didn't comprehend a trace of true intent, then their attack on the bronze door would be reflected. And because he didn't have true intent, he had failed countless times. Don't hesitate. Remember, you must use your full strength. Gu Sankai said again. He wanted to see a good show for the youth. If he used his full strength and received the reflection of the bronze door, the youth would vomit blood and return. Waterdrop sword. At this moment, the youth's indifferent voice sounded. His sword was like rain, colorful and dazzling. Rumble. The giant bronze door shook slightly, and the terrifying sword aura was reflected at the same time. It was actually more than the youth's sword aura. Although you won't die here, it will still be very painful to be stabbed by the sword. Moreover, you must have spent a lot of effort to reach the 18th floor. But if you fail, you will have to start all over again. Gu Sankai laughed loudly. This youth was indeed stupid. He only said one sentence and he actually attacked the bronze door. What a strange door. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Countless sword auras were slashing at him, forcing him to constantly dodge. But he faintly sensed the secret of the bronze door. Sword of Understanding. Shio. Like a thunderbolt, all the sword auras were cut off by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's sword heavily slashed on the bronze door, causing it to open with a rumble. As expected, it requires true intent. Lin Ling smiled. His sword of understanding had half a step into 40% true intent. He had succeeded. Not far away, Gu Sankai couldn't laugh anymore. He had spent a year to enter the Star Ocean Pagoda, but he was stuck here. Yet, this immature youth had succeeded with a single sword. Moreover, he wanted to see the youth's performance, so he didn't remind him. But now, the youth had given him a silent slap. Chapter 580. 9 Monolith Formation Rumble. The door slowly opened. Lin Ling did not hesitate and was about to step in. Wait, how did you open the door? Don't go in. You won't be a match for the other heavenly kings even if you go in. It's a waste. Let me in. Go. Gu Sankai could no longer sit still and shouted. Lin Ling glanced at him and didn't bother to pay him any more attention. He continued forward. Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want to die? Gu Sansai's face turned cold as a tyrannical aura erupted. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and abruptly turned around. Say that again? Go. Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want to die? Go. Gu Sankai was stunned for a moment and said the same words again. Moreover, he was furious. In the Star Ocean Pagoda, there was actually someone who dared to provoke him, one of the 8 heavenly kings. Then you can scram. Lin Ling was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. The sword in his right hand extended and heavily stabbed into the ground. Sword moves mountains and rivers. A surging sword aura erupted and ripples bloomed, causing Gu Sansai's pupils to constrict. He did not expect this young man to be so strong. Wait, who are you? Gu Sankai kept retreating. He sensed that Lin Ling's sword had a strange power. It was very terrifying, causing him to panic a little. I can open the bronze door and you didn't even notice the reason. No wonder you were blocked here. After saying this indifferently, Lin Ling used cloud soaring steps and a sword of understanding slashed across Gu Sansai's neck. At the critical moment, a light flowed out and brought Gu Sankai out of the Star Ocean Pagoda. Gu Sankai was eliminated. Outside the Star Ocean Pagoda, Gu Sansai's body appeared. His face was incomparably ugly. He was eliminated. If he wanted to return to the 18th floor, he obviously did not have enough time. This caused him to pound his fist on the ground, extremely regretful. Gu Sankai, why were you eliminated? Lin Ling should have caught up to you. Why didn't you stop him? In the distance, an honorary disciple recognized Gu Sankai and asked. Lin Ling. Gu Sansai's eyes narrowed. That youth should be Lin Ling. He had heard of this name before. Previously, when Zhu Chen and Lin Ling fought, he wasn't present. Even if he had been present, he might not have remembered. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling's strength had become so strong. I lost to him. Gu Sankai gritted his teeth and said. Su Fan immediately cursed. Lin Ling had also reached a critical moment. If he was eliminated, Lin Ling would have to start all over again. At that time, there would not be enough time. So he wanted the 8 heavenly kings to stop Lin Ling. But who would have thought that one of the 8 heavenly kings would also be eliminated? How shameful! You still want to compete with us? Many nominal disciples said disdainfully. Only they dared to mock Gu Senkai, which made him feel even more humiliated. The 8 heavenly kings might not be as strong as us, but they won't be much weaker. Lin Ling can actually defeat Gu Senkai? Among the nominal disciples, Tang Yu frowned slightly. In the past, the youth was above her, but even after becoming a Star Guard disciple, his strength didn't fall behind by much. What's so strange about that? The 8 heavenly kings are disciples from 2 years ago. Naturally, their strength won't be much weaker than ours. However, it's still easy for us to defeat them. Moreover, Lin Ling only defeated one of them. Lan Feng smiled faintly. Don't forget, we are stronger than them because we have the guidance of a teacher and a large amount of cultivation resources. If they had it too, then the result might not be the same. Tang Yu said unhappily, causing Lan Feng and Zhuamo's expressions to turn ugly. This proud daughter of the Tang Empire was still speaking up for Lin Ling. So fast, Lin Ling has already reached the 10th floor. As they spoke, the surrounding Star Guard disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was truly terrifying. If he were a veteran disciple, then this wouldn't be surprising. But Lin Ling had only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months. Moreover, his starting point was very low, and he didn't have the guidance of a teacher. For him to reach such heights was truly admirable. The 8 heavenly kings will stop him. It is said that the top few heavenly kings are at the late king spirit realm. A disciple beside Su Fan said with a smile, causing Su Fan to nod. At this moment, on the 10th floor of Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling's figure quickly passed through. His lips curved up in a smile. Star Sea Pagoda was really good. Wandering here, Lin Ling had obtained great benefits. Not only had his cultivation reached the Middle King Spirit Realm, but he had also comprehended 20% of the true meaning of clouds. He had also awakened many of Limitless Sword Saint's memories, and was now even more familiar with the 7 Profound Martial House. These benefits were significant. What left him speechless was that when Limitless Sword Saint was 4 years old, his father had left him here and let him wander by himself. By the time he was 6 years old, Limitless Sword Saint had already treated the Star Sea Pagoda as his back garden. Before long, Lin Ling had reached the 9th floor. There was no one here, but it was actually easy to wander. It tested one's defense, and one had to face the impact of the sea. It was said that if one didn't have a solid foundation at the Middle King Spirit Realm, then anyone would be washed away. Of course, this was very simple for Lin Ling. His foundation was the most solid in the 7 Profound Martial House, so he simply didn't need to defend. When the flames erupted, even the sea would burn. This sort of progress left those watching dumbfounded. They even suspected that Lin Ling had cheated. But the 8th floor was a bit more difficult. This was the 9 Palaces boulder array, and it tested a genius ability to deduce martial arts. When Lin Ling arrived, he found himself in the middle of the chessboard of heaven and earth. The chessboard was as vast as a mountain, with layers upon layers. The ground was crisscrossed, and it was extremely mysterious. This was the 9 Palaces boulder array. It was said that there was only one path that led to the end. As for the other paths, if one made a single mistake, then one would be struck by the 9 tribulations thunder of the boulder. It could even damage the king elephant and cause its cultivation to plummet. This was the most terrifying part. After all, if one failed and was sent out, then at most they could start all over again. But if they failed, then they would be struck by the 9 tribulations thunder and their cultivation would plummet. This was not something that anyone wanted to see. Hey, someone's coming. It's not Gu Senkai, and it's not Zhuchen. It's Lin Ling. There were 4 people in the 9 Palaces boulder array, and they were blocked here. They were the 8 heavenly kings, Ouyang Liushang, Yang Shan, Qiu Maoyan, and Tong Qianjin. Obviously they were stronger. They were ranked 3rd to 6th, so they were able to go further. Of the 4, only Tong Qianjin and Ouyang Liushang recognized Lin Ling. The former knew that Lin Ling had provoked him last time, and he was still brooding over it. As for the latter, the black-clothed, long-legged girl, she was curious about Lin Ling. Go back the way you came. Yang Shan, who was ranked 4th, did not recognize Lin Ling, and immediately shouted coldly. Dragons did not cohabit with snakes. How could he allow a newcomer to step into their circle of 8 heavenly kings? How shameful! Gu Senkai and Zhu Chen were actually surpassed by a nameless junior. How ironic. Newcomer, scram before we get angry. Qiu Maoyan also shouted coldly. It was a critical moment now, and she did not want to be surpassed by others. Only Tong Qianjin did not chase Lin Ling away. Instead, he sneered, "Interesting. You're not bad to be able to reach here. However, why did you not dare to fight me like a mouse when I challenged you to a duel last time?" Chapter 581. All of you get lost. You should leave. Not everyone can come here. If you take a wrong step, the 9-boulder tribulation lightning will strike and cause your cultivation to drop. Ouyang Liushang advised. She was afraid that Lin Ling didn't know the danger here. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the complex array. Memories rose in his mind. In reality, this was the Yin-Yang 9 Palaces array. It was more complicated than the ordinary 9 Palaces array. If Lin Ling wanted to deduce it, it wouldn't be difficult. However, after he obtained the memories of the limitless sword saint, it made the deduction easier. He glanced at the 4 and found that Yang Shan was the fastest. He was already in the front half. Qiu Maoyan and Ouyang Liushang were in the middle. Only Tong Qianjin was at the back. Staring at Ouyang Liushang, who reminded him, Lin Ling found that the girl's legs were long and slender. Her legs were wrapped in a thin black muslin. It was extremely alluring. Nodding at her kindly, Lin Ling walked towards Tong Qianjin. Last time, when I defeated Zhu Chen, you said I relied on luck. If Zhu Chen used his strength to suppress me, I would definitely lose. Now, try using your strength to suppress me. Sword of the Heart, Lin Ling said as he walked. At the same time, his sword slashed out. The sword light was like a dragon. After reaching the middle stage of the King's Spirit Realm, any one of his slashes was extremely terrifying. What? Yang Shan and the other 2 narrowed their eyes. They had already warned Lin Ling to get lost. Who knew that this youth not only didn't leave, but instead took the initiative to attack. He was extremely magnanimous. He didn't hide anything or act pretentious. He just didn't like Tong Qianjin, so he attacked. You're courting death. Tong Qianjin's expression became indifferent. Lin Ling dared to attack him. He simply didn't know his limits. He extended his palm. A golden light flashed and appeared in his palm. It was a square golden boulder. The ground shook at this moment. It was obvious that the boulder was very heavy. Qianjin was an expert in the field of martial arts. Weight was also a terrifying power. It was said that this kind of martial artist didn't need to practice any techniques. With a casual punch, they could split the ground and change the color of the sky. Rumble. A palm containing terrifying weight slammed towards Lin Ling's sword. Then, the matrix of the 9 palaces of the monoliths shook. However, under everyone's gaze, the giant golden stone palm was cut apart. Not good. Tong Qianjin's expression changed. He raised his right hand and saw that it was dripping with blood. It had been cut off by a sword. How could you possibly break my jack? You've reached the mid-stage of the King's Spirit Realm? Tong Qianjin's face was unsightly to behold. Then his pupils constricted as he realized that Lin Ling's cultivation base had increased. As for the other 3 heavenly kings, their eyes trembled. They had thought that Lin Ling was a nameless junior, but now Lin Ling had injured Tong Qianjin with a single strike. This strength was terrifying. Didn't you say that you could defeat the 3 intelligences? Where is your strength? Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light as he slashed out once again. It was still a sword of the heart, but this time, it was even more dazzling. I was just careless. Do you really think you can defeat me? 10,000 Jin body. Tong Qianjin coldly snorted as his aura erupted. Cracks actually appeared on his body. It was extremely strange. Only those who were familiar with him would know that these cracks were caused by the weight of his body. Tong Qianjin had used his innate king body. Million domain. He slapped out with both palms. Circles of ripples bloomed as a terrifying million weight appeared. The weight was like the earth, controlling thousands of lives. And at this moment, the sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness as if it was cutting through the heavens. The weight and the sword light fiercely collided. But in the next moment, Tong Qianjin's body trembled as he realized that within his million domain, a sword light was slashing towards him. It actually ignored his weight domain. It's the true meaning of the sword. In the distance, Ouyang Liushang's expression changed. Last time, when Lin Ling and Zhu Chen fought, it was a competition of sword techniques. She had no idea that Lin Ling had comprehended the true meaning of the sword. Shua. Wherever the sword light passed, blood splattered. Tong Qianjin snorted as he retreated to another array in the 9 palaces of the rocks array. He coldly stared at Lin Ling and was extremely cold. You dare to injure me? You said that I was like a rat. Then aren't you like a rat now? Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent as he took another step and slashed out with his sword. Rumble. This sword caused a change in the 9 palaces of the rocks array. A rock-like thunderbolt descended and heavily smashed onto Tong Qianjin's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the sword slashed out, causing him to be heavily injured. My cultivation. Tong Qianjin's face was filled with fear. He was repelled by Lin Ling and walked into the wrong array. And Lin Ling's sword drew out the 9 palaces of the rocks, causing the king elephant in his dantian to be injured, causing his cultivation to fall. You dare to be so overbearing and tell me to scram? Lin Ling slashed out again. Wait. Tong Qianjin anxiously shouted, but it was still too late. The sword once again drew out the 9 palaces of the rocks, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The king elephant in his dantian cracked, causing his cultivation to fall to the early stage of the king's spirit realm. The current you doesn't have the qualifications to say that you can defeat 3 intelligent people with brute force. Lin Ling coldly said. Last time, when he was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, Tong Qianjin was disdainful of him, thinking that he could crush Lin Ling because of his high cultivation. But now, Lin Ling was at the mid-stage of the king's spirit realm, while Tong Qianjin's cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the king's spirit realm. You crippled me? Tong Qianjin hated Lin Ling to death because he no longer had the qualifications to be one of the 8 heavenly kings. After all, his cultivation had fallen, and there were many Star Guard disciples who were stronger than him. Are you still not going to scram? Do you want me to slash you to the heavenly spirit realm before you scram? Lin Ling shouted again. Lin Ling! Tong Qianjin roared angrily. In the end, he slapped his own forehead and took care of himself before being transported out of the Star Sea Pagoda. Only this way would he not continue to lose his cultivation. But even so, he was filled with regret. Tong Qianjin disappeared, and the remaining 3's pupils constricted. They couldn't say anything. Lin Ling, they'd all heard of this name before. He was just a newcomer, but they completely didn't expect that in just 3 months, Lin Ling would already have the strength to shake the 8 heavenly kings. What do you want to do? Yang Shan's expression became serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. Both of you scram. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the 2 and spoke in an icy voice. These 2 wanted him to scram from the beginning, so he wouldn't give them any face and would also drive them away in a domineering manner. You want us to scram? Qiu Maoyan was startled for a moment before speaking in a sharp voice. If you don't scram, then you will lose your cultivation. Lin Ling coldly replied, causing Yang Shan and Qiu Maoyan's hearts to fiercely tremble. When they thought of Tong Qianjin's fate, they also became somewhat fearful. If their cultivation dropped, would they still be the 8 heavenly kings? Would they still have the qualifications to compete for the position of a Moon Guard disciple? Haha, just deliberately mystifying things. If you can touch me, then I'll try. Don't forget, this is the 9 palaces of Boulder's formation. Yang Shan suddenly sneered. Qiu Maoyan suddenly thought of something and also sneered. Chapter 582. Chase them all away, Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. You attacked Tong Qianjin earlier because he was closer to you. Yang Shan and the rest are already in the front half of the 9 palaces monolith's formation. If you attack, you will attract the 9 tribulations thunder. Ouyang Liushang said softly. She knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here and didn't know the terror of the 9 Palaces monolith's formation. Hehe, do you understand? Trash, come, attack me if you have the ability. He better take care of himself. Be careful not to take a wrong step and attract the 9 Tribulations' thunder. At that time, his cultivation will regress and all his previous efforts will be wasted. Yang Shan and Qiu Emolian laughed in disdain and then continued to deduce. Thank you. Lin Ling ignored their words and smiled at Ouyang Liusheng. That girl gave him a good impression, at least she wasn't high and mighty. As for Yang Shan and Qiu Emolian, if they minded their own business, Lin Ling wouldn't bother with them. But since they took the initiative to cause trouble, then Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid of them. It's just the 9 Palaces yin-yang formation. Lin Ling stepped out and slowly walked forward. Be careful, Ouyang Liusheng warned, but then she was shocked. Lin Ling's casual step didn't attract the 9 Tribulations' thunder. What was going on? When she came here for the first time, she took 3 days to deduce when she took the first step. Could it be that Lin Ling was lucky? But then her Hongyan mouth couldn't close because in her eyes, the blue and white-robed youth walked forward slowly and was getting closer and closer to her. What kind of freak was this? Ouyang Liusheng's heart trembled fiercely. Then she collected her thoughts and continued to deduce. Finally, she decided to take the next step. She hesitated for half a month for this step. She should succeed. Her slender jade legs stepped out. Her delicate feet were wrapped in black muslin and she was about to take a step to the left. Your feet are very beautiful, but the purple nail polish suits you better. Also, that step is wrong and will attract the 9 Tribulations' thunder. At this moment, the sound of a smile came into her ears, making Ouyang Liusheng's beautiful eyes congeal. Turning around to look, she was immediately horrified to discover that the youth had already come behind her. She had spent 3 months of hard work to get here, but the youth had caught up to her in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Moreover, he had reminded her that that step was wrong. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that she was dreaming. Thank you. Ouyang Liusheng blushed. Although the young man behind her was younger than her, and it was not the first time she heard someone praise her legs, but when it came from the young man's mouth, she still felt shy. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled and walked in another direction. As for Ouyang Liusheng, he knew that this girl had the most perfect legs out of all the girls he had ever seen. Moreover, he had a feeling that this girl's legs were very powerful. Alright. Ouyang Liusheng nodded and subconsciously followed Lin Ling. Afterwards, she discovered that Lin Ling was very familiar with the 9 Palaces of the Monolith's array, easily taking over a dozen steps. This made her say in surprise, could it be that you have come into contact with the 9 Palaces of the Monolith's array before? Perhaps I have. It was when I was 4 years old. Lin Ling smiled and thought to himself, Senior Wuji came here when he was 4 years old, and his memories were passed on to me, so I can be considered to have come here when I was 4 years old. Ouyang Liusheng smiled, naturally treating Lin Ling's words as a joke. Walking and not walking, retreating and not retreating. Being indecisive and blocking the path, what martial path are you talking about? Gradually, Lin Ling caught up to Qiu Molian, and his cold voice sounded at the same time. He didn't give this heavenly king any face. What, you caught up to me? Qiu Molian's body trembled. He turned around and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The youth who was still at the starting point was now only a step away from him. How did this youth do it? Not only did I catch up to you, I'm going to chase you out of here. Lin Ling's voice was cold and carried boundless dominance. It was as if only he and Ouyang Liusheng could exist here, and no one else was allowed to stay. Even the 8 heavenly kings were no exception. In the world of geniuses, great waves washed away the sand. Even if Lin Ling didn't eliminate others, others would eliminate Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't have any petty kindness. You want to chase me away? Do you know how much time I spent coming here? Do you know how long I prepared for the Moon Guard level exam? You want to chase me away with just one sentence? You have the right. Qiu Molian's ugly face was extremely gloomy at this moment. I know you spent a lot of time and effort, but why do you tell others to scram when they catch up to you? Is it because you feel that you spent a lot of effort so you don't allow others to surpass you? Scram. Lin Ling's expression was cold as he slashed with his sword. Rumble. This slash wasn't very powerful, but it attracted the 9 boulders tribulation lightning and smashed towards Chiu Malyan. Impossible! Chiu Malyan roared. She was about to go crazy from anger. Why was the 9 boulders tribulation lightning targeting her and not Lin Ling? Boom! The 9 boulders tribulation lightning smashed down, damaging Chiu Malyan's cultivation. Then, another bolt smashed down, reducing her to the early stage of the King Spirit realm. My cultivation! Chiu Malyan's face was extremely pale. She was also crippled. If you don't scram, you'll be worse than trash. Lin Ling shouted coldly, causing Chiu Malyan's expression to twist. In the end, he self-detonated his cultivation and also left Star Sea Pagoda. There's one more. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked ahead and continued forward. This guy is very familiar with the 9 boulders formation. Could it be that his ability to deduce martial arts is very strong? At this moment, Yang Shan's heart was trembling. He didn't pity Chiu Malyan's cultivation for the great drop. Instead, he was shocked by Lin Ling's familiarity with the 9 boulders formation. If Lin Ling led him, then he would have a chance to charge even higher. Wait, you lead me forward. Yang Shan shouted. There was only one path to the finish line. If he followed Lin Ling, then he would absolutely succeed. Ha, before, you wanted me to scram. Lin Ling laughed contemptuously. I didn't know you were so fierce and familiar with this place. But now, I take back my words. You don't need to scram, just lead me to the finish line. Yang Shan laughed, as if he could see himself at the peak of Star Sea Pagoda. It was said that those who reached the peak could even see the 7 profound martial house master. Are you sick? As he was pleasantly surprised, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out, causing Yang Shan to be stunned. This youth was calling him sick? You originally wanted to drive me away, but then you saw that I was a little useful, so you immediately wanted me to lead you away. Don't you think you're sick? Or do you think I owe you something? Lin Ling said again, then shook his head. I'm sorry. Not only will I not lead you, but I will also drive you away. You dare? Yang Shan's eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. Shua. The sword light cut down. It didn't seem powerful, but it mysteriously caused the 9 tribulation thunder to fall. Yang Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared, Lin Ling, you dare to frame me? Your cultivation is good, late King Spirit Realm. However, I don't like people whose cultivation surpasses mine, so get down here. Lin Ling cut down again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 583. While Storm in the past, he was able to laugh at thousands of Star Guard level disciples because he was at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm. But now, the method he was so proud of was gone. You're crazy! Yang Shan was so angry that he almost went mad. If it weren't for the 9 palace array, he would have killed Lin Ling. However, he didn't dare. He couldn't attack as he wished like Lin Ling, so he could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Scram. Yang Shan shouted again, causing Yang Shan's eyes to narrow. He had finally dealt with himself and was sent out of Star Sea Pagoda. They've all failed. Ouyang Liushang stared blankly at the scene in front of her, unable to react. Her competitors had all been eliminated, and the one who had done this was a newcomer that had only been a Star Guard level disciple for 3 months. Let's go. Next is the Will Storm. Lin Ling's expression was calm, without any pride or complacency. This was because he knew that what was stopping him was the last level, the Will Storm. There, any martial arts experience or foundation would be useless. The only thing he could rely on was his willpower. The remaining 2 heavenly kings should also be there. Shio, shio, shio. At the same time, outside Star Sea Pagoda, several figures appeared, causing the surroundings to fall silent. The 8 heavenly kings, Gu Senkai, Tong Qianjin, Chiu Malyan, Yang Shan, these geniuses that had always occupied the top of Star Sea Pagoda had all appeared outside. The crowd was in a daze. They thought that the 8 heavenly kings would block Lin Ling, but who would have thought that they would all be eliminated by Lin Ling? All of this was like a dream, as if it was all a dream. There must be someone helping him. It must be Sword Elder, otherwise how could he have rushed into the top 10 and eliminated so many geniuses? Sword Elder, oh Sword Elder, in order to win, you're willing to do anything. In the silence, Su Fanshue's angry roar sounded out. After Lin Ling had been blocked on the 70th level, he had continued to advance bravely. This made Su Fanshue furious, and he thought it was impossible. Are you talking about me? However, just as he finished speaking, a sword filled with killing intent hung above Su Fanshue's head. His pupils constricted as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Sword Elder had arrived. Su Fan, don't talk nonsense. Slap yourself 3 times. At this moment, another aged voice rang out. This person seemed to be punishing Su Fan, but in truth, he was also saving Su Fan. It was none other than Great Sun Child. Pa. Su Fan understood. Without another word, he slapped himself 3 times. Then he looked at the newcomers with fear. He realized that Elder Jian was here, as was Elder Virokana. Furthermore, it seemed that many of the ancient experts of the 12 Elders Xian were here as well. These ancient experts had come because of Lin Ling. At this moment, he no longer had the right to be arrogant. He could only be reduced to a Star Guard disciple. As for the other disciples, they were all silent. Their hearts were pounding like thunder. So many big shots had arrived. This Lin Ling is a little interesting. He reached the 10th floor in 1 day. However, although I won't help the Sword Elder, I still have to say something fair. Even the 12 of us, the Xian Elders, can't help in the Star Sea Pagoda. What we rely on is the martial artists themselves. An Elder Xian lightly said. His body exuded a faint light, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. But his words had already made it clear that Lin Ling had relied on himself to reach this point. To reach the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days, how fierce! This is the first person in the 7 profound martial house to date. Another Elder Xian said as he looked at the stone tablet in front of the Star Sea Pagoda. On the stone tablet, a massive number of Lin Ling's names appeared. These were the miracles that Lin Ling had broken through. The words of praise from the several elders Xian undoubtedly caused the other disciples to be jealous. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling was stronger than them, it at least showed that Lin Ling's heart and foundation of martial arts were much more solid than theirs. This was not what they wanted to see. It's too early to be happy. The moon has already risen. If it hangs in the sky, then it will be over. It's hard to say whether or not Lin Ling can reach the 99th floor. Elder Virokana coldly sneered. Yes, he may have defeated the 8 heavenly kings, but he's still an arrow at the end of its flight. Another Elder Xian said. He seemed to have a good relationship with Elder Virokana, so he spoke up for him. You've spoken enough nonsense. What a pity, every time you fail. As an Elder Xian, it's better to be steady and not make a fool of yourself in front of the juniors. Elder Sword narrowed his eyes and said. Elder Virokana's complexion turned ugly, but he didn't say anything else. Indeed, they had always thought that Lin Ling would fail, but Lin Ling had succeeded every time. So, their words of pride were the same as slapping themselves in the face. The moon is getting higher and higher. Sakura looked at the sky, his heart a bit nervous. If there was more time, he believed that Lin Ling would absolutely succeed. But Lin Ling didn't have much time left. Then, the 12 Elder Xians used their mysterious martial arts to open the first level. Clouds drifted in the sky, and the scene of the first level appeared. The entire 7 profound martial house was paying attention to the Star Sea Pagoda. But at this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He led Ouyang Liushang all the way up, cutting down all obstacles. Finally, he reached the first level, which was also the last level. If he succeeded, then he would become the first genius of the 7 profound martial house to use 10 days to break through the Star Sea Pagoda. He would create the first record of the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling, you are so fierce. Your foundation is incomparably solid. I believe that besides those at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm, no one else is your match. Ouyang Liushang had been following Lin Ling and had witnessed Lin Ling's terrifying strength. She couldn't help but admire him. In her heart, she was curious. Just how did this youth cultivate? He didn't have a master to guide him, nor did he have any cultivation resources, so how could his foundation be so solid? Besides those at the peak of the king's spirit realm? Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, but didn't say much. In his heart, there were some words that he didn't say. Even if it was someone at the peak of the king's spirit realm, he didn't fear them. Then the two of them talked. Ouyang Liusheng didn't plan to enter the last level. She knew that it was very difficult. If she failed, then she would be eliminated. At that time, she wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in the Moon Guard level examination. Come on, my big brother is also inside. I believe that you will succeed. Ouyang Liusheng said, giving her blessing. Lin Ling was surprised, but then he nodded. He pushed open the door and stepped out. The first level appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying vortex appeared. It was like the eye of the heavens, indifferently looking at everything on the floor. But here, it was like a void. There was only a terrible storm blowing. Well, storm. Here, it wasn't a test of strength or boundary. What it tested was one's will. That was why it was called the will storm. This was the most terrifying floor. So far in the 7 profound martial house, there were no more than 10 people that had ever stepped onto this floor. Most of the geniuses that had ventured here had stopped here. This was because the requirements for willpower were very high. This was a place that could tear apart a person's soul. Willpower was illusory. It was innate, but it was also cultivated. For instance, some people were born with outstanding willpower and would not retreat in the face of death. But some people were born with weak willpower. But because they had experienced great events in their lives, such as the destruction of their family or humiliation, they had been reborn and tempered, and their willpower was incomparably tenacious. Chapter 584. Declaration of Will? Well, someone's here. The two looked back and were startled. In their minds, of the Star Guard level disciples, only the two of them were proud sons of heaven. The other geniuses didn't have the qualifications to appear here. Even facing a secret disciple, they had enough confidence and disdain. After all, although a secret disciple had the guidance of a master, they didn't dare to venture into the Star Sea Pagoda. If one were to compare, a secret disciple was like a noble, and they were like a commoner. Everything had to be fought for. He's younger than us. Iron Yen, it seems that the student has surpassed the master. One of the youths said. He has courage. But whether or not he can catch up to us will depend on his strength. The other youth said and then shouted, Little brother, this is a will storm. You must take one step at a time, otherwise it will tear apart your soul. Not only that, but a powerful soul force won't be of much help here. The most important thing is willpower. Thank you. Hearing these two, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. These two were the first and second-ranked heavenly kings of the 8 heavenly kings. But compared to the other heavenly kings, they were more open and honest. My name is Iron Yen. My name is Ouyang Feiyang. The two youths greeted each other. Then, Lin Ling didn't hesitate and reported his name. You're Lin Ling, the one who caused such an uproar when you first came to the 7 profound martial house. It really is better to meet you in person. You want to challenge Master Su Fan and Elder Great Sunday. You don't have much time left. Fierce. I thought this was a joke, but I didn't think that you would come here. So, I have to cheer for you. In the past, I had the opportunity to enter Master Su Fan's courtyard, but because I didn't give him a gift, that old ghost rejected me. So, I'm looking forward to seeing you slap him. The two youths laughed heartily. I'm also looking forward to it. Lin Ling also laughed. These two youths were bold and carefree, and had left a good impression on him. Then, Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He stepped forward. Rumble. A terrifying storm came, tearing at Lin Ling's soul, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. His body was fine, but his soul was trembling. We can't lose to little brother. When the wind blows, the clouds soar, and the might of the sea returns home. A brave warrior will guard the 4 directions. The moment Lin Ling took a step forward, Tai Yen let out a loud roar. His heroic words accompanied his step as he took a step forward. But outside of Star Sea Pagoda, all was quiet. Countless eyes looked up at the clouds in the sky and sucked in a breath of cold air. The three of them were indeed top-notch Star Guard-level disciples. In the face of the willpower storm, they actually dared to recite poems. If you want to resist the willpower storm, you can only resist it with your willpower. They seem to be talking big, but they are actually declaring their willpower. Elder Xian said indifferently, nodding his head approvingly at Tai Yen. Star Guard-level disciples were like commoners. They didn't have any apprentices to guide them, but commoners had their own pride. Moreover, the three of them seemed to be rushing through Star Sea Pagoda, but the truth was that they were ridiculing the honorary disciples. After all, honorary disciples had the guidance of apprentices and also the cultivation resources rewarded by the martial house. But would they dare to rush through Star Sea Pagoda? Especially apprentice Master Su Fan. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Before, Ouyang Feiyang had said that because he hadn't given a gift, apprentice Master Su Fan hadn't become an honorary disciple. To say this in front of so many people would undoubtedly cause him to lose face, and even cause others to question his ability. These three people are overestimating themselves. They will all die in the willpower storm. Su Fan coldly said. The willpower storm targeted the soul, so if they failed, their soul would collapse and they would die without a doubt. Many Elder Xian nodded. Up until now, there had been no more than 10 people that had succeeded in the 7 profound martial house. This showed just how terrifying the willpower storm was, and one of them was the current martial house master. They've taken another step forward, and Lin Ling's speed is very fast. He's almost catching up to Tai Yen and Ouyang Feiyang. At this moment, a disciple cried out in alarm. They saw that in the vortex of the willpower storm, 3 figures stood tall like mountains. But Lin Ling had unexpectedly caught up, and was gradually catching up to the 2. What a terrifying willpower! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's Lin Ling had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Then, they saw Ouyang Feiyang also take a step forward. Lin Ling, you're fierce. You've actually caught up to me. But I will not admit defeat. A young man's heroic spirit, befriending 5 heroes. Liver and gallbladder holes, hair standing up. A heroic voice sounded out. Ouyang Feiyang took a large step forward, and once again overtook Lin Ling. Only Tai Yen frowned, and his body trembled. He wanted to take another step forward, but he seemed to lack the courage to do so. Obviously, in this battle between the 3 of them, he had been defeated. However, there were still many people cheering for them. These were all Star Guard-level disciples. No matter what, today was the day that these Star Guard-level disciples would become famous. After all, today's Star Sea Pagoda adventure had attracted the attention of countless seniors. As for the noble-like honorary disciples, their faces turned ugly. This dazzling light actually did not belong to them. Lin Ling, you can do it. Ouyang Feiyang, you must pass the first floor. Then, the crowd saw Lin Ling take another step forward and catch up to Ouyang Feiyang. This made many Shen elders nod secretly. No matter how talented this Lin Ling was, his martial arts heart and willpower were extremely firm. His future achievements would not be weak. I've surpassed you, Ouyang Feiyang. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was trembling, and even his soul was trembling. However, he forced a smile on the corner of his mouth. This made Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yen smile bitterly. This little brother was indeed terrifying. But soon, Lin Ling's gaze was no longer on Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yen. He looked at the Heaven's Eye vortex in front of him. In his heart, he knew that the one he wanted to surpass was not Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yen, but the Heaven's Eye vortex, the willpower storm. Bang! Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had surpassed them even more. A terrifying tearing force attacked, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn red. At this moment, his soul condensed and turned into a pair of eyes, resisting the willpower storm. However, the willpower storm had 1,000 years of history. Lin Ling's foundation was still too weak. Pa. His soul was torn apart, and Lin Ling's bones were broken. His body was bleeding profusely. Don't be too hasty. You must take one step at a time, Ouyang Feiyang said worriedly. Lin Ling was too crazy. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Ling took another step forward. This madman. Tai Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling risked his soul to take another step forward. Did he not want to live anymore? Madman, a typical madman. At this moment, outside the Star Ocean Pagoda, there was silence. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so crazy. I don't have much time left, Lin Ling said indifferently. He took another step forward. This time, he risked his life to take 3 steps forward. Plop. Then he knelt down on one knee. His soul was blank, as if it would disappear with the wind at any moment. His willpower was also beginning to blur. Die, you overconfident trash. Chapter 585. Reach the summit, it's too late. The moon will soon reach the middle of the sky. Lin Ling has lost. Great Sunchild also said coldly. The other disciples were also gloating. They naturally didn't want to see Lin Ling's name once again shake the 7 profound martial house. Only the Star Guard disciples were cheering for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not only proving himself, but also winning glory for the common disciples. But all of this seemed a bit reckless. Lin Ling had left in too much of a hurry. The consequences would be unimaginable. Willpower was also a mysterious strength. It was just that it was very difficult for an ordinary person to control this strength. Until now, very few people had been able to display this strength to the extreme. But Lin Ling wasn't the person with the most terrifying willpower. He was also aware of this. Those people with terrifying willpower lived by martial arts. In their hearts, besides martial arts, there was nothing else. They could abandon their family, friends, and even loved ones. If killing their loved ones could increase their strength, then they wouldn't hesitate to kill their loved ones. This was something that Lin Ling couldn't do. Lin Ling's willpower was tempered through hard work. In the Ancient Yen sect, he had to face the entire sect. In the Fire Ancient clan, he had to face being swallowed up by the other ancient clans. In Cloud Sea City, he had to be drawn into the vortex of time. All of this had been supported by his willpower. He had never given up. But now, the will storm wanted to tear apart his soul. How could he give up? In his life, there was no such thing as giving up. His kneeling right knee was lifted up with great difficulty. At first, it was slow, but gradually it became steady and powerful. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He looked at the mysterious vortex in front of him and clenched his teeth as he stepped forward. My chest is filled with clouds, and I will reach the peak, and all the mountains are small. A heroic voice floated out from his mouth, echoing throughout the Star Sea Pagoda. It was like the voice of the highest heavens, spreading out layer upon layer. Everyone's pupils shrank. Before, they had heard Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan's declaration of will. But now, they heard Lin Ling's declaration of will. To use a declaration of will to resist the will storm, this was a confrontation of the heart of martial arts. But, under countless gazes, the young man who was kneeling on one knee stood up once more. He took a step forward, and his figure vanished into the vortex. At the same time, the bright moon in the sky had reached the middle of the sky. Pure white moonlight sprinkled down like snow, shining on everyone's body. However, no one paid attention to the moonlight. They were all looking at the top of the pagoda in shock. There, a slender figure finally appeared. He had broken through the first level of the Star Ocean Pagoda in 10 days. Success! The bright moonlight shone on the youth at the top of the pagoda. At this moment, the youth emitted a dazzling light. Rumble! At the same time, the Star Ocean Pagoda began to sway. The stone tablet beside the pagoda began to emit a light that soared into the heavens, and a large number of words began to appear. Lin Ling has become the 10th disciple to pass the first level. Lin Ling, in 10 days he has broken through the Star Sea Pagoda and created the #1 record in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling, countless records were broken, which made the surroundings even more silent. There was no doubt that Lin Ling had left a beautiful mark among the Star Guard level disciples. Perhaps this mark would be passed down among the Star Guard level disciples for thousands of years. He actually succeeded. Master Su Fanxue clenched his teeth. The uncomfortable feeling in his heart was indescribable. He had come here to watch Lin Ling make a fool of himself, but now he had to watch as Lin Ling climbed to the top step by step, creating the #1 record. Old Sword looked deeply at the youth at the top of the pagoda. At this moment, he seemed to see Di Wuji of the past. His descendant had finally raised the banner of the 7 profound martial house. This was the clarion call for a counterattack. Countless people were silent, their hearts shocked. Although breaking through the first level did not mean that Lin Ling was the strongest, it showed that Lin Ling's potential was the most terrifying. He was above the tens of thousands of Star Guard-level disciples. Over the years, there have been many geniuses that have broken through the 99th level. But there are very few that have broken through the first level. You have succeeded. At this moment, a light bloomed in the sky. A vague figure soared in the sky, as if he were the ruler of the world. At the same time, not only the Star Ocean Pagoda, but even the entire vast 7 profound martial house was shaken. They knew who that figure was. It was the current martial house master. Sure enough, after breaking through the first level, the martial house master will appear. The crowd was shocked. He came. Old Sword, Sakura, and the others frowned. This person was the one that they had to surpass, and also the old enemy of their D bloodline. He was the disciple of the previous generation's martial house master. He was Di Wuji's older brother. His surname was Di, but now he had changed his surname to Tian. All around, there was silence. Even the 12 Xian elders felt a thick pressure at this moment. You can obtain a reward, any reward. In the sky, that calm voice floated out, but it carried with it an infinite majesty. At the top of the pagoda, the youth stood tall like a mountain. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. His handsome face looked up at the sky, his eyes constantly flashing. This scene was extremely eye-catching. It was as if the ancient martial house master and the new rising genius were taking turns. The king. Lin Ling, what great courage. Facing the martial house master, he can actually remain so calm. Zhua Emo, Lan Feng, and the other geniuses that had been trying to trample Lin Ling under their feet all felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Lin Ling had succeeded and created the first level record in the Star Ocean Pagoda. Not only that, but just by looking at Lin Ling's current momentum, even if they didn't want to admit it, they recognized Lin Ling's courage and courage. From another perspective, Lin Ling was still above their heads. Martial House Master? A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. The man in the sky was very vague, and no one could see what he looked like. Perhaps it was because he was too far away, but there would be a day when he would overtake the Martial House Master and see his appearance. I want a scabbard, Lin Ling calmly said. The Martial House Master said that he would agree to any request from Lin Ling, but Lin Ling only wants a scabbard? The crowd's pupils shrank. This Lin Ling was wasting too much of an opportunity. For instance, if Lin Ling wanted to become the Martial House Master's disciple, then the Martial House Master would probably agree. What an interesting youth. On a distant mountain peak, a mysterious black-clothed person was quietly watching. Her crescent-like eyebrows were slightly raised, as if she were looking down on the world. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This person was the black-clothed leader that he had threatened when he had come to the 7 profound martial house to save Di Zichuan. This person seemed to have been paying attention to Lin Ling. Not only that, but he had an attitude as if he were evenly matched with Lin Ling. Scabbard. In the sky, the martial house master asked in a puzzled voice, "You don't want anything else?" "No need. No need. Ever since I became a Star Guard level disciple, I have become accustomed to relying on my own strength. I don't like relying on others, and I don't like owing others favors," Lin Ling lightly said, causing the hearts of those below to tremble. Lin Ling was truly arrogant. It seemed that he didn't want any reward from the martial house master. As for the secret disciples, their complexions were a bit ugly. Lin Ling's words were also mocking them. They had the guidance of masters and cultivation resources, but so what? Lin Ling hadn't used anything. He had relied on himself, and now he had created a Star Sea Pagoda record. Then what scabbard do you want? The voice in the sky sounded out again. Chapter 586. Kill me? Speak. Speak. The voice in the sky was icy cold. Scabbard, stabbing north. Calm. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth, causing many people to be puzzled. What sort of scabbard was this? This time, the martial house master was finally silent. He finally understood Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling did not want his reward, he only wanted to take back what was his. This was a very arrogant disposition. Even in the face of a powerhouse like him, he would not lower his head. And that thing did not belong to the martial house master. The scabbard stabbing north was a very nostalgic item. It was his junior apprentice brother's scabbard. He didn't think that someone in this era would still remember it. This youth was likely his junior apprentice brother's descendant. Di Wuji, I didn't think that the proud and arrogant you would actually have a descendant. Not only that, but you were able to pass down your favorite stabbing north. This degree of pampering had already surpassed your first disciple, the Vermilion Bird divine martial artist. Did you bring him to the 7 Profound Martial House to take revenge? I can give it to you. But did you come to the 7 Profound Martial House to challenge me? Speak. In the sky, a black scabbard flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling caught it, and the voice in the sky sounded out again. That's right, I came to trample you beneath my feet. Speak. As he took the scabbard, Lin Ling faintly smiled. His eyes blazed as he looked at the sky. His light voice floated out again. Beneath the Star Sea Pagoda, there was a deathly silence. There was only the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this youth, their hearts shaking. This youth really dared to speak. Moreover, he dared to speak in front of the martial house master and trample him beneath his feet. This was too domineering. Did he not know that the martial house master could destroy him with a single finger? What a fierce mind. He knows that the martial house master does not dare to move against him. Speak. But the 12th Elder Xian's eyes flashed. Lin Ling was very courageous, but that did not mean that he was brave without strategy. He had spoken his purpose because he knew that even if the martial house master was enraged, he would not dare to move against Lin Ling. This was because this would affect the martial house master's prestige. As expected of my second brother. That's right, we'll all trample you beneath our feet. Just at this moment, Sakura's heroic voice sounded out. His target was also the prefecture lord. Countless gazes looked at Sakura and then looked at Lin Ling, who was at the top of the pagoda. They were no longer surprised in their hearts. No wonder they all wanted to surpass the prefecture lord. It was because they were all members of the D clan, the bloodline of the previous prefecture lord. Very good. However, if you want to surpass me, you're still too weak. To me you're like ants. In the sky, a calm voice resounded. Maybe Lin Ling and Sakura made him dissatisfied, but he wasn't angered because they were merely 2 little ants. All of you, take care of yourselves. After leaving behind another sentence, the dark clouds in the sky churned and the mysterious figure disappeared. Since you dare to challenge him, you have courage. Unfortunately, you can't see yourself clearly. In the distance, the mysterious black-clothed man let out a disdainful sound and then disappeared. Ignoring everyone's opinion, Lin Ling looked at the scabbard in his hand. This scabbard was very big, like a piece of wood. It was the favorite item of Senior Wuji in the past, and he had taken it back today. And this was just the beginning. Lin Ling would take back everything that the prefecture lord had taken away from him. I'm not used to carrying a scabbard, but the tyrannical song sword and piercing north are together. Taking down the sword on his back, Lin Ling put it back into the scabbard. At the same time, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He knew that the tyrannical song sword had increased its power and even changed its form. The fusion of the sword and scabbard even made Lin Ling feel that the tyrannical song sword was letting out a joyful sound, as if it had seen an old friend. Putting the sword back on his back, Lin Ling jumped down from the Star Ocean Pagoda. Bang! A dull sound rang out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Then, countless gazes looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling. You've succeeded, but don't be complacent too early. The bet that day was to become a Moon Guard disciple, and now you only have the opportunity to take the test. Elder Great's son-child lightly said. In fact, she had never placed Lin Ling in her eyes. After all, the 7 profound martial house didn't have many things, but there were many geniuses. Lin Ling, at best, was a relatively fierce talent of this year. But she hadn't thought that in just 3 months, this youth would be able to walk the same road that others walked in a year. This result had exceeded her expectations. That's right, I only have the opportunity to take the test. But I'm a bit tired today, so I plan to take the Moon Guard rank test next year. Lin Ling looked at Elder Great's son and suddenly said with a faint smile. What do you mean? My bet with Elder Sword was 3 months from now, and you actually dragged it out until next year? Are you giving up? Elder Great's son-child frowned, coldly shouting. The crowd didn't understand what Lin Ling meant. After all, Lin Ling already had the qualifications to take the test, so why would he drag it out until next year? Because I'm tired, it's that simple. Also, I have the qualifications to take the test. This means that I can take the test at any time. It doesn't have to be 3 months from now. Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. Then you have violated the rules of my bet with Elder Sword. That means you have admitted defeat. Elder Great's son-child sneered. Rules? Then let me ask Elder Great's son-child. You sent people to kill me, did you violate the rules? Yes. Lin Ling took a step forward, calmly saying. Although his words were calm, his momentum was overbearing, as if he didn't fear Elder Great's son-child. Kill you? Elder Great's son-child's pupils shrank. In her bet with Elder Sword, if Elder Sword lost, then he would have to give up the position of Elder Xian. Therefore, she hoped that Lin Ling would continue the bet and would not send people to kill Lin Ling. After all, she would win. But now Lin Ling was being hunted down. Su Fan. Elder Great's son-child coldly looked to the side, causing Su Fan's face to turn pale. Although he also wanted Lin Ling to die, he still knew the severity of the situation. At this time, how could he dare to kill Lin Ling? I really didn't, he's talking nonsense. Nonsense? Su Fan kept waving his hands. Lin Ling sneered, You didn't? When we were in the Green Sky region, you sent 5 Moon Guard disciples to kill me. This matter is known by the entire Green Sky region. Do you need me to find someone to prove it? Nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling took another step forward with a murderous look on his face. Since he broke the rules, then kill him. If he dies, then I will continue the bet. After all, you broke the rules first. Nonsense. Kill me? Nonsense. Su Fan's face turned even paler. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards him, he immediately took a step back. Moreover, because of panic, he fell to the ground with a putong sound. His embarrassing appearance made many disciples gasp. This is the highly respected 36 students? He was actually scared out of his wits by Lin Ling alone. Although they knew that Su Fan was not afraid of Lin Ling, but Elder Great Son-child, they still found it funny that a dignified Great Son-child would lose face like this. Lin Ling, don't you dare slander me. Chapter 587. Extortion, it's Taiyuezhen, it must be him. Damn. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes turned and pushed the blame to Taiyuezhen. Regardless of whether Taiyuezhen ordered people to kill Lin Ling, he had to sacrifice Taiyuezhen now. At this moment, Taiyuezhen's face was ashen. He was the one who did it, so he immediately felt guilty. Moreover, he thought that his plan was perfect. If Lin Ling died, there would be no evidence, and no one would know that he was the murderer. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling was not dead, and even more did not expect that Lin Ling would be so difficult to deal with. He dared to raise conditions at this time and force Elder Sun Tong to kill them. Whether he admitted it or not, in order to let Lin Ling continue to gamble, Elder Sun Tong would choose a scapegoat to appease Lin Ling's anger. Without a doubt, this person was him. Looks like it's you who did it. How dare you ruin my plans? Die! Elder Sun Tong looked coldly at Taiyuezhen, and a terrifying aura erupted, wanting to kill Taiyuezhen. Wait, I didn't say that they must die. Die! At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing Elder Sun Tong's face to turn ugly. Previously, Lin Ling refused to gamble again, so she wanted to kill 1 or 2 ants to satisfy Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling said that he did not want to kill them. Was he playing with her? Actually, you can do it lightly. For example, spend money to avoid disaster. Give each of them 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, and the matter of chasing them will be written off. Lin Ling said indifferently. It was actually very simple for him to kill Tai Yuezhan, but it was useless to him. It was better to increase his strength and extort some money. Moreover, if Tai Yuezhan really wanted to kill him, he would do it himself. After all, with his current strength, Tai Yuezhan might not be his opponent. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, you don't want to rob? Su Fan roared subconsciously. Even he could not take out this amount of money in a short period of time. One had to know that Lin Ling only needed 100,000 spirit crystals to refine the true fire pill, and that was already very expensive. Therefore, 1,000,000 was very terrifying. From another perspective, he could nurture more than a dozen King Spirit Realm experts. So you don't want to give it to me? Could it be that in your heart, Great Sun Elder's bet is not worth 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals? Lin Ling was not in a hurry and said with a faint smile. Don't twist the truth. Su Fan gritted his teeth. This Lin Ling's mouth was too powerful. It was like a sword. No one is allowed to interrupt my bet with Jian Lao. Not to mention 1,000,000, even if it was 10,000,000, it would still be worth it. Great Sunchild said coldly. It was indeed worth it. After all, if Sword Elder lost, he would have to give up the position of Elder Xian. How could the position of Elder Xian not be worth 10,000,000? 10,000,000? 10,000,000 then. Lin Ling chuckled again. His words caused Su Fan and Tai Yuezhan's faces to instantly turn pale. They had the urge to vomit blood. 10,000,000? Perhaps they had never spent so many resources on cultivation in their entire lives. This Lin Ling was so cunning, he actually took the opportunity to raise the price. 1,000,000, I'll give it to you. Su Fan finally endured the pain and said, if he didn't give it to him, with Lin Ling's fierce temper, he would really extort 10,000,000. Both of you will give it to me. A total of 2,000,000 middle spiritual crystals. Lin Ling said again, causing Su Fan and Tai Yuezhan's hearts to fiercely tremble. This Lin Ling was so ruthless. Second brother is indeed the successor of Di Wuji. When Sakura saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This made Sword Elder beside him also shake his head and laugh. Lin Ling, this little guy is really vicious and merciless. Alright, I'll give you the money, but I hope the bet will continue. Also, don't forget the promise. If you lose, Jian Lao will give up the position of Elder Xian. Great Sunchild didn't care about Su Fan's bleeding. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said. Then his gaze landed on Jian Lao. With so many people watching, even if Jian Lao wanted to go back on his words, he wouldn't be able to. Don't worry, I'm not like you. My skin is as thick as a city wall. I will do what I say. But you, after you lose, don't forget my 3 slaps. Jian Lao naturally wouldn't back down. He coldly sneered. Good, I'll be waiting for you. Let's go. Go. Great Sunchild looked at Lin Ling with a deep gaze, and finally waved his hand. The rest of the people left one by one. But as they looked at Lin Ling, their hearts were shaken. They didn't think that a newcomer of only 3 months would be able to set off a monstrous wave in the 7 profound martial house. Not only that, but he had also created the #1 record in the Star Sea Pagoda. Lin Ling, you won't be proud for long. Leave. Su Fan also left, coldly threatening Lin Ling. But in exchange, Lin Ling disdainfully said, fuck off. Scram. With just a single word, a single sentence, he, a dignified 36 apprentice, had once again lost his dignity. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling was the first person to reprimand an apprentice. Lin Ling, you're still a newcomer? As for the Star Guard level disciples, they were still looking at Lin Ling as if they were in a dream. They didn't think that in a short 3 months, this youth would become the #1 Star Guard level disciple. Especially the 8 heavenly kings, Gu Senkai and the others, Their faces were distorted. They had been eliminated by Lin Ling, and their hearts were filled with resentment. They had wanted to find Lin Ling to settle accounts, but now they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Not to mention whether they could defeat Lin Ling. Even if they could, would they dare to move? Ha, little brother, you're fierce. At the Star Sea Pagoda, Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yen had both appeared. Now that the time had come, they didn't need to rush through the first level. Also, they had the qualifications to be a Moon Guard level disciple. And the ones with the qualifications were 4 people: Lin Ling, Ouyang Feiyang, Tai Yen, and Ouyang Liusheng. Looking at the 4 people, Yang Shan, Tong Qianjin, and the others' eyes were spitting fire. They had prepared for a year to enter the Star Sea Pagoda, but they had failed at the crucial moment. And the one who had been eliminated was Lin Ling. Suddenly, they regretted. After all, if they weren't so high and mighty, perhaps Lin Ling wouldn't have eliminated them. There are still 3 days left. Lin Ling, do your best. No matter what, I will always be behind you. The Sword Elder looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then he left alone. After all, with so many people watching, he could not secretly help Lin Ling and leave a topic for others to gossip about. Moreover, he believed that Lin Ling would not disappoint him. Thank you, Sword Elder. Lin Ling replied politely. Sword Elder didn't say much, but he supported him without any complaints. Therefore, he couldn't lose. Then, Lin Ling smiled at Sakura and Ouyang Feiyang, and left with Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and Tai Yin. After all, he didn't know much about the Moon Guard level exam, so he wanted to ask Ouyang Feiyang and the others. On a mountain peak, all of Lin Ling's friends were gathered. They were all looking at Lin Ling. Second brother, are you confident in the Moon Guard level exam? Sakura couldn't help but ask. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than 2 months. He didn't know how strong Lin Ling was, but he knew that Lin Ling's strength was at the top among the Star Guard level disciples. It's still hard to say. After all, I don't know how the exam is going to be. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He was still calm. Chapter 588. A genius that came out of nowhere. The 7 profound martial house is so vast. Although there seems to be a clear hierarchy, the truth is that there are many uncertainties. For instance, a Moon Guard disciple might not necessarily be stronger than a Star Guard disciple. Tai Yen said. How is that possible? Long Xiaochen immediately said in surprise. According to his guess, a Moon Guard disciple should be above a Star Guard disciple. It was impossible for them to be weaker than a Star Guard disciple. I also thought it was impossible at first, but you missed a few points. First, many Moon Guard disciples have succeeded through the back door. For instance, they have received a gift from their domain, or they know some ancient powerhouses or have illustrious family backgrounds. Second, true geniuses like to start from the bottom and take 1 step at a time. Therefore, although they don't seem to be Moon Guard disciples, the truth is that because they have cultivated for a long time, their combat strength has already surpassed many Moon Guard disciples. For instance, the 36 Academy's secret disciples. As far as I know, several of them have been secret disciples for 3 years. The reason they haven't become Moon Guard disciples is because they want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ouyang Feiyang said. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He agreed with Ouyang Feiyang's words. Indeed, there were strong and weak Moon Guard disciples, but that didn't mean that a Star Guard disciple was necessarily weaker than them. Those secret disciples that had cultivated for 3 years in the academies were naturally stronger than many Moon Guard disciples. With this division, Lin Ling had an approximate guess in his heart. First, a Star Guard disciple was equal to a common disciple. They had the qualifications to enter the Star Sea Pagoda. Second, a secret disciple could enter the Star Sea Pagoda at any time, but they had to build a solid foundation. Third, a Moon Guard disciple. This was the division of the 7 profound martial houses disciples. A Star Guard disciple was the lowest level. This year, there were only 4 people participating. But a secret disciple was like a noble disciple. There were over 100 people participating. Perhaps they hadn't entered the Star Sea Pagoda, but in terms of strength, they were absolutely stronger than a Star Guard disciple. I know a few freaks that are very fierce. They are twice as strong as me. Ouyang Feiyang said again. You are already the first of the 8 heavenly kings, and they are twice as strong as you. Long Xiaochen sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, with the guidance of a master, a secret disciple's strength was truly fierce. That's why it's not easy to become number 1 on the martial stage. It depends on luck. Anyway, we Star Guard disciples are the weakest. Less than 3 can become Moon Guard disciples every year. Tai Yen sighed as well. Don't worry, we still have 3 days. Just do your best. Lin Ling didn't feel as much pressure as they did. After all, venturing into the Star Sea Pagoda was a test of his martial arts foundation. But in truth, he still had a lot of strength that he hadn't revealed yet. A registered disciple? I'm looking forward to their challenge. Everyone spoke a few more words, and then they separated one after another. They made use of the 3 days of cultivation to strive to increase their strength by a bit. Second brother, you can do it. You have already created a record in the Star Sea Pagoda, and your name has already shaken the 7 profound martial house. You must pass the Moon Guard rank examination and create another record in the 7 profound martial house. Before leaving, Di Jichuan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. After that, Sakura also smiled. Second brother, what ranking do you intend to obtain in the Moon Guard ranking test? If I don't want to fight, then I'll fight for first place. Lin Ling raised his eyes and faintly looked at his brothers. Sakura and Di Jichuan were stunned for a moment, and then they laughed. This brother of theirs was always full of confidence. After everyone left, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. He didn't know how strong a registered disciple was, so he could only try his best to enhance his own strength. At the same time, the more than 100 registered disciples of the 7 profound martial house were also bitterly cultivating, quietly waiting for the time when their accumulated strength would be released. Yi Cheng, what is the perfection of your Yellow Springs 9 nether hands? In a mountain range, flames soared into the sky. This was one of the mystical lands of the 7 profound martial house. Every day, earth fire would soar into the sky, causing many people to avoid it. But at this moment, in the middle of the flames, a figure was sitting cross-legged, enduring the burning of the earth fire. It was extremely terrifying. Scholar, my Yellow Springs 9 nether hands has reached the 5th perfection. A confident voice sounded out from the cave, causing an old man outside the cave to nod with satisfaction. 4th grade talent king body, peak king spirit realm, and in addition to that, you've cultivated a king step martial art to 50%. This Moon Guard level examination is your time to shine. Remember, if you don't fight, then you must take first place. Yes, scholar. When you can enter the top 3, then I will officially accept you as my disciple. I'll win. Obviously, this was a registered disciple that was highly valued by the scholar, and the Moon Guard level examination was the time for him to soar into the sky. Junior apprentice brother Linghu, you're so annoying, don't touch me there. At this moment, on the other side, a handsome and confident youth was holding a gorgeously dressed woman's arm as they walked forward. His hands were restlessly touching her everywhere. This was the area of the Moon Guard level disciples. It was a lively and bustling street, but he was wearing the robes of a Star Guard level disciple. Linghui, you dare to steal my woman. At this moment, several figures chased after them from behind, causing the entire street to become silent. That arrogant Star Guard level disciple was going to suffer. That's because you're a piece of trash. You can't even keep an eye on your own woman. You deserve to be cuckolded. The youth was not afraid at all, still holding the woman in his arms as he strode forward. You're courting death. Several Moon Guard level disciples were instantly enraged and strode toward the youth. Dazzling light fist, dazzling chaos. The youth smiled faintly and stopped in his tracks, releasing a terrifying aura. The formless light fist was dazzling to the eyes. It was as if he had thrown out 20,000 punches in a single breath. Bang, bang, bang. Several Moon Guard level disciples were sent flying and fell to the ground. Fist marks appeared on their chests, dazzling as if they had been branded by fire. Looking at the youth again, his fists were flickering with red light and emitting white smoke, as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Moon Guard level disciple? The youth smiled disdainfully, then continued forward with the woman in his arms. What terrifying strength! A Star Guard level disciple defeated a Moon Guard level disciple. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying genius! He must be an in-name disciple. After all, only in-name disciples could be so powerful with the guidance of an apprentice. He's Ling Hui, one of the top 10 in-name disciples. It's said that he always finishes his opponents in a single move. This year's Moon Guard level exam is going to be interesting. The crowd discussed animatedly. The same thing was happening in the 100 territories. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were surrounding a young girl, all of them revealing their killing intent. Why did you kill our Iron Deer country's king? These cultivators were all at the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm, and there were even a few ancient cultivators at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. Domineering heavenly palm. The young girl smiled faintly. Her seemingly thin and weak palm struck out, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Domineering and magnificent. Rumble. Nearly 100 King Spirit Realm cultivators were killed in a single move. Even the ancient cultivators at the peak of the King Spirit Realm were injured. If you want to blame someone, blame your king for being too perverted. Since you dared to tease me, you should count yourselves lucky that I didn't kill you. However, the Moon Guard level exam is coming soon, so I have to go. Chapter 589. Blazing Sun, Sparrow's son, what a terrifying genius. He's only at the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm, but he's already invincible. He's definitely from the Rainforest Sacred Land. The remaining elders at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm looked extremely fearful. Was that still a young girl? That was a little witch. Geniuses appeared one after another. Some of them cultivated for 3 years, some came out of seclusion under the guidance of masters, and some returned from training in the 100 realms. Without a doubt, the Moon Guard exam was their time to shine. At the same time, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. He currently had 2 million mid-grade spirit crystals, so he didn't lack the resources to break through to the next realm. However, the Moon Guard exam was too short, and he had just broken through in the Star Sea Pagoda, so it wasn't suitable for him to break through again. However, he could stabilize his mid-stage King's Spirit Realm. Therefore, during this period, he planned to increase the power of his martial arts. Tyrannical Song Sword. Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, causing the Tyrannical Song Sword to disappear from the ground. The Tyrannical Song Sword was still fusing with the scabbard, piercing north. He still needed some time. After my king body reached the level of 5 motifs true fire, I haven't been able to sense the characteristics of the king body. Now I can increase my comprehension of fire. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and then his body disappeared from the mountain peak. Lin Ling went through the Star Sea Pagoda again. With his current strength, it was easy for him to go through 99 levels in a day. In the Star Sea Pagoda, a large number of cultivating geniuses were shocked when they saw Lin Ling quickly pass through. Was that blue-robed youth the one who broke the Star Sea Pagoda's record? Right now, Lin Ling has become our Star Guard representative. I hope he can win glory for us in the Moon Guard exam. However, compared to the 10 rising stars of the in-name disciples, Lin Ling's foundation is still a bit weak. Husan, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll beat you up. Anyway, my idol is Lin Ling. No one can blaspheme him. All of the geniuses began to discuss amongst themselves. It had to be said that after Lin Ling created the first miracle, his reputation in the Star Sea Pagoda region had greatly increased. He had already surpassed the 8 heavenly kings of the past. And at this moment, Lin Ling once again arrived at the first level. The willpower storm was still wreaking havoc there, but after coming here once, Lin Ling no longer feared the willpower storm. Using the willpower storm to improve my understanding of fire, Lin Ling muttered to himself as he sat down cross-legged. Blood-red flames blossomed from the surface of his body. These were the flames of the vermilion bird. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling was like a statue, and within his dantian, the two king elephants grew even clearer, emanating an ancient aura. The vermilion bird was one of the four spirits. Its body was covered in flames that would never be extinguished. It possessed an exuberant vitality. Blood-red flames danced in Lin Ling's heart. He could faintly see the birth of the vermilion bird, its prosperity, and its fall. The will of fire? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could vaguely feel an indescribable concept. The instinct to control fire, several realms, the concept of fire, the great concept of fire, the true meaning of fire, the resonance of the heavens and earth. Lin Ling constantly spoke. These were his former understandings of fire. Suddenly, he looked up at the willpower storm in front of him and stepped forwards. He arrived at the top of the Star Sea Pagoda and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. He didn't know why, but the vermilion bird within his body seemed to want him to come beneath the blazing sun. As for why, he didn't know. The flames of the vermilion bird have already gained sentience. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He could feel that his vermilion bird already possessed the will of fire. This was a will that originated from ancient times. The Pentamati True Fire allowed me to possess a fifth-grade king body as well as 50% of the true meaning of fire. But if I want to increase the heat of the fire by another 10%, that will be very difficult. Lin Ling looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, his eyebrows furrowed together. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. The flames of the sun. That's right, if he wanted to increase the power of the vermilion bird's flames, he would have to reach the level of the Pentamati True Fire. But, besides this condition, it seemed that he could absorb other flames, such as the flames of the sun. In the past, he had cultivated the second generation of the Fire Ancient Clan's flame techniques. Among them, the 8,000 burning flames absorbed the fire of the heavens and earth, greatly increasing the power of his flames. But now, the vermilion bird's flames wanted him to look at the blazing sun. Could it be that it wanted him to absorb the flames of the sun? The flames of the sun are terrifying. They can burn all things in the world. If I can borrow them, then the vermilion bird's flames can be displayed to the extreme. Lin Ling's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In terms of the true meaning of sword, he wasn't the strongest. But in terms of the true meaning of fire, he believed that he wouldn't lose to any other fire attribute martial artist. After all, this was the martial Tao that he had been bitterly cultivating. This was also his Tao of fire. Stretching out his right hand, a blood-red flame floated out. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He was comprehending the flames of the sun in the sky, allowing the flames of the sun to fuse with the vermilion bird's flames. One day passed quietly, but the vermilion bird's flames in his hand didn't change much. At this moment, below the Star Sea Pagoda, countless eyes were watching. They were secretly surprised. What was Lin Ling doing? The second day passed quietly, and the flames in Lin Ling's hand still didn't change. Those Star Guard rank disciples gradually left. They were just curious, but when they saw that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any changes, they didn't have the patience to continue watching. The third day arrived quietly. In the early morning, everything was quiet. From the east, a wisp of purple light shone over and gradually fell on Lin Ling's body. It made Lin Ling's body, which was like a stone sculpture, move slightly. All of a sudden, he had a trace of understanding. He actually saw the vermilion bird's flames in the light of the blazing sun. Blazing sun, vermilion bird sun. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He didn't know why he called out this name, but he knew that he had succeeded in borrowing the flames of the sun. Countless rays of light rushed towards Lin Ling's right hand, causing the flames in Lin Ling's hand to quietly change. At first, it was a blazing sun as big as a stone mill. Then, it continued to absorb the sunlight in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. Gradually, Lin Ling seemed to be holding a blazing sun. That blazing sun was terrifyingly hot. It was so dazzling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. What a terrifying flame power! With the vermilion bird's flames as a guide, it can absorb the flames of the sun. It is indeed worthy of being called blazing sun, vermilion bird sun. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered with excitement. This could be considered the first true intent of fire martial art that he had comprehended. Absorbing the flames of the sun had increased the vermilion bird's strength to 60% or even 70% of the true intent of fire. What is that? What a terrifying sun. There is a person holding it up under the sun. Is that a martial art? Although it was early in the morning, there were still some hard-working geniuses who came to the Star Sea Pagoda. At this moment, they were all looking at the top of the Star Sea Pagoda in shock. Then, they heard a faintly discernible voice. Blazing sun, vermilion bird sun. Rumble. At the top of the pagoda, that slender figure actually slapped the sun towards the Star Sea Pagoda. Was he crazy? Rumble. A terrifying force erupted. The blazing sun that was 100 meters in size was slapped towards the Star Sea Pagoda by Lin Ling, causing the entire Star Sea Pagoda to tremble. Even the ancient city walls began to crack. This was a solar storm. Sorry, the update was late. I had to work overtime today. Moreover, I caught a cold and felt dizzy. Sorry for the long wait. Today's update will be added tomorrow. Chapter 590. Dragon Mountain Tournament. The Star Sea Pagoda was one of the symbols of the Seven Profound Martial House. It was also the most sacred place for Star Guard level disciples. But now, this ancient pagoda was actually cracking. The power of that blazing sun was terrifying. Not good. Is the pagoda going to fall? The crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly moved out of the way, but then they discovered that the Star Sea Pagoda was still standing. It was truly worthy of being called an ancient war tool. But before long, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because a crack had spread from the top of the Star Sea Pagoda to the ground. The crowd was silent, unable to speak. They looked at the figure at the top of the pagoda, but that person had already disappeared. What a fierce will of fire! At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the mountain peak. He couldn't help but smile with joy. Before the Moon Guard level examination began, he had finally raised another card in his hand. And that move was very fierce. He was confident that even if an early Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse were to face it, they would still be filled with hatred. However, the heavens and earth had their disadvantages. Blazing sun. The sparrow sun was terrifying, but its flaw was that it needed to absorb the sun's fire. If it was a cloudy day or night, then this move would be useless. Sure enough, borrowing the power of the heavens and earth is inferior to using one's own strength. There are limits to using it. Lin Ling shook his head. He waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword that was buried in the mountain peak rushed out. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword had returned to its former greatsword form, a heavy sword without an edge. However, Lin Ling sensed a terrifying power bursting out of it. After fusing with the scabbard, the tyrannical song sword has finally reached 40% sword true meaning. Lin Ling smiled once more. As he looked at the sword in his hand, the second boundary of the tyrannical sword manual rose up in his heart. Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens. Lin Ling raised his sword, and a terrifying sword intent gushed out, causing Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword to continuously expand. It actually turned into a huge sword that was over 100 meters long. This was 40% sword intent. In the past, the first boundary of the slow sword manual, Sword Moves Mountains and Rivers, was half a step into 40% sword true meaning. But now, Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens was an absolute 40% sword true meaning. What a sharp sword, unparalleled tyrannical overlord. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. Tyrannical Song Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens. Tyrannical Overlord Sword. Rumble. Soon, the sword in Lin Ling's hand slowly shrunk, and that world-shaking sword intent also disappeared. In the end, he didn't slash out because he knew that this slash was enough to cause the mountain peak to collapse. Right now, he didn't want too many people to know his strength. The test of the Lunar Guards hadn't reached a critical moment yet. It was better to keep a trump card for himself. Peak of the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm. 20% completion of the true meaning of cloud, 40% completion of the true meaning of sword, 50% completion of the true meaning of fire, as well as the blazing sunflame, Sparrow Sunday. As one of the honorary disciples of the 36 academies, I want to see just how strong they are. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. Unknowingly, he was getting closer and closer to becoming the prefecture lord. Second brother, it's time for registration, but you're still cultivating. At this moment, Sakra's voice came from below the mountain peak, making Lin Ling smile as he leaped down the mountain peak. The others also arrived one after another, including Ouyang Feiyang and his sister, Tai Yan and Long Xiaochen. Why do I feel like your aura has changed again? It's like a storm. Long Xiaochen sized up Lin Ling and couldn't help but say, "Is that so?" Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled, "You're overthinking it." He vaguely sensed that this was the resonance between his vermilion bird's flames and the sun's flames, forming a solar storm. I have the same feeling. Lin Ling, in these past 3 days, your strength hasn't increased, right? Ouyang Feiyang also stared at Lin Ling with a strange expression. Lin Ling was younger than him, but for some reason, he always felt that he couldn't see through this youth. My strength has increased a bit, reaching the peak of the middle stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Lin Ling said with a smile. It doesn't matter if your cultivation realm isn't strong, as long as your combat strength is strong, I don't know. However, there are many factors that affect a genius combat strength. Talent, king physique, martial intent, soul force, king stage martial arts, and so on. Therefore, cultivation realm is only the foundation, it still depends on how you perform on the spot. Sakura said, comforting Lin Ling. As far as he knew, there was a peak king spirit realm youth in this assessment. Although a genius could jump ranks to fight, it wasn't strange for a middle stage king spirit realm martial artist to defeat a peak king spirit realm martial artist. But the premise was that you weren't facing a peak king spirit realm martial artist. After all, even if you had a hidden card, so did your opponent. On this point, Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan had a deep understanding. Only they knew how strong the secret disciples were, especially the 10 rising stars. It was said that they had already been selected by the 36 apprentices. From secret disciples to direct disciples, that was only a matter of time. Second brother, as long as you can become the champion of the group stage, then you can become a Moon Guard disciple. So, good luck. Sakura didn't expect Lin Ling to take first place. He only wanted Lin Ling to take first place in the group stage. After all, he only had 60% confidence that he would be able to sweep away all the secret disciples. Then, everyone left together. This time, the Moon Guard disciple assessment was held at Dragon Lake. That was one of the most famous places in the 7 profound martial house. It was said that the first martial house master had created this ancient lake with a single punch. It had a sacred and inviolable reputation. Hey, Swordsman Su, you also came. Yes, I received an invitation from the 7 profound martial house, so I came to see the geniuses here. Although this is only a Moon Guard disciple assessment and cannot compare to the 7 profound heavens chosen list or the 100 territories genius competition, it is still a great competition where a hidden dragon rises from the abyss. Every year, if you can take first place in the assessment, then you will be able to enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list in the future. I'm looking forward to it. If I didn't know a master at the 7 profound martial house, then I wouldn't have come. At this moment, at the edge of the ancient Dragon Lake, a large number of martial artists had appeared. They were all martial artists from the rainforest's holy land. Each one of them was an existence that could not be underestimated in the 100 territories. Look, the disciples of the ancient Tao Martial Palace have also come. They are being led by an elder. That's nothing. The Great Sun Void Temple, Sky-Bearing Mansion, and the others have all come. On that mountain peak, every year during the Moon Guard Disciple Assessment, people from the other 6 major martial arts halls will come. Not only that, but there are many geniuses that come. They also want to see how the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house are. No wonder it's like this. I wonder who will be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and shake the rainforest's holy land. There were a large number of mountain peaks around Dragon Lake, and at this moment, there were people on those mountain peaks. These people were from the other 6 major martial arts halls. The rainforest's holy land had 7 major martial arts halls. Howling Sky Academy, Ancient Tao Martial Palace, Sun Moon Heavenly Gate, Central Martial Hall, Great Sun Void Temple, Sky-Bearing Mansion, and the 7 Profound Martial House. Each of these halls had an ancient history. I wonder who will be able to bloom with the most dazzling light this time. That must be the Blood King of the 10 Rising Stars, Xianxia. That's right, the champion will be none other than him. He is a native martial artist of the rainforest's holy land. Since he was a child, he knows more than anyone else. Within the 6 major martial arts halls, the genius disciples were all talking. Chapter 591. 155 talents to battle. The elders of the 6 major martial halls looked at each other and shook their heads. Blood King Xianxia, this talent was truly fierce. He hadn't even fought yet, but it seemed that he had already been selected as first place. The 7 Profound Martial House's 12th Elder Xian has arrived. At this moment, someone shouted out, causing the vast dragon lake to quiet down. In the distance, a giant white crane appeared, carrying a massive number of ancient powerhouses. Then, it stopped at a mountain peak. Then, the 36 schoolmasters also appeared. They all had smiles on their faces, as if they were waiting for their own disciples to display their dazzling brilliance. Elder Sword, your good luck has come to an end. In the silence, a smiling voice floated out from Dragon Lake. Countless eyes looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Elder Great Sunday. The 7 Profound Martial House disciples all had expectant looks on their faces. But the other martial artists of the 6 major martial halls were puzzled, but they soon learned everything. This bet is very interesting. I didn't think that this year's Moon Guard level examination would have such a prize. This is also a chance for us to see the strength of the 10 rising stars, and also add to the fun. But, if Elder Sword becomes a Moon Guard level disciple, then he won't lose. Elder Great Sun will be slapped 3 times, so Elder Sword will definitely win. You're too optimistic. You must know that the disciple participating in the bet is a Star Guard level disciple, and he has only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months. What? This is courting death. Elder Sword will definitely lose. The crowd was talking. Of course, they didn't pay much attention to the bet. After all, their eyes had all fallen onto the competition of the 10 rising stars. 155 disciples have arrived. At this moment, an old voice sounded out, causing Dragon Lake to be even more silent. Countless eyes looked over and saw that at the edge of Dragon Lake, the figures of 155 youths had appeared. Each of them was as fierce as a dragon or as fierce as a tiger. Their eyes were filled with confidence, and they even seemed to enjoy the feeling of superiority of being the center of attention. Out of the countless talented youths, they were the proud sons of heaven ranked 155. Therefore, they had the qualifications to be confident. Of course, everyone's eyes fell on the 10 rising stars. The so-called 10 rising stars were geniuses whose names had already shaken the 7 Profound Martial House. It was just that they hadn't participated in the Moon Guard level examination. They wanted to accumulate enough strength to amaze the world. How lively! Among the 155 people, Lin Ling's gaze swept over the surroundings. He was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that a mere test would attract so many people. There are so many people and all of them are powerful. There are geniuses on the 7 Profound Prodigy ranking, Sun Guard disciples, and even people from other martial arts halls. There are even people who have surpassed the Emperor's spirit realm. Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan said with serious expressions. Although this was not their first time participating, they were still nervous. So what? They've only cultivated longer than us. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ling remained indifferent and smiled calmly. Ouyang Feiyang and the other man looked at Lin Ling strangely. If they didn't know Lin Ling's background, they would have thought that Lin Ling had already taken the Moon Guard level exam. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Pervert. Lunatic. The two couldn't help but curse. Ouyang Liushang chuckled. Her big brother and Tai Yan had always been unconvinced by others. Now that they said this, it was obvious that they considered Lin Ling to be a genius on equal footing. This made her feel as if she were dreaming. Lin Ling had only been at the Seven Profound Martial House for 3 months, but the road he had walked had already surpassed many geniuses. Lin Ling helplessly rubbed his nose. In fact, he wasn't nervous at all. It wasn't that he didn't think that these powerhouses were fierce, but that he had obtained the memories of the limitless Sword Saint. In those memories, there was the terrifying 7 Profound Prodigy ranking tournament, and the 100 Territories Genius Tournament that had shaken the entire 100 Territories. It was said that the 100 Territories Genius Tournament was a competition between the 7 great martial houses' geniuses. The winner's name would shake the entire rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, see you in the tournament. Don't lose too quickly. Breaking the Star Sea Pagoda record doesn't mean your combat strength is strong. I'm looking forward to meeting you. At this moment, disdainful voices sounded out from not too far away. It was Zue Mo and Lan Feng. At this moment, they were much more low-key. Although they were at the top of this year's rankings, they weren't facing this year's geniuses. There were geniuses from last year, and the year before that. You don't even dare to taunt me loudly, and you want to surpass me? Lin Ling faintly smiled, his voice undisguised. Zue Mo and Lan Feng's pupils shrank, and they wished they could shrink back. This was because Lin Ling's words had attracted the attention of the other 100 geniuses. This Lin Ling had great courage. It was as if he wasn't afraid of becoming a thorn in their side. Don't be too proud. Zue Mo wasn't willing to be outdone. He shouted out in a low voice. You're sick? Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to speak with the two of them. His calm appearance made Tang Yue giggle. Although Lin Ling was a Star Guard disciple, he was like a common disciple. But no matter what, he would never lose his fighting spirit. He wasn't like Zue Mo and Lan Feng. Their mouths were fierce, but when they met other geniuses, they didn't dare to speak loudly. This was too shameful. What an interesting little fellow. The other geniuses looked at Lin Ling. They appreciated Lin Ling's humble attitude, but they didn't care too much. To them, Lin Ling was too young. At most, he would only be a first-round participant in the tournament. The Moon Guard level examination is about to begin. We are indebted to everyone for coming to watch. The 7 Profound Martial House would like to thank everyone. In the sky, the ancient voice sounded out once more. It was obviously the host of the tournament. The surrounding martial artists smiled. They had heard too much of the introductions, so they were looking forward to the following introductions. The host seemed to know everyone's urgency, so he didn't speak any more nonsense. The 155 geniuses will now be introduced one by one. First are the Star Guard level disciples. This year, there are only 4 of them. A Star Guard level disciple was equal to a common disciple. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that there weren't many of them. Their reaction was dull. After all, a Star Guard level disciple was at most a first-round participant. Only the Star Guard disciples were cheering for Lin Ling and the other 3. Many people shook their heads and smiled. This youth was really hot-blooded. Flying Legs Ouyang Fiang, 19 years old. Late-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 3 records in the Star Ocean Pagoda. Iron Fist Tai Yen, 19 years old. Late-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 2 records in the Star Sea Pagoda. The introduction was very detailed. This was to prevent the participating disciples from finding someone to replace them. Not bad, to be able to set 3 Star Sea Pagoda records. This flying kick Ouyang Feiyang is quite powerful. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Although the Star Ocean Pagoda did not represent one's strength, it represented one's potential. Over the years, many records had been created. It would be very difficult to create another record at this moment. That flying kick was able to create a record, so his strength was not simple. Next, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He knew that the geniuses of the 7 Profound Martial House all had their own names, but when had he ever been called Vermilion Bird? This caused Lin Ling to helplessly shake his head. He was afraid that the Sword Elder had given him this name to register him. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, 18 years old. Mid-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 208 records in the Star Sea Pagoda. He is the 10th person to break through the first level of the Star Sea Pagoda. The voice was vast and mighty, like a great bell that spread into everyone's ears. 208 records? Silence. Chapter 592. Martial Stage 7. It had to be known that creating a record was already terrifying, but this youth had created over 200 records. And the most terrifying thing was that he had broken through the first level and become the 10th person of the 7 profound martial house. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, what kind of little fellow is this? Wow! The members of the 6 great martial arts palaces and the other martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, someone spoke of Lin Ling's origins. This made everyone realize that Lin Ling was actually the young man who represented the Sword Elder in this bet. So, this youth is not some nameless nobody. In the bet between the Sword Elder and the Great Sun Elder, my opinion of him has increased by 30%. Wow! The crowd had their own opinions. Although they were surprised, they were still not optimistic. After all, to create a Star Sea Pagoda record, this could only mean that Lin Ling's foundation was incomparably solid, but it did not mean that his battle prowess was strong. Not only that, but Lin Ling had only been at the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. How could he compare to a secret disciple that had the guidance of a master? He's just fishing for fame. The 150 secret disciples lightly shook their heads. Although they had not ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda, the 7 profound martial house was not a place like the Star Sea Pagoda. Most of them had proud achievements, but that was only in other places, so they naturally disdained him. It's only fame, all of us have it. There is no need to be so proud. A newcomer should be low-key. A soft voice sounded out, causing everyone to look. It was a young man with long red hair and 6 pierced ears. He gave off a devilishly charming feeling. As the crowd looked at the red-haired youth, their eyes narrowed. Feng Tianting, late King Spirit Realm. It was said that he had a terrifying 4th-grade talent, the King Body. He was ranked 6th in the 10 Rising Stars, and was also ranked in the top 10 of the more than 100 secret disciples. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This red-haired youth was ridiculing him. But he had never seen this red-haired youth before, so why was he targeting him? Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. Could it be that this red-haired youth had a good relationship with Su Fan? Don't offend him. He has a level 4 king body. You should know that the most outstanding geniuses every year are mostly level 3. Level 4 is very powerful. Ouyang Feiyang pulled Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. This was indeed the case. Take this year's geniuses for example. Zhao Qingtian had a 3rd-grade king body, but his strength was already above 10,000 people. If he had a 4th-grade king body, then he had the qualifications to be proud. But to Lin Ling, that was all there was to it. Ignoring the red-haired youth's provocation, Lin Ling continued to wait. At the same time, the voice in the skies sounded out once more, introducing the honorary disciples. It was common knowledge that in-name disciples were stronger than Star Guard level disciples. After all, in-name disciples had the guidance of masters. If they were talented, their strength would naturally rise to a higher level. Then, the final announcement of the 10 rising stars caused a stir among the crowd. First, Blood King Duan Tianya 2nd, Ghost God Red Flame 3rd, Thunder General Zhu Lein Light Fist Ling Hu E 5th, Drunken Sword Xiao Ying 6th, Martial Demon Feng Tianting Number 7, Domineering Dominance of Heaven and Earth Chapter 8, Demon Leg Nan Window Number 9, Wind Chaser Zhou Lingtian 10th, Killer Knife Hao Yun. The weakest of these 10 people was at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm, but only 2 of them did not have a 4th-grade king body. This seemed to be a dividing line. If one wanted to stand above countless geniuses, then one had to at least have a 4th-grade king body. Moreover, the martial arts they knew were at least 4th-grade king body. This was another huge dividing line. Among the Star Guard level disciples, 3rd-grade king body was extremely rare, let alone 4th-grade king body. There's no need to talk about Blood King Duan Tianya's strength. It's not strange for him to surpass a large number of Moon Guard level disciples. I'm afraid he can enter the 7 profound prodigy list. Of course. If it weren't for the fact that the 7 profound prodigy list only records geniuses in the Emperor Spirit Realm, Blood King Duantianya would have entered long ago. Ghost God Red Flame is also very scary. He's not good at long-range attacks, but he's the genius with the strongest close-range attacks. There's also Thunder General and Light Fist. TSK. It seems that all the powerful in-name disciples have participated this year. The Dragon Pan Lake competition will be very exciting. I can't wait. At the edge of the vast lake, voices sounded like the waves of the sea. The 10 people were like the most dazzling stars. They ignored the gazes of the surroundings and chatted with each other. Blood King, my strength has increased greatly this year. I'll definitely defeat you. Your fighting spirit is not bad, but it's a pity that you're not confident enough. I've already comprehended 50% of martial intent. A young man wearing a long robe with a determined expression said lightly, causing the other 9 stars to narrow their eyes. Their starting point and cultivation were mostly the same, so they relied on battle experience and martial arts. Many of them had learned 5th grade King Body martial arts and even comprehended martial intent. However, Blood King Duantianya had comprehended 50% of martial intent. How could they surpass him? Martial intent was a concept that was above King Body martial arts. 50% of martial intent against a 5th grade King Body martial arts, 50% of martial intent would win completely. Other than Ghost God Red Flame, the others have never thought of surpassing Blood King. They just want to maintain their current ranking. Yes, my goal is one of the other 10 stars. Drunken Sword, you're the only one among the 10 stars who uses a sword, and you're the disciple of Drunken Sky. I want to see how drunk your sword is. I'm drunk, but my sword isn't. The 10 stars looked at each other again, their fighting spirit boiling. But soon someone said, this year's stage belongs to the 10 of us. I wonder if any of these newcomers will rise. I heard that Lin Ling represented Elder Sword in a bet. I wonder which stage he'll appear on. There's nothing to see. Those below the 10 stars are trash. Following that, a new star said lightly. His words were filled with disdain, as if other than the 10 stars, the rest of the geniuses were not worthy of his attention. The rules are the same as usual. 10 stages, 15 people in a group. The winner of the stage will pass the Moon Guard test. Above the sky, the voice sounded again. Following that, the 10 martial platforms were quickly divided. Surprisingly, Blood King was not in the same group as Demon God. Most of the 10 rising stars had split up, each occupying a martial platform. Only the 7th martial platform was somewhat odd. 2 of the 10 rising stars had appeared at the same time. They were Martial Demon Feng Tianting and Windchaser Zhou Lingtian. We've encountered Martial Demon. Windchaser Zhou Lingtian frowned. He knew how difficult it was to deal with that guy. Stage 7, I'm going to be first. Martial Demon Feng Tianting was ranked higher than Windchaser Zhou Lingtian. He was not afraid of him at all. Looks like the competition depends on luck. The crowd discussed, but they were still looking forward to it. Lin Ling, I'm on stage 5. That's great, there's not a single one of the 10 stars there. Ouyang Feiyang said happily. He was assigned to the only stage without any of the 10 stars. Tai Yen was extremely depressed. His stage was number 6, and there was one of the 10 stars there. It was Ghost God Scarlet Flame, who was ranked 2nd. There was no need to look. He had already failed this year. As for Ouyang Liusheng, her luck was not bad. Her opponent on stage was Slaughter Saber Hao Yun, who was ranked 10th. At least she had some hope. Lin Ling, what about you? Chapter 593. The first battle, you're out of luck. There are 2 of the 10 rising stars on the 7th stage. Any one of them is enough to give you a headache. Ouyang Feiyang sympathized with Lin Ling. There were 15 geniuses on each stage, so with one more 10 rising stars, the chances of encountering them would be higher, and the elimination would be faster. And the rules of the stage were that if one won a battle, 1 point would be awarded, and if one lost a battle, no points would be recorded. This meant that if one wanted to become the champion of the stage, one had to win all 15 battles. Of course, the other geniuses seemed hopeless, but that was not the case. For example, if the 10 rising stars met someone who could restrain them and lost 2 battles, Then even if you were not a match for the 10 rising stars, as long as your points were higher than his, it was still the same as winning. Therefore, the competition was not only a test of combat strength, but also endurance. It was very difficult to win consecutively. Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing more 10 rising stars. Lin Ling waved the jade token in his hand and said indifferently, causing Ouyang Feiyang and the others to roll their eyes. This guy was so arrogant. However, even though Lin Ling said so, he still had a feeling that this arrangement was deliberately made by someone. That person should be the great Sun Elder. For safety, he arranged 2 10 rising stars for him. How despicable! But could they stop him? Rumble. Right at this moment, the ancient dragon-coiling lake began to tremble, the water rippled, and 10 martial stages slowly rose from the lake. These martial stages were made from 7 starlight escape stones. They were extremely hard, and were said to be able to withstand the attacks of Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Stage 1, Blood Saber Heaven Breaking Edge against Shadow Vine Saber. Stage 2, opponents began to appear on the 10 stages, and the entire Dragon Lake was bustling with noise. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It had finally begun. Among them, Ouyang Feiyang was the first to go up. He was lucky to meet a King Spirit Realm in-name disciple who had a 4th grade King rank martial art. Ouyang Feiyang's hidden martial art was also a 4th grade King rank martial art, but his cultivation level was higher, and he had reached the stage of great success. After a long battle, he finally won the first battle. After returning, Ouyang Feiyang was incomparably happy. 15 battles, won first. Win. It's only your first opponent, and you're already using your trump card. How stupid! Tai Yan mocked, but he was actually happy for Ouyang Feiyang. Lin Ling was naturally the same, but he smiled and said, if you reveal your full strength in the first round, the next opponent will face you and focus on your trump card. It will be even harder for you to win. After all, this is a battle of attrition, not something that can be settled in 1 or 2 rounds. Ouyang Feiyang sighed. Of course I know that, but if I don't use my trump card, I can't win. These words caused Tai Yan's expression to darken. His opponents were indeed very strong. While they were talking, the other martial platforms had already finished their round. The difference in strength was too great. As long as the 10 rising stars went up, they would win in a second. Tai Yan and Ouyang Liushang also went up. Tai Yan's luck seemed to be better. Although his opponent had a high-grade king body, his martial arts foundation was weak. It was obvious that he was a genius who had talent but did not work hard. In the end, Tai Yan easily won. Ouyang Liushang's luck was not good. He met Slaughter Knife Hao Yun and lost in 1 move. He was even heavily injured. His opponent did not show any mercy to the fairer sex and even wanted to kill Hao Yun. According to the rules of the martial platform, the one who admitted defeat lost. Falling into the lake was also a loss. The other one was dead. Such a ruthless person. Even a girl would be hurt. If Liushang did not admit defeat quickly, he would have killed her. Tai Yan coldly stared at the young man on the martial platform. The young man felt Tai Yan's gaze and smirked. If you don't accept it, come and see if I will kill you or not. Slaughter Knife Hao Yun was very overbearing. But his strength was not as good as hers. Tai Yan could only swallow his anger. Ouyang Liushang's brother, Ouyang Feiyang's face was cold. He would remember this grudge. Brother, it's nothing. Just a small injury. Ouyang Liushang did not want everyone to worry about her. If you meet me, I will avenge that knife for you. Lin Ling lightly said. Ouyang Liushang was his friend, so if he had the strength, he would avenge that knife for him. Very quickly, it was Lin Ling's turn to go up. His luck was pretty good. He did not meet the 10 new stars, but a normal disciple. It was Zuemo. Lin Ling was slightly shocked. He had not thought that Zuemo would be on the same martial platform as him. It really was a small world. Zuemo, kill him. Many disciples shouted. In the distance, Great Sunchild Elder and Su Fan's eyes were cold. They had arranged 2 of the 10 new stars on the 7th martial platform. Especially martial demon Feng Tianting, who was ranked 5th. Lin Ling would definitely lose. Second brother, do your best. Di Shitian and Di Xian were extremely nervous. They were not very clear about Lin Ling's strength. Only Sword Elder was still calm. Don't worry, just a clown. It won't be hard for Lin Ling. He was not clear about Lin Ling's strength, but he believed in Lin Ling. My luck is pretty good. I met you in the first round. On the martial platform, Zue Mo stood indifferently. Then he looked at the distance of Dragon Coiling Lake. Lan Feng, the humiliation of our defeat in the past can be washed away today. In the past, he was weaker than Lin Ling, but after receiving the guidance of Su Fan and learning a 4th grade king-level martial art, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling seemed to have sword essence, but according to what he knew, it was only 30% sword essence. It could not compare to a 4th grade king-level martial art. Zwermo, defeat him and step on his face. In the distance, Lan Feng's voice came, causing Zwermo to nod. He waved his right hand and a blade appeared. He was not good at using blades before, but the king-level martial art he learned was blade skills, so he used a blade now. 100 splits water splitting slash. Without saying more, Zwermo charged straight at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not know what was so good about Zwermo's luck. Zwermo's realm was the same as his, and his king body was a pitiful 2nd grade. He was at the 4th grade. Just with the suppression of the king body in his dantian, he could easily crush his opponent. Lin Ling still did not move until the giant blade appeared in front of his forehead. Countless people gasped. Was Lin Ling going to lose in the first round? However, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling stretched out his hands and suddenly slapped the giant blade in front of his forehead. The blade was stuck in front of his forehead and could not be cut down no matter what. Chi. At the same time, flames appeared in Lin Ling's hands and melted the blade. Die Lin Ling. At this moment, Zwermo had not noticed all this and was still swinging his blade. But soon he was stunned. The blade seemed to have disappeared. What was going on? Your blade has turned into molten iron. Also, when fighting with an opponent you can't see through, it's better to first understand the opponent's strength before using your trump card. Lin Ling pointed at the molten iron on the ground and then said faintly, "Ah." Zwermo's mouth opened wide. His king-level martial art required him to use a blade, but without a blade, how could he fight? Moreover, he didn't even notice when Lin Ling had melted his saber. Okay, go wash your head in the lake and wake up. Chapter 594. 100 flowers bloom, Lin Ling, I will not let you off. Zwermo roared in the water, losing all face in the first battle and becoming a drowned rat. However, this was met with even more ridicule. As for Lan Feng, his complexion was ugly. In the past, Lin Ling had easily oppressed them, and now Lin Ling was still doing the same. This little boy called Lin Ling, his vision and courage are not bad. To use his hand to break the saber, that saber was the weakness of the 100 splits water splitting slash. Drunken Sword Xiaoying said. For a Star Guard level disciple, his strength is not bad. But if he has the chance to meet me, I will make sure he loses convincingly. Ghost God Scarlet Flame swept his eyes over Zwermo with disdain. Instead, his eyes fell on the martial stage on the other side. There, the 3rd-ranked general of Thunder Zhu Leyin had made her move. The true meaning of thunder bloomed, and the martial stage was filled with thunder. Her opponent had been defeated in a single move, and even the lake water around the martial stage was filled with thunder. What a terrifying power of thunder! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The true meaning of thunder, no wonder she was ranked 3rd among the 10 rising stars. Lin Ling also looked over, secretly surprised. There were many people in the 7 profound martial house that understood the true meaning of martial arts. Then, the 2nd round, the 3rd round, the 4th round, and all the way to the 6th round, Lin Ling easily won. He didn't even use 30% of his strength. He relied on his rich spiritual energy and martial arts experience. As for Tai Yan, he had already lost 2 matches. It seemed that there was no hope for him this year. Only Ouyang Fiang and Lin Ling had maintained a winning streak. This caused many Star Guard level disciples to sigh. In the past, the 8 heavenly kings had dominated the Star Sea Pagoda. However, in the face of all the geniuses of the seven profound martial house, the 8 heavenly kings were insignificant. Especially Yang Shan, Gu Senkai, Tong Qianjin, and the others helplessly shook their heads. Towards Lin Ling, they were thoroughly convinced. Lin Ling, not bad. Keep it up. Elder Sword looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. But not too far away, Elder Great Sun coldly snorted and said, "He is temporarily arrogant. Don't forget, he is not the only one who has maintained a winning streak. There are 2 other rising stars on the martial stage. Let's wait and see," Sword Elder faintly said. After 6 rounds, his opponents gradually became stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to the other martial stages. His gaze landed on the 7th martial stage because one of the 10 rising stars, Windchaser Zhou Lingtian, had come out to fight. Windchaser. The lake began to boil, and a gust of wind blew past. A young man in a blue robe appeared on the martial arts platform. His opponent was a registered disciple. He was one of the more famous Sky Moon apprentices among the 36 apprentices, so many people thought he would win. Moreover, he was also one of the 5 people who maintained a winning streak on the 7th martial stage. This could be considered the most intense battle on the 7th martial platform. You only have 10 moves. After 10 moves, jump into the lake yourself. I've already given you plenty of chances. Windchaser Zhou Lingtian said calmly. He was very confident. Most people would give him a handicap of 3 moves, but he gave him a handicap of 10. No wonder he said that he had given him a lot of chances. Thank you, but I will do my best. The young man's face was solemn. Even though he had given him 10 moves, he did not dare to underestimate Zhou Lingtian. Meteor Butterfly Finger. He took a step forward and a dazzling butterfly finger shot out. It was colorful and dazzling, as if it had frozen the space. It was extremely powerful. Just this technique alone was unparalleled among the Star Guard disciples. Even among the Moon Guard disciples, there were many who were weaker than him. This King Stage technique was clearly of a high level. Is there no way to dodge? Many people realized that the butterfly finger had already sealed off any space for Windchaser Zhou Lingtian to dodge. This technique is quite interesting. However, Windchaser Zhou Lingtian smiled faintly. He didn't move, but his body disappeared from the spot. It felt as if he had forcefully torn apart space and appeared from another space. He had dodged all the attacks. Impossible. Big wave. The young man's face changed. He had used his trump card. However, he still couldn't catch up to Windchaser Zhou Lingtian. This made the crowd gasp. It was as if the young man was the only one fighting on the martial platform. Windchaser Zhou Lingtian had already disappeared. Sigh, you can't win even if I give you 10 moves. What a piece of trash. Finally, Zhou Lingtian's impatient voice rang out. He gently kicked out. Boom. The young man fell into the lake. He had been defeated. What a terrifying movement technique. It looks like he's the only one on the 7th martial platform that can compete with martial demon Feng Tianting. Yeah, that's right. Only the 2 of them can maintain a winning streak. The other 2 will still lose, including that Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. To have such strength at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before his name would shake the entire 7 profound martial house. No matter how strong a martial skill is, it's useless. If you can't touch someone, then everything is just empty talk. Ouyang Feiyang said with a dignified expression. He found that if he were on the martial platform, he would simply be helpless. That is the true meaning of wind. Lin Ling faintly said. Ouyang Feiyang's pupils shrank. No wonder Lin Ling would have to face these opponents. Lin Ling's situation would be very troublesome. The 7th and 8th rounds began one after another. On the other side of the martial platform, Drunken Sword Xiao Ying stepped onto the stage. It was said that his sword was the most elusive, and his opponent was a similarly illustrious disciple. However, under the dazzling display of swords, that opponent was instantly defeated. His entire person was intoxicated by Xiao Ying's sword dance. When he left the martial platform, he was dizzy and fell into the lake. The swordsman was not intoxicated, but the opponent was. What a terrifying concept of martial arts. I'm a bit dizzy. I don't know how many swords Xiaoying used. Ouyang Feiyang frowned. Even from a distance, he was affected. Beside him, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. In fact, it was only one sword. The other swords were only the true meaning of the sword. Moreover, they were half a step into 40% sword intent. Although Lin Ling was not a pure swordsman, he was very curious about the only swordsman in the top 10 new stars. His words caused Ouyang Feiyang to be secretly surprised. At the start of the tournament, every genius was on high alert, but Lin Ling seemed very relaxed. Moreover, he was able to see the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents. Ironcliff's battle has begun. Lin Ling didn't know what Ouyang Feiyang was thinking and calmly said. On the martial stage, Tai Yan finally met the strongest demon god, Qi Yan. Many people were also watching the battle, but they weren't watching Tai Yan, they were watching Qi Yan. Demon Flame Step. Under countless gazes, Scarlet Flame disappeared from the martial platform. Like a shadow, he passed through Iron Cliff and appeared again. Iron Cliff was already in his hand. Boom! Striking the ground with his hand, a 50-meter tall purple flame soared into the sky. The flame turned into a huge demon head, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Within the flame, Scarlet Flame's figure walked out step by step. Trash, go home and train for another 5 years. 5 years later, you will be able to defeat the current me. The gap between the two was huge. This meant that the difference between Iron Cliff and Scarlet Flame was 5 years of training time. Among the top 10 new stars, only Scarlet Flame does not have a long-range martial arts attack. But if you are caught by him, the result is defeat. Don't tell me you are called a demon god. With the unpredictable shadow, other than the Blood King, no one is his opponent. Chapter 595. First display of talent, capturing hand? Lin Ling frowned. He was also aware of Qi Yan's terrifying strength. His Talent King body was very strong, at least a 5th grade one. He could draw support from a mysterious power to use the capturing hand. If he was caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a voice sounded out from the 7th martial stage. Lin Ling had stepped onto the stage, and his opponent was Windchaser Zhou Lingtian. Currently, Zhou Lingtian, Feng Tianting, and Lin Ling have all maintained their winning streaks on the 7th martial stage. The rest of them have all lost. That Lin Ling is too fierce. Before this, he only used a single fist to finish his opponents. It seems that he hasn't used his full strength. He is truly worthy of being a talent that Sword Elder values. But if he doesn't use his full strength against Zhou Lingtian, he might even lose. Everyone looked at the 7th martial stage. Even some of the 10 rising stars looked over. They had heard of the bet between Sword Elder and Great Sun Elder, so they were curious. Zhou Lingtian is the oldest of the disciples. He has been cultivating for 3 years, but Lin Ling has only been cultivating for 3 months. Sword Elder, your good luck has come to an end. On a distant mountain peak, Great Sun Elder was drinking tea. She had a strong confidence in the upcoming battle. We'll know after we fight. Sword Elder calmly smiled. He knew that Zhou Lingtian's speed was very fast. If Lin Ling could not break through, then he would most likely lose. Whether or not Lin Ling had a martial art that could break through movement techniques, he did not know. He could only wait and see. On the martial stage, Lin Ling had arrived early. Then a gust of wind blew, and Zhou Lingtian appeared on the stage. He was very elegant, and his long green robes seemed to condense from the wind. I heard that in order to become famous, you came to the 7 Profound Martial House and made a big bet to attract the attention of others. Zhou Lingtian did not speak like he had to his other opponents. Instead, he disdainfully said, I only want to ask you, how long have you been cultivating at the 7 Profound Martial House? He liked opponents that were down to earth, and disdained opponents that were frivolous and arrogant. Therefore, he did not like Lin Ling. 3 months. Lin Ling replied calmly. He had also sensed Zhou Lingtian's disdain for him and thought that he was just trying to please the crowd. However, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain. 3 years for me. However, To be able to win 6 consecutive victories in 3 months, your strength is not bad. It's barely passable. Zhou Lingtian said calmly. You barely caught my eye. Lin Ling replied again. His words made the crowd's pupils dilate. Zhou Lingtian's strength was obvious to all, but he was barely qualified to enter Lin Ling's eyes. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Hee, you're young and frivolous. No wonder I don't like frivolous and arrogant opponents like you. However, you'll have to take a good look at yourself. Zhou Lingtian wasn't angered at all. He simply shook his head. In the next moment he vanished. Only the wind was blowing on the martial stage. It was very strange. Wind Emperor's 6 bells palm. A faintly discernible voice came from the martial stage. Whirlwind palms appeared one after another, tearing through the air and slapping towards Lin Ling. One moment to the left, the next moment to the right. It was difficult to track his movements. With the concept of wind, Zhou Lingtian's movement technique is the strangest among the 10 rising stars. Now that he has disappeared, Lin Ling can only continue to block until he loses. Far away from the Dragon Lake, the elders of the 6 martial arts halls said calmly. The true intent of wind was a very powerful concept of martial arts. It was difficult to track its movements. You're not the only one with movement techniques. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. In the next moment, he used the soaring cloud steps, and the true intent of clouds spread out. Bang, bang, bang. All the whirlwinds smashed onto the martial stage, causing the lake water to rise into the sky and block the view of many people. However, the crowd's pupils dilated. They did not want to miss a single scene. At this moment, there was no one left on the martial stage. The 2 figures had disappeared. Occasionally, the sound of collision could be heard. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for people to track it. How is this possible? Zhou Lingtian has the true intent of wind. His body can turn into the wind, but Lin Ling's speed is not inferior to his. That's the soaring cloud steps. But why is it so strange? Oh right, I heard that although the soaring cloud steps is a 4th grade king tier martial arts, it can be used to comprehend the true intent of clouds. Wind and clouds. The crowd was shocked. Even the other rising stars were looking at the martial stage. They did not expect that there was a hidden dark horse here. At this moment, Zhou Lingtian did not have the time to care about the surprised voices. He was more surprised than the others. Someone had actually caught up with him in terms of movement technique. How was this possible? Wind entangling shadow. In his surprise, Zhou Lingtian used a terrifying technique. It was a wind silk that could sense a martial artist's aura and then silently wrap around them. All this time, he had used this technique to defeat countless geniuses, including those of the Moon Guard rank. On the martial stage, countless wind silks wrapped around a corner and gradually formed a human silhouette like a cocoon. Zhou Lingtian smiled happily. He caught it. But in the next moment, the cocoon melted like water. It was as if the person wrapped around it had disappeared. That was an afterimage. Your wind concept is only at 10%. That's all there is to it. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Zhou Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Facing his terrifying movement technique, Lin Ling could still deceive him? The sky-raising storm light. With a roar, Zhou Lingtian's hands continuously slapped out. Large amounts of wind silks shot out like silk threads, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. Boundless startling clouds. Lin Ling's face was calm. His body floated like a cloud, and even seemed to distort space at times to avoid large amounts of wind silks. Move with the wind, like the clouds in the sky. When the wind comes, the clouds will drift. The wind can never catch the clouds. Seeing this ethereal scene, one of the 12 elders Xian's heart trembled. Lin Ling's movement technique comprehension was terrifying. He actually dodged all of them. It seems that in terms of movement technique, Lin Ling isn't weaker than anyone. Drunken Sword Xiao Ying and Radiant Fist Ling Hui of the 10 Rising Stars frowned. They knew very well that the wind was shot out in all directions like silk threads. Ordinary people couldn't avoid it, but geniuses with strong movement technique comprehension could predict the trajectory of the wind in advance and form a picture of the overall situation in their mind. Then, they could find the most suitable route in a short period of time to avoid the wind silks. All of this seemed simple, but there were very few geniuses who could do it. It required eyesight, martial arts experience, and even extremely sharp senses. Especially senses, one had to be able to sense the trajectory of the wind before it blew. That was the key. If it was up to them to break the move, they would only need one way, and that was to break the move with force. It was impossible to break the move with movement technique. You lost. On the martial stage, a faint voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was still a punch. Rumble. The sound of water rang out. Zhou Lingtian fell into the water, but quickly floated up. His expression was extremely ugly. He felt humiliated to be defeated by a youth in his proudest domain. Moreover, he had previously used the tone of a senior to guide Lin Ling, but now he no longer had the qualifications. You have to see everything with your own eyes before you have the right to speak. You heard rumors and thought that I was arrogant and didn't know my limits. It seems that the frivolous one is you. Sigh. Chapter 596. Martial Demon, Ha Lin Ling, good job. Ha. On top of the mountain peak, the sword elder's laughter resounded through the air. Lin Ling had won this battle beautifully. He had defeated his opponent with his own strength, which made the sword elder extremely proud. His cloud intent has reached at least 20%. This is extremely rare among the Starguard disciples. Elder Sword, you have good eyes. Some of the 12 Xian elders also praised. That little bastard. Elder Dari clenched his teeth. Lin Ling didn't have a master to guide him. How could he comprehend the cloud intent? Damn little bastard, messing up my plans again and again. At this moment, Lin Ling returned to the lake. Ouyang Feiyang and the rest looked at Lin Ling in fear. They didn't expect Lin Ling's movement technique to be so terrifying. Monster, did you know that? You're the first to defeat the 10 rising stars. Tai Yen said excitedly. If his wind intent had reached 20%, it would have been difficult for me to win. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't show any arrogance. After all, his target wasn't Zhou Lingtian. No matter what, it's good to win. Ha, our blood was boiling when we saw it. Ouyang Feiyang gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. The competition continued. Gradually, some geniuses began to run out of spirit chi and stamina. Clearly, they had revealed too many trump cards in the previous competition, causing them to be weak later on. Of course, the powerful geniuses still hid their trump cards, saving them for the critical moment. Not long after, on the 7th martial stage, the highly regarded martial demon Feng Tianting came out. He was the first person to maintain a winning streak on the 7th martial stage, and the second was Lin Ling. His opponent naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Some were looking forward to the battle between him and Lin Ling to see whose winning streak would be broken first. Some were looking forward to the battle between Feng Tianting and Zhou Lingtian, but the result was quickly revealed. It was Zhou Lingtian. Zhou Lingtian, do you dare to fight? Ha! Martial demon Feng Tianting had the title of demon. Naturally, he was like a crazy demon, but in reality, that was indeed the case. Go martial demon, we're all your fans. Ha! In the distance, a large number of cheers came from martial demon. Noisy. On the martial stage, martial demon Feng Tianting frowned and punched out. Rumble, a terrifying true martial intent turned into a giant fist and smashed towards the dragon coiling lake, injuring a large number of disciples and even killing many of them. Are you crazy? He actually dared to speak to him. The martial demon had a strange personality and was known to kill indiscriminately. Once he entered the demonic path, he would even dare to fight the Blood King. Someone said with a solemn expression. The martial demon was a person who used martial arts as a demon. When one became a demon, they would not even recognize their own family. Everyone was silent, even the host was silent. Feng Tianting was a crazy genius, but it was also because of his crazy obsession that he was so strong. Zhou Ling, do you dare to fight? Martial devil Feng Tianting shouted again, which made Zhou Lingtian grit his teeth. Feng Tianting was one of the opponents he didn't want to face the most. Feng Tianting was simply too crazy. He wanted to win no matter what the battle was. If he couldn't win, he would keep pestering you until he won. Trash, you don't dare to fight? The arrogant voice rang out again. Zhou Lingtian finally went up. With so many people watching, he couldn't avoid the battle, or else he would lose face. When fighting with me, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. There is only life and death. Either you die or I die. On the martial stage, Feng Tianting's body emitted a tyrannical aura. This was his heart of martial arts. Just a spar is enough. Why do we have to fight to the death? Zhou Lingtian hesitated. If you dare to come up, you will die. The 7th martial stage is my world. You will die, and so will Lin Ling. Feng Tianting spoke word by word, causing Zhou Lingtian to furrow his brows. In the next moment, the true intent of wind was unleashed. At the same time, Feng Tianting had already made his move. There was no reason at all. Rumble. His martial arts were very simple. It was just a simple punch and kick, but it was extremely terrifying. Because each punch and kick carried true martial intent, and it was 30%. This was a killing machine. Bang, bang, bang. The more Feng Tianting fought, the crazier he became. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and he was both evil and tyrannical. Zhou Lingtian kept dodging the attacks, but his momentum gradually weakened. Then he gritted his teeth and wanted to use the sky-raising stormlight to entangle Feng Tianting. His martial art was useless against Lin Ling, but it was useful against Feng Tianting. After all, it was used to restrain martial artists who weren't fast enough. You dare! At this moment, a faint voice sounded in his ear. His pupils constricted, and he subconsciously looked over. He found that the one who spoke was ghost god Qi Yan. Huh? You dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Feng Tianting took advantage of Zhou Lingtian's shock and kicked out. The demonic qi rippled, causing the lake water to soar into the sky. Bang! Zhou Lingtian couldn't react in time and was sent flying. However, his eyes were still fixed on ghost god Qi Yan. If Qi Yan hadn't interrupted him, he might have been able to entangle Feng Tianting with his martial art. I admit defeat. Seeing that his martial art had failed, Zhou Lingtian quickly admitted defeat. Too slow. Feng Tianting took a step forward and stomped down like a giant's leg. 30% of his martial intent erupted and stomped Zhou Lingtian to death. One of the 10 rising stars had fallen. The crowd was silent. Feng Tianting was terrifying. Zhou Lingtian had clearly admitted defeat, but he still wanted to kill him. Feng Tianting, you have violated the rules of the tournament. At this moment, the host's cold voice sounded. He had heard Zhou Lingtian's voice. According to the rules, Feng Tianting should have stopped. When martial artists fight, who will pay attention to other people's voices? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Zhou Lingtian for being too slow in admitting defeat. However, just as the host finished speaking, an old voice sounded. It was Elder De Sun. She was supporting Feng Tianting. Everyone was silent. Unless Elder Xian supported Feng Tianting, Zhou Lingtian's death would be in vain. However, it was obvious that no one supported Zhou Lingtian. I noticed that during the tournament, someone was interfering with Zhou Lingtian. The host judge said again, but his eyes were fixed on ghost god Qi Yan in the distance. Hee, that counts as interfering? There are many voices around each stage, and the young geniuses on the stages should ignore those voices. If he can be disturbed, it can only mean that his martial heart is not stable. Elder De Sun said indifferently. This. The host judge was speechless. Elder De Sun's words were reasonable. After all, the audience was cheering. That was unavoidable. Geniuses should not be disturbed. However, ghost god Qi Yan had interrupted Zhou Lingtian's martial arts. That was too unsightly. Host judge, a win is a win. A loss is a loss. You can't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhou Lingtian for being useless. Hurry up and announce my victory. Feng Tianting's arrogant voice sounded. His red hair was like fire. The host judge had no choice but to announce Feng Tianting's victory. I'm the only one with a winning streak. Next opponent, Lin Ling, you're dead. Feng Tianting laughed loudly as he left the stage. The crowd's expression was complicated. If Zhou Lingtian was dead, Lin Ling would also die. After all, everyone had witnessed Feng Tianting's madness. Chapter 597. Despicable Means. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Ouyang Fiang frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "What ruthless means? Feng Tianting has the support of the Great Sun Elder. He's getting more and more arrogant." That's right. Zhou Lingtian wanted to fight back, but Scarlet Flame interrupted him. He seemed to say that if Zhou Lingtian dared to fight back, he would die. So Zhou Lingtian hesitated, and in the end he lost. This battle was very unfair. Tai Yan said solemnly. It was an ugly and overbearing method. Feng Tianting and the others were unscrupulous because they had the support of the Great Sun Elder. However, although their methods were sinister, they did it well on the surface, making it hard for others to find an excuse to refute them. Lin Ling, don't go. You might not be Feng Tianting's opponent. If you lose, you'll die. Ouyang Feiyang looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Lin Ling shook his head. This battle is unavoidable. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him. I want to see who's the devil. His words were full of determination, but it only made Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan even more worried. At this moment, Blood King Duan Tianya stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. Why are you helping him? Even if you don't, Feng Tianting will still win. I just want him to win more beautifully, as long as he's happy. Scarlet Flame's cold face revealed a smile. He helped Feng Tianting to make him happy, so that Zhou Lingtian would die. Zhou Lingtian's life was worthless to him. Who is he to you? Blood King Duan Tianya asked. My junior brother. Scarlet Flame smiled, which made the hearts of the 10 rising stars tremble. No wonder. A ghost and a devil, so they came from the same sect. Moreover, both of them had an indescribable temperament. If they didn't go crazy, they wouldn't live. Next, the battles continued, but as expected, the rising stars swept through the crowd. They were already waiting for the competition to end. And if there was an accident, then it would be the 7th martial stage. At present, among the 10 martial stages that maintained a winning streak, other than the new star, it was Lin Ling. This vermilion bird Lin Ling is quite powerful. I can't see through him. The crowd also noticed this and started to discuss. Next, Lin Ling began to appear on the 7th martial platform. His opponent's strength was not bad, but after seeing Lin Ling, he avoided Lin Ling. Clearly, he was afraid of Lin Ling's soaring cloud steps. Of course, this was useless. Lin Ling's strong point was not his movement techniques, but his other areas were even more terrifying. If the enemy didn't make a move, then Lin Ling would. Then he easily won another match. Next match, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling versus Chongshan Zhang Santai. At that moment, the voice of the judge sounded out again, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. Lin Ling was fighting consecutively? One had to know that the battles were randomly selected, and it was rare for consecutive battles to occur. If they were arranged to fight consecutively, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the geniuses. After all, there was no time to recover physical strength and spirit chi. Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't think too much about it and went on stage again. This time, the opponent was a bit difficult to deal with. His defense was strong, and he was constantly consuming Lin Ling's physical strength and spirit chi. The genius youth seemed to be doing it on purpose. Of course, he still lost to Lin Ling in the end. Next match, Lin Ling versus Ice Fan Lu Yun. It was Lin Ling's turn again. This time, the crowd finally realized that something was wrong. I decided who would go on stage according to the jade plates drawn. In fact, I am also very puzzled. The judge frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and it made him extremely puzzled. His luck is just bad. This kind of situation rarely happens, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. On a mountain peak far away from Dragon Coiling Lake, Old Great Sun's laughter spread out. Although he said this, many people were still aware that something was wrong. Was this Old Great Sun's trick? However, since Old Great Sun had spoken, what could others say without any evidence? As for the other martial artists from the 6 great martial halls, they didn't say anything. They came to watch this tournament to see the strength of these geniuses, and to see the future of the 7 profound martial house. They didn't care who was the one that suffered a loss. Not to mention that this was the matter of the 12th elder Xian, they wouldn't meddle. Despicable, this must be Old Great Sun's trick. Sakura's face was extremely cold. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting continuously. When he met Feng Tianting in the later stages, his physical strength and spirit qi would be difficult to support. In order to win, Old Great Sun had used all sorts of insidious methods. But Sword Elder frowned as he looked at Old Great Sunday. He wasn't a fool, he was naturally aware that this was Old Great Sun's trick. But this trick was done very well, so that he couldn't find any evidence. Since everyone had noticed it, Lin Ling naturally noticed it as well. Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Ling's pupils were icy cold. He looked at Old Great Sun on the distant mountain peak. He saw that Old Great Sun's old face was smiling at him. Lin Ling nodded. He crossed the dragon coiling lake and stepped onto the martial stage once more. To maintain a winning streak, you're quite fierce. His opponent was a thin youth. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered. You want to break my winning streak? Lin Ling coldly said. No, I just want to fight as hard as I can. It would be best to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. The youth smiled, causing Lin Ling to frown. He had a guess in his heart. This youth had obviously received instructions from Old Great Sun, and had come to waste his strength. Very good. Lin Ling was disinclined to say anything more. He shot towards the youth, and a tyrannical power of fire bloomed. This move caused the youth's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling's strength was even greater than before. I admit defeat. The youth constantly retreated. Too late. Lin Ling's fist did not stop. Flames spewed out, and he killed the youth with one punch. Boom! The youth directly turned into powder. He wanted to waste Lin Ling's strength, but he had underestimated Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, it was too late to admit defeat. So powerful! Many people's eyes narrowed. In the previous battle, they thought that Lin Ling's strength was only so. Therefore, the geniuses who participated in the competition were only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. It was enough to wear down Lin Ling's strength. But who knew that Lin Ling had hidden his strength? Flames bloomed and mercilessly killed the youth. He has already admitted defeat, but you still killed him. Are you breaking the rules? In the silence, Old Great Sun's sharp voice rang out. It carried a trace of malice. Lin Ling stood on the martial stage. He was too lazy to leave. He sneered. When a martial artist fights, they are completely focused. Who would notice the voices of others? If there is anyone to blame, he can only blame himself for admitting defeat too late. Old Great Sun, this is what you said earlier. You. Old Great Sun's face turned ugly. She wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, but she did not expect that Lin Ling would return the favor. Next match. The judge was not one of Old Great Sun's people. Therefore, he quickly decided that Lin Ling had won. Then he announced the next opponent. Senior Judge, there is no need to shout. I will continue to stay here until the end of the 16th round. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out, causing the crowd to gasp. This young man was so arrogant he seemed to know about Elder Great Sun's scheme. He didn't even leave the stage and directly continued to fight. Chapter 598. War Demon. In an instant, countless gazes from the 10 martial stages of the Dragon Lake fell on the 7th martial stage. Even the 10 rising stars sneered. This Lin Ling was very arrogant. At least they did not have the courage to dominate the martial stage and threaten to sweep the rest of the opponents. Sure, but you have to remember that if you continue to fight, your physical strength and spirit qi will be exhausted. The referee said with a smile. He was somewhat supportive of Lin Ling. After all, a tag team battle was too unfair to Lin Ling, so he also agreed to Lin Ling's request. Thank you. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. His gaze swept across the crowd, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Currently, I have 11 consecutive victories. There are still 5 matches left. Geniuses who come on stage, please remember, those who are weaker than me will die. For this battle, Lin Ling came with a fair mentality. However, if the opponent wanted to play tricks, then Lin Ling would accompany him. If you want to exhaust my body and spirit chi, then let's see how many people you have. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. Very crazy, very domineering. Lin Ling was also declaring war on the Great Sun Elder. You want people to make things difficult for me? Fine, I'll kill them one by one. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against 5 Moon Saber Li Tianyi. Yes. The referee's voice sounded, but the lakeside was silent. No one dared to go up. The nominal disciple called Li Tianyi was Su Fan's disciple. He originally wanted to go up and exhaust Lin Ling's physical strength, but he hesitated because if he dared to go up, Lin Ling would definitely dare to kill him. Go, Li Tianyi. Yes. In the distance, Su Fan's angry voice sounded. His disciple was too embarrassing. Ha, Su Fan, your disciple is as useless as you. Yes. A disdainful laugh floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing Su Fan's face to turn ugly. Lin Ling called him trash in front of countless martial artists in the rainforest's sacred land. Let me test your strength. Yes. However, there was still a disciple who came up. At the same time, he looked at the referee. After getting the referee's nod, he proudly appeared on the martial stage. 10 wins in a row, you are very proud. You are so proud that you can't see yourself clearly. However, Master Su Fan is my benefactor and has given me careful guidance. How can I let you humiliate him? Let me see how strong a genius like you is. Let me remind you, if you only have the strength from before, you will definitely lose. No, you will definitely die. After the nominal disciple stepped onto the martial platform, he immediately said coldly. Lin Ling didn't say much. He used the cloud-soaring steps, and a fire fist appeared. Raging flames blasted out. You're courting death. That nominal disciple shouted coldly and displayed a powerful martial art. It was thunder and lightning. He thought that Lin Ling's movement technique was strong, so he was confident that he could help Su Fan learn. But what he didn't know was that Lin Ling's king body far surpassed his. Boom! The fire fist blasted out. It was a very simple punch, but the nominal disciple along with his martial art was turned into ashes. Black smoke floated on the martial platform. Those were the ashes after being burned by the fire. Flattery is fine, but stepping on me to flatter, I won't allow it. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out from the martial stage, causing the Dragon Lake to become even more silent. No one would have thought that the stage of the 10 rising stars would become the stage of the Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. What a low-key little guy. If it wasn't for Great Sun Old Man's unsightly actions, he might have continued to be low-key. Some powerful martial artists secretly nodded. They just realized that Lin Ling, this dark horse, was terrifyingly dark. Next round, King Spear Wang Zipping. The referee's voice floated out again. I admit defeat. Next round, Heaven Hook Hand Su Ning. I admit defeat. The next few nominal disciples admitted defeat one after another, making Great Sun Old Man's face turn black. In order to win today, she had thought of all the ways and made a few foolproof plans, but who would have thought that all of them would fail? This Lin Ling was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Now, it was up to martial demon Feng Tianting. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, 13 wins in a row, not bad, he is the strongest among the Star Guard disciples. The referee said again, and then announced the last person, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Martial Demon Feng Tianting. The Dragon Pan Lake was completely silent. The strongest battle of the 7th martial platform had finally arrived. Who would win and who would lose? If I go on stage, I will either die or live. A tyrannical voice floated out with evil charm, even the lake water was shaking, making the crowd's pupils constrict. As expected of Martial Demon, he wanted to kill people as soon as he went on stage. I also plan to do so. On the martial platform, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Martial Demon Feng Tianting who was walking on the lake and said with a cold smile. Martial demon Feng Tianting used his demonic power to intimidate others, making others not dare to fight, using his madness to make others fearful, but Lin Ling was not afraid of him. Let's see who is more demonic. Domineering martial demon's madness, everyone knows, but Lin Ling is also domineering. This battle will be very intense. Everyone's blood started to boil. On the mountain peak far away, Great Sun Child calmly drank a mouthful of tea and looked at Sword Elder from the corner of his eyes. Very nervous, right? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for boasting and throwing away the identity of Elder Xian. She seemed to think that she had already won. Of course, her confidence was not without reason. Lin Ling seems to have a 4th grade king body. His foundation and talent are not bad. This has already been shown in Star Ocean Pagoda, but his realm is too low, only at the middle stage of King Spirit Realm, while Feng Tianting is at the peak of King Spirit Realm. He also has a 4th grade king body. Any martial arts can display 30% of martial intent. In such a comparison, can Lin Ling win? The people around nodded. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling seemed to be losing. After all, his realm was too low. This was a fact that could not be changed. This time, Sword Elder was silent. He also saw the gap, unless Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card, but this possibility was not big. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation time was too short. At this moment he could only wait. Then, he regretted, the grudge between him and Great Sun Old Man seemed to have implicated that young man. Bang! At this moment, Feng Tianting leapt up from the lake, and then heavily pounded the martial stage, causing it to sway. He stood there like a giant, blue veins popping out all over his body. Someone wants you dead, so you will die. Very domineering, no superfluous nonsense, only one word, death. When I went to Star Ocean Pagoda, others called me a madman, and you are also a madman. Let's see who is crazier. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He slowly took the sword from his back, and a sharp sword intent quietly appeared. This was the first time he had used a sword in this tournament. He is also a swordsman? The crowd stared with wide eyes. Besides the Star Guard disciples, most people didn't know that Lin Ling was a swordsman. After all, Lin Ling had only come to the 7 profound martial house to wander through the sea of stars. As for drunken sword shouting in the distance, he faintly smiled. This year's geniuses rarely use swords, especially those that use powerful swords. I hope he can give me a pleasant surprise. You don't need to die if you use a sword. My realm is higher than yours, and I also have a 4th grade talent, the king body spiritual body. Any martial arts in my hands can become a 30% true martial intent. Now die. Feng Tianting's red hair fluttered in the wind. He was still as unruly as before. He took a large step forward, and his fist smashed towards Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 599. Sword moves mountains and rivers. What a mysterious king body. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Feng Tianting's king body was the same as his vermilion bird's flames. Once it exploded, any attack would be infused with martial intent. Compared to the vermilion bird's flames, Feng Tianting's spiritual body was even more terrifying. After all, any martial arts could be converted into martial intent. But the vermilion bird's flames could only be fire Dao. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword and blocked Feng Tianting's punch, but that punch also bent Lin Ling's sword and made a buzzing sound. Feng Tianting's attack power was terrifying. Domineering for 1,000 years. Boom! Feng Tianting took another step forward, and his martial intent erupted again. One fist could dominate 1,000 years. Dripping sword. Boom! Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. His sword was like rain, forming a fan-shaped sword beam in front of him, blocking the fist. At the same time, he used the soaring cloud steps, constantly dodging Feng Tianting's attacks. Under the countless fists, small holes appeared in the square. Just the explosion of martial intent was able to affect the hard martial stage. Feng Tianting's martial intent seems to be somewhat different. In the distance, the elders of the 6 martial arts halls said indifferently. Although Feng Tianting's 30% martial intent was higher than an ordinary 4th grade king-ranked martial art, there was still something mysterious about it. Senior Shao, when you were wandering in the upper three regions, did you see this king body? I feel that it is very familiar. It seems to be the martial Dao of the Fighting Evil faction. That's right, it is from the Fighting Evil faction. Also, I saw that the demon god Scarlet Flame's martial arts were also very mysterious. It seems to be from that faction. The elders discussed. The upper three regions had a long history. For example, the Great Tang Empire was one of them. It looked like a country, but in fact, many people knew that this country was related to the four ancient desolate races. The Fighting Evil faction was also an ancient faction. The members of this faction kept a low profile and hid in one of the places in the 18 upper regions. The martial arts they cultivated were either ghosts or demons. It was a rather mysterious faction. Of course, they kept a low profile only because they were few in number, so not many people knew about them. However, their madness was extremely terrifying. In the past, there was a country in the upper three regions that had provoked this bloodline, and in the end, the entire country had been annihilated. Even the region lord couldn't stop this bloodline's massacre. People of this lineage would go crazy if they could communicate with ghosts and devils. Lin Ling is going to lose. Then, a few elders said indifferently. Wherever they looked, the battle on the martial stage was getting more and more intense. Invincible 5 emotions. The more martial demon Feng Tianting fought, the crazier he became. With a swipe of his claw, 5 sharp claw marks slashed at the martial stage, leaving 5 deep grooves on the martial stage. Sword of Understanding. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, releasing 30% of his sword intent. Although the sword light didn't seem thick, it blocked Feng Tianting's attack. This Lin Ling is too strong. He fought several people in a row, but he still hasn't lost. Moreover, he actually has the sword intent. The crowd was completely shocked. Lin Ling's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. This dark horse was really dark and dazzling. However, compared to the martial demon, he was still a bit weaker. This caused him to be suppressed by the martial demon. Your sword is too young, just like you. Feng Tianting's entire body was covered in strange cloud patterns. As he punched out, Lin Ling's sword couldn't hit him. And even if it did, it didn't cause much damage. It's a king body. The power of vibration. Lin Ling kept retreating, frowning slightly. Your eyesight is not bad. That's right, my king body is very noble. It can allow any king-step martial arts to cultivate to 30% of their martial intent. Moreover, with the power of vibration, it is comparable to a half-step 40% martial intent. Lin Ling, you are dead. Arrogant laughter came out from Feng Tianting's mouth, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Feng Tianting's origin was not simple. The upper three regions were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Wang. Soon after, Lin Ling noticed a detail. The martial stage seemed to be constantly vibrating, but it was very subtle. Moreover, the vast dragon lake was also vibrating, with ripples blooming. It was Feng Tianting's vibration power. Demonic drum thunder seal. An even more terrifying secret art burst out. Feng Tianting was half-squatting in a horse stance. His palms stretched out, facing Lin Ling from afar. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and demonic qi surged. However, ripples spread out from his palm, constantly expanding. That was the air being vibrated. Pa. At the same time, with the 7th martial stage as the center, the vast dragon lake gave up the massive ripples. The lake water was turbulent, and even some of the youths on the lakeside held swords and sabers in their hands. Even the sabers and swords were shaken. Half a step to 40% true meaning of vibration. The crowd's pupils constricted. What a terrifying strength. It had to be known that the true meaning of martial arts was extremely difficult to comprehend. Although the 7 profound martial house had many geniuses, there were very few that could comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, and most of them were only at 20%. But a half step to 40% true meaning of martial arts was extremely rare. Lin Ling will be shattered by my junior apprentice brother. In the distance, ghost god Scarlet Flame smiled, full of confidence. No one was optimistic that Lin Ling would be able to withstand this move. Before, Lin Ling had not been defeated because his movement martial arts were sharp, but his sword simply could not break through the true meaning of vibration. Lin Ling is holding his sword with both hands. Has he given up? Maybe he'll resist before he dies. Unfortunately, it's useless. Although his sword is sharp, it's still too young. The crowd did not want to miss any opportunity. They were all looking forward to it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Feng Tianting made his move. His palm erupted with a terrifying strength. Although it seemed slow, it instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, as if he wanted to crush Lin Ling with his palm. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling still held his sword with both hands. Many people even saw that beneath his long hair, his eyes were closed. Courting death. Second brother. Sakura could not help but shout, his pupils red. Was he really going to be defeated? Only one person could see that Lin Ling was strangely holding his sword with both hands. This person was far away on the other side of the seven profound martial house. At this moment, his eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. His sword's true meaning has risen. Feng Tianting is too slow. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly opened. Sword moves mountains and rivers. The great sword that had always been sharp and sharp had changed at this moment. Its momentum was magnificent, as if it wanted to sever the world. A sword that was too sharp, revealing its edge, could be fatal in a single strike. This was a fast sword, but it was ineffective against Feng Tianting. Feng Tianting's power of vibration could shake off the sharp sword. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, he could only use violence to curb violence, and use strength to break strength. Therefore, he had to use the slow sword art. A terrifying sword's true meaning erupted. It was as heavy as a mountain, and as it fell to the ground, the entire martial stage split open. Feng Tianting's palm also split open in an instant. Countless swords' true meaning seemed to fall from the sky, piercing through his right arm. His body, it was as if he had stepped into the forbidden zone of the sword. Sword moves mountains and rivers was a relatively slow sword move, but it was a large area attack. The sword stabbed into the ground. Above the ground, there would be countless swords' true meaning that was half a step into 40%. Those who entered the domain died. Chapter 600. You can die. Feng Tianting's body flew backwards. Numerous bloody holes pierced through his body. But all around Dragon Lake, there was a deathly silence. Lin Ling actually had a half-step 40% sword true meaning? And it was even stronger than Feng Tianting's true meaning of martial arts? Old Great Sunchild was still drinking tea, but before the tea could reach her mouth, the teacup shattered, and even the water turned to ashes. Her frowning face twisted. She had arranged for 2 new stars to fight against Lin Ling, but in the end she had not been able to stop Lin Ling. In the end, she was still going to lose. She had never underestimated Lin Ling, nor had she ever overestimated Lin Ling. She had only acted according to the rules. A genius that had only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months, she was confident that she had given him enough obstacles. However, Lin Ling had still created a miracle. What secret was this Lin Ling hiding? On the martial stage, Lin Ling gripped his sword with one hand and walked step by step towards Feng Tianting. Feng Tianting's face was pale, his pupils constricted. He had not thought that he would be defeated. You think you have the qualifications to be called a demon? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Feng Tianting's face to become even more ferocious. He said in a low voice, "What do you want to do?" Even though he was severely wounded, he was still like a demon, still as strong as ever. You said that if you stepped onto the martial stage, you would either die or live. You never thought that the one to die would be you. Lin Ling's voice was filled with endless murderous intent. You want to kill me? Feng Tianting clenched his teeth. He never thought that he would die, and he never thought that someone would dare to kill him. He was a demon, and if he did not go crazy then he would not live. But this boy was even crazier than him. You dare! At this moment, a cold voice reached Lin Ling's ears. He saw that at the edge of Dragon Lake, Ghost God Qian was coldly looking at Lin Ling. Their fighting evil faction had always gone crazy, And now someone dared to move against their own junior apprentice brother in front of them? Courting death. I'm very sorry. Great Sunchild once said that when fighting on the martial platform, one has to ignore the sounds in the surroundings. So, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile that was even more devilish than Feng Tianting's, and he slowly raised his sword. You! Scarlet Flame's pupils constricted. Lin Ling clearly heard what he said, but he said that he didn't. He was disdainful of him and even mocking him. I admit defeat. Feng Tianting looked at the young man in front of him. He had no doubt that the young man would cut down the sword, so he anxiously shouted. You used your insanity to intimidate others, making them not dare to fight. Now that you admit defeat, it seems like your previous title of insanity is just for show. Don't you think it's ironic? Lin Ling's smile became even colder. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Feng Tianting's complexion was ugly, but he was still anxiously shouting. The crowd's pupils constricted. The unruly and tyrannical martial demon was actually constantly shouting that he had lost and begging for mercy. This was completely different from the impression they had of martial demons. How ironic. He has already admitted defeat, and you still dare to kill him? You have violated the rules. At this moment, in the skies above, an old voice sounded out. It was angry from shame and even sinister. Then, it turned into a billowing dark cloud that rushed towards Lin Ling. It was Great Sunchild. Great Sunchild was seething with anger. Whether or not Feng Tianting died, she had already lost. Thus, she resented Lin Ling. Lin Ling was nothing but an ant. She wanted to kill Lin Ling to vent her anger. Unfortunately, she was fast, but another figure wasn't slow either. A sword cut through the horizon, as if tearing apart space itself, and appeared in front of Great Sunchild. But a crisp slap sounded out, shaking the entire dragon lake. Great Sunchild has been slapped in the face. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared at the figure in the sky. It was Old Sword. You dare to hit me? Great Sunchild rubbed her face, her complexion becoming even more ferocious. She was one of the 7 profound martial house's 12 elders, and had an illustrious reputation in the rainforest Holy Land. She was highly respected, but today she had been slapped in the face in front of countless people. There are still 2 more slaps. Old Sword stepped into the void, his clothes flapping in the wind. He coldly looked at Great Sunchild. He already had a grudge with this person, so as long as he had a handle on her, he would not show any mercy. It seems that the 2 elders made a bet. If Old Sword lost, he would give up his status as Elder Xian. If Great Sunchild lost, she would be slapped 3 times. After the crowd was surprised, they began to talk amongst themselves. Great Sunchild's complexion was gloomy and uncertain. She had wanted to take this chance to kill Lin Ling, but she had obviously failed. Now that she had jumped out of everyone's sight, it was impossible for her to back down. There are still 2 more slaps. At this moment, on the 7th martial stage, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He had used his status as a disciple to force Great Sunchild to be slapped in the face. There are still 2 more slaps. Old Sword turned around and looked at Lin Ling. He laughed and then said coldly. Great Sunchild could not put down her face and was not willing to be slapped in the face. But now, he and Lin Ling were forcing Great Sunchild to move her face over in front of countless people. You are ruthless. Great Sunchild's expression kept changing. In the end, she coldly stared at Lin Ling. She then moved her body and floated towards Old Sword. Her old face moved over. She had no right to reject anymore. You are asking for humiliation. Sword Elder laughs coldly and uses both hands to draw the bow. Pa pa, pa, crisp clapping sounds out, causing blood to flow out from Great Sun Elder's mouth while her eyes are filled with hatred. Feels good, right? Old Sword said again, causing Great Sunchild's body to tremble. She coldly snorted and no longer spoke. She returned to the mountain peak. Today, she had lost all her face. Around the Dragon Pan Lake, many people wanted to laugh but did not dare to. They could only endure silently. After all, to them, to be able to see the 12th elder Xian being slapped in the face was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Today was the day of the Moon Guard disciple assessment. Everyone was here to see the geniuses. But who would have thought that the scene would turn into Elder Xian being slapped in the face? This scene, the interlude, is not bad. At this moment, on the 7th martial stage, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing Great Sunchild's heart to tremble again. It was as if a knife was cutting through her heart. Lin Ling was mocking her for being slapped in the face previously. If not for the countless people here, she would have slapped that junior to death. Lin Ling must die, she must kill him. Lin Ling naturally sensed the resentful gazes on the mountain peak, but he was fearless. He did not know what grudges there were between Great Sunchild and Old Sword, but when Su Fan made things difficult for him, it was Old Sword who supported him. Great Sunchild wanted to use Lin Ling to make things difficult for Old Sword, using Lin Ling as a chess piece. Since he dared to play with others, he had to be prepared to be played by others. Lin Ling, he had to control his own life, he would not let others play with him. You can die now. Lin Ling looked at Feng Tianting, his eyes cold. At this moment, a murderous voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears again, "How dare you?" Just as the words were spoken, Lin Ling's sword slashed down. The heavily injured Feng Tianting obviously could not block his sword. A sword wound appeared on his neck, blood flowing out. He stared at Lin Ling with his eyes wide open, as if he still could not believe that he would die here. He had lost to a newcomer. Chapter 601. Promoted to Moon Guard disciple, another one of the 10 rising stars has fallen. Looking at this scene, the crowd's hearts trembled violently. 2 of the 7 rising stars had fallen, and the only one who had made it to the end was a Star Guard disciple. All of this was like a dream. However, no one sympathized with Wu Mo's death, because Wu Mo brought this upon himself. He was crazy, he was a demon, he was stronger than others, so he casually killed his opponents. However, when he met an opponent stronger than him, his end came. At this moment, Lin Ling turned around and looked at the angry demon god Qi Yan in the distance. He suddenly smiled. "Sorry, what did you say before?" "Sorry." This sentence, this smile, was full of sarcasm. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had heard Qi Yan's words, but Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. After killing Feng Tianting, he turned around and asked, "What did you say before?" To Scarlet Flame, this kind of attitude was absolutely infuriating. Many people's hearts jumped again, especially the Star Guard disciples. They never thought that the youth who had cultivated in Star Sea Pagoda would have reached such heights. Lin Ling, fearless, frivolous, and carefree. 7th martial stage, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, complete victory, promoted to Moon Guard disciple, can participate in the main stage competition. Praise. At this moment, the judge's voice was heard, and then he looked at the blue and white-robed youth leaving the stage step by step, nodding his head. This youth was very calm. If not for Great Sunchild forcing him too hard, this youth would still be low-key. Although he had such strength, he was not arrogant, and in the future, his achievements would be even more extraordinary. Lin Ling has become the new 10 rising stars. Sigh. Many people sighed in their hearts. Unknowingly, this youth had reached the top of the pyramid. One must know that even among the Moon Guard disciples, the 10 rising stars were considered to be above average, stronger than many others, and these rising stars had cultivated for a long time, but Lin Ling had only cultivated for 3 months. Student Su Fan, don't forget your promise. Sigh. Arriving at the lakeside, Lin Ling looked at the distant mountain peak. Su Fan's pupils were blank, as if he hadn't realized that Lin Ling had won. But as he heard Lin Ling's words, his complexion instantly became ugly. He had to relinquish his status as one of the 36 apprentices and be demoted to an elder of the 7 profound martial house. It had to be known that the position of an apprentice was only below Old Xian and was above tens of thousands of people. But if he gave up this status, it was the same as giving up a massive amount of cultivation resources and even receiving a great deal of ridicule. Lin. He never would have thought that a commoner disciple would be able to walk to this day without the guidance of a master. Breaking promise? Yusu. At this moment, the ice-cold voice of the sword elder resounded out. He had always kept a low profile and endured patiently, but as long as he won, he would have enough authority to speak. If Su Fan dared to break his promise, he would kill him with a single strike of his sword. Su 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 Su, Su 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 Lin Su 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 Su, S Su 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 his. Lin Ling, you're amazing. How can you be so strong? After Lin Ling walked back, Ouyang Feiyang and the others excitedly said. They had not thought that Lin Ling would surpass them by so much. They had always thought that Lin Ling's foundation was only better than theirs. One of the 10 rising stars was an existence that they looked up to. I was just lucky. Lin Ling faintly smiled. Second brother, good job. In the distance, Sakura quickly ran over and thumped Lin Ling's chest. Before, he had truly been worried for Lin Ling. Moreover, he had not thought that in a short 3 months, Lin Ling would cultivate the Overlord Sword's secret art to the slow sword boundary. This terrifying speed made him feel inferior. Everyone surrounded Lin Ling, laughing and chatting. They were happy for Lin Ling. In the distance, Ghost God Scarlet Flame was still standing. His junior apprentice brother had died in front of him, but that youth had not panicked at all and had directly ignored him. This caused him to coldly say, Lin Ling, I want you dead. The other 10 rising stars looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. In this battle, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. But at the same time, he had provoked a terrifying enemy. That was the 2nd-ranked ghost god Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling's life would not be long. The matches on the 10 martial stages finally ended. A total of 10 people had become Moon Guard level disciples. Besides the 10 rising stars of the previous generation, there were 2 newcomers. One of them was Ouyang Feiyang. His martial stage did not have a rising star. Although he had lost a match, his points were the highest, so he had smoothly advanced. The other person was Lin Ling. Compared to Ouyang Feiyang, Lin Ling was a true dark horse. This was because his strength was obvious to all. At noon, at Myriad Sword Peak, 10,000 swords stood like a forest. Everyone had gathered here. Even Long Xiaochen and the others had come. Each and every one of them was congratulating Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you have finally become a Moon Guard level disciple, and you have broken another record. You are the first genius in the history of the 7 profound martial house to become a Moon Guard level disciple in 3 months. The sword elder stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. In fact, he was optimistic about Lin Ling because Lin Ling had obtained Di Wuji's approval. But he did not think that this youth Lin Ling was not simple at all. His speed of growth had greatly exceeded his expectations. Ha! Ha! Lin Ling gently smiled. He was not proud of himself. After all, he knew that there were many people who were stronger than him. These 3 days are the main stage matches. The winners will be rewarded, and the rewards are very generous. Unfortunately, only the top 3 will receive them. Sakura took out some wine and filled everyone's cups. Then he said with some regret, yes, it is said that there are 7th-grade King Step martial arts, medium-grade spirit crystals, and any kind of spirit grass, medicinal herbs, and pills. These are the rewards for the first place. Ouyang Feiyang drank some wine and said with some yearning, Lin Ling, if you had participated a year later, then you would have been able to obtain first place, and the rewards would have been generous. Long Xiaochen looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling's current height had already surpassed everyone's expectations, but he was still far from first place. No matter, becoming a Moon Guard level disciple is good enough. You don't need to think about anything else. Sakura was afraid that Lin Ling would not be reconciled, so he comforted him. Lin Ling drank some wine and shook his head helplessly. Everyone seemed to think that defeating the martial demon was his limit, but he did not explain. After all, it was better to explain 3 days later and let everyone know. It was night and the sky was filled with stars. Lin Ling lay on the grass and looked at the stars in the sky. He could not help but smile. Unknowingly, he had also become a Moon Guard level disciple, and he was getting closer and closer to his goal of challenging the Mansion Master. After I challenge the Mansion Master, will I be able to find my mother? At that time, I will be able to be with Yu and the others. I wonder how they are now. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He had some nostalgia, but then he shook his head. Currently, he was not weak among the Moon Guard level disciples, but there was still the 7 profound prodigy list above him. That was his next goal. Moreover, he had already offended Great Sun Elder, Su Fan, and Ghost God Qi Yen, so he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Lin Ling, are you there? Chapter 602. Invited, what's the matter? Lin Ling asked, puzzled. Someone sent me an invitation, saying that this year's Moon Guard level disciples will be gathering. Also, the 10 rising stars will be there. Do you think I should go? Ouyang Feiyang frowned. The invitation said that it was only for the same batch of Moon Guard level disciples, and it was extremely polite. Of course, Lin Ling was invited as well. 10 rising stars? What do you think? Lin Ling frowned and then asked. Ouyang Feiyang shook his head. I don't think it's a good thing. After all, we don't have any friendship, so how could they contact us? I'm afraid they want to humiliate us. After all, we are both newcomers. But if we don't go, then it will be a bit shameful. If we don't even dare to go, then we won't give them any face. Lin Ling nodded, and then suddenly sneered. Since they are inviting us to drink, then there's no reason not to go. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Is there wine to drink? I'll go too. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures walked out of the forest. They were Di Shirtian and Di Jichuan. Di Shirtian had a cold smile on his face, as if he was very interested in this matter. He also wanted to see who exactly was their enemy. Good, then let's go together. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He was fearless. After all, the competition was in 3 days. In such a sensitive period, Great Sunchild absolutely wouldn't dare to move against him. So what harm was there in going? In the 7 profound martial house, after becoming a Moon Guard level disciple, there were many more places that they could go. Not only that, but the 7 profound martial house was very large, much larger than the former Cloud Sea City. There were streets, restaurants, and even markets. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was not pure of heart and desires. Some martial artists had external pleasures to enjoy, and their cultivation would progress even faster. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the Moon Guard level disciple area. Ouyang Feiyang and Lin Ling were both surprised. This place was really large, with tall buildings that reached the horizon. It was bustling beyond belief. However, Di Shirtian and Di Jichuan had already been here before, so they weren't that surprised. Instead, they explained to Lin Ling about the rainforest sacred land. Other than the 7 halls of martial arts, there were many native warriors in the rainforest sacred land. They were descendants of ancient warriors, so they had a strong heritage. Other than that, there were also the mysterious 4 desolate races. They were factions that were older than the 7 halls of martial arts, but they rarely appeared. Apart from that, the 18 upper 3 regions of the 100 territories also had businesses, restaurants, markets, and so on in the rainforest sacred land. The martial demon you killed last time, I investigated his origin. TSK, he's not simple. He's from the Fighting Evil clan, an ancient clan in the 18 upper regions. Moreover, the people of this clan are very crazy. You have to be careful the next time you meet him. Sakura reminded, which made Lin Ling nod his head. The sacred rainforest was even more vast than he had imagined. The invitation was to the Clear Breeze restaurant. This restaurant was not famous, but it was said that it was the property of some great character of the 7 profound martial house. In the 7 profound martial house, as long as one could become a Moon Guard disciple, they could have their own territory and live with their family. This was also a great honor. As for owning a business, there was no need to even mention it. Did you hear? In this year's Dragon Pan Lake tournament, 2 dark horses rose up. The most terrifying one is Lin Ling. He defeated 2 of the 10 rising stars. Yeah, I really don't understand how he cultivates. He's just a dead man. Don't you know that he offended Great Sunchild and Su Fan? Just because he has some achievements, he thinks he's so arrogant. Such a person will die sooner or later. That's right, he's just trash. In the restaurant, guests came like clouds. They were all talking about the tournament. Some people admired him, but there were also some people who disdained him. And those who disdained him seemed to be Su Fan's former disciple. Even if they weren't, they still had a good relationship with Su Fan. At this time, 4 figures stepped into the restaurant, causing the restaurant to quiet down. He looks like Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. He recognized Lin Ling. He is Lin Ling, but he's only at the Middle King Spirit Realm. What qualifications does he have to be so arrogant? Lin Ling, come here, let me take a look at you. At one of the tables, 4 figures were drinking wine. One of them smirked and said, "That's right. It's senior apprentice brother Kong Air." As the crowd looked at these 4 people, their eyes flashed. These 4 people had a small reputation amongst the Moon Guard level disciples. In a smelting trial, their names had once shaken the 7 profound martial house. But now, it seemed that they didn't like Lin Ling at all. Come, take a look at our little junior apprentice brother and have a drink. One of the 4 laughed. He had been a Moon Guard level disciple for a long time, so he didn't place any newcomers in his eyes. You're sick. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, he attracted so many gazes. This caused Lin Ling to frown. But after hearing this arrogant voice, he immediately smiled with disdain. He simply didn't want to bother with them. Are you rejecting me? The youth called Kong Air stood up. What you said before, if you have the ability, then say it again. The crowd shook their heads. Lin Ling was only a newcomer, but he was very arrogant. His senior apprentice brother had invited him to drink wine, but he had actually refused. He had even disdainfully said that he was sick. Did he know who he was talking to? At this moment, Lin Ling's group of 4 stopped. Sakura coldly looked at the youth. He wanted to walk over, but Lin Ling stopped him. If others looked down on him, then he should solve the problem himself. No matter where he went, there were always martial artists who thought too highly of themselves and liked to bully others. Lin Ling was extremely disdainful of such people. If they provoked him, Lin Ling wouldn't give them any face. He walked towards the 4 people, step by step. Did you apologize? You might be punished with 10 bottles of wine. Many people looked at this scene with interest. The 4 people sneered and slowly drank their wine. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would say to apologize. If you want to satisfy us, then I'm afraid you'll have to treat us to this meal. The youth called Kong Air said as he played with his wine cup. Lin Ling also came to the side of the table and looked down at the 4 people. Then, he picked up the wine cup on the table, shook it, and suddenly poured the wine on Kong Air's head. The restaurant instantly quieted down. Everyone who was eating was stunned. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to do such a thing. He poured wine on Kong Air's face. This newcomer Lin Ling had just become a Moon Guard disciple, but he was very arrogant. Interesting. But soon, everyone laughed. They were looking forward to the next scene. Lin Ling was so frivolous. Who knew what kind of torture he would receive? Drip. Kong Air sat quietly, allowing the wine to drip from his face. His eyes narrowed, like the eyes of a poisonous snake. You poured wine on my face? He said softly. His tone was very calm, but the calmer he was, the scarier it was. Obviously, he was angry. The other 3 people also looked cold and sat quietly. Didn't you see it? Lin Feng nodded as if he was talking about something very normal. Chapter 603. Get out. Ha. Lin Ling chuckled and didn't say anything. Instead, he took the wine jug from the table and opened the lid. He raised his hand again and poured the wine on Kong Air's face, causing him to tremble. The other 3 also narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was crazy. But soon, they realized that Lin Ling's craziness didn't stop there. Lin Ling poured the wine on their heads as if he was showering flowers. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and their bodies began to tremble. Lin Ling was crazy. You're courting death. Kong Air's eyes were red. He had been doused with wine twice, so one could imagine the humiliation. His terrifying aura erupted as he punched at Lin Ling. His fist shone with a dazzling light. This was the strength of a late-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. Many people shook their heads at this scene. Lin Ling had defeated the samurai demon, and his strength was indeed not bad. However, Kong Er was a disciple of the older generation who was at the level of a moon guard. Other things aside, just the guidance he had received from the apprentice alone was more than Lin Ling's. However, what everyone imagined didn't happen. His fist was blocked by a palm. Flames rose from the palm, causing Kong Er's angry face to gradually distort. His fist was caught, and the most terrifying thing was that a scorching flame was burning his fist. You eat your food and I walk my path. Just because I'm a newcomer and offended the apprentice, you come to provoke me? I really don't understand where you get the qualifications to do this. Lin Ling held Kong Er's fist and said coldly. Everyone in the restaurant went silent. Although Lin Ling had defeated the martial demon was not a moon guard disciple. Kong Er, on the other hand, was a true moon guard disciple and was quite famous. However, Lin Ling was still able to block his fist. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden during the competition? Scram! Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Ling waved his right hand. Kong Er was instantly flipped over and smashed into the distance, causing the walls of the restaurant to crack. You're courting death. The other three stood up one after another, wanting to attack. Lin Ling looked at them with a cold smile. But at this moment, a figure walked down from the second floor, and an indifferent voice sounded out at the same time, "Who is so bold, daring to cause trouble in my restaurant?" "It's Dan Luofeng." Looking at this youth, many people's eyes narrowed. This youth was a genius on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. His strength had reached the Emperor Spirit realm, and he was above the tens of thousands of moon guard disciples. He had the authority to open a restaurant in the 7 profound martial house, and it was said that Dan Luofan was a highly respected alchemist. Causing trouble in Dan Luofan's restaurant, Lin Ling was in trouble this time. Senior brother fallen mortal, it's him. Kong Er's face was ferocious as he climbed to his feet and pointed at Lin Ling. As for Dan Luofan, who had just walked down, he frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also looking at Dan Luofan. His heart was cold. This youth was very strong. He had a feeling that even if he erupted with his full strength, he still wouldn't be this youth's match. He was truly worthy of being a genius on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. "Are you Lin Ling?" Dan Luofan indifferently said. Then he saw Lin Ling nod, and finally waved his hand. "Forget it. Lin Ling was also invited, so let's forget about this matter." These words caused Kong Er's pupils to shrink. He had lost so much face, and senior brother Dan Luofan had actually said to forget it. However, he had no choice but to give Dan Luofan face. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He coldly shouted, "Leave! Leave! Wait, leave!" However, he had just taken a step when Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. "You want to leave like this? Leave! What do you want? I was only careless before. If I erupted with my full strength, I would have killed you." Kong Er roared. Lin Ling disdainfully smiled. Kong Er hadn't erupted with his full strength? He lightly said, "These 4 people have to get out, and they have to get out." Cold. Everyone in the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Kong Er had swallowed his anger, but Lin Ling still wouldn't let them go. Then, everyone looked at Dan Luofan. But Dan Luofan frowned. "No reason. If you don't tell them to scram, then I will leave. I don't care if I don't participate in this wine party." Lin Ling calmly said. Dan Luofan's pupils shrank, and then his eyes flashed. Finally, he said, "You 4, get out. Leave." He was the owner of the restaurant, so he naturally knew about this wine party. He was the host, so if Lin Ling didn't participate, then what was the point? Dan Luofan, Kong Er and the others anxiously shouted. If they were to leave, then how could they stay in the 7 profound martial house? Leave. Dan Luofan didn't say anything. He domineeringly shouted again, and finally had Kong Er and the others roll out. Their distressed appearance made the crowd laugh. The 4 of them had been high and mighty at the start, wanting to punish Lin Ling with a drink, and wanting Lin Ling to treat them to a meal. But now they were rolling out like gourds. This contrast was too great. Of course, They didn't know why Dan Luofan was helping Lin Ling, and they also thought it was strange. Now, can you come upstairs with me? Dan Luofan didn't pay attention to Kong Air and the others. He looked at Lin Ling. Wait, there's another person. That guy in the corner also needs to get out. Leave. Lin Ling shook his head and pointed to a young man drinking in the restaurant. When that young man looked up, his complexion was extremely ugly. Senior apprentice brother Tai Yuezhan, you want to make things difficult for me, you want to see me lose face? You are not qualified. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded again. He was also puzzled. After all, he didn't offend Kong Air and the others, so why would they make things difficult for him? Then he saw a familiar figure and naturally had a guess in his heart. All of this was probably Tai Yuezhan's intention. Moreover, he hadn't taken revenge for Tai Yuezhan's assassination in the past. He just wanted to wait for the competition to end. Now, he would take it as collecting some interest. Lin Ling. The young man in the corner was Tai Yuezhan. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth. The previous 4 people were called by him. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, but in the end, those 4 people lost face first. If you don't get out, I will kill you. Lin Ling coldly shouted, revealing his killing intent. Tai Yuezhan's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had Sakura beside him, so he didn't dare to be too arrogant. In the end, he clenched his teeth and rolled out. Although he was a disciple of the Moon Guard rank, he obviously didn't dare to offend Dan Luofan of the 7 Profound Heavens Pride list. Patod? Come, roll over my crotch. Sakura couldn't help but laugh. He didn't make a move because he had already left this enemy to Lin Ling. After a few people rolled out of the restaurant, many people on the street looked at the scene in shock. When they saw that it was Tai Yuezhan and the others, they couldn't help but laugh. Even the whole street was laughing. Getting out of the restaurant, there were really such shameful people nowadays. Lin Ling, you're on your own. Tai Yuezhan didn't dare to stay any longer. He left a sentence and left in shame. Next time we meet, you will die. Lin Ling coldly said. He never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Can you go up with me now? Dan Luofan asked again. Lin Ling nodded and led Sakura and the others to the 2nd floor. Chapter 604. The purpose of the wine party on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, it was quiet and elegant. A huge and luxurious cauldron was placed in the middle of the hall, and all kinds of rare spiritual herbs were placed neatly around it. TSK, as expected of an alchemist, these spiritual herbs are very rare. Several figures sat in the hall, looking around indifferently. Don't touch these spiritual herbs, otherwise, if you make senior brother Dan Luofan unhappy, I won't be able to protect you. A calm voice sounded, causing everyone to frown slightly, not daring to be too arrogant. These people were the 10 rising stars. This year, they were the only ones who had become moon guards, so they gathered together to drink. Of course, it was impossible to just drink. Lin Ling is coming too? Humph, a mere 3-month newcomer, and he dares to be mentioned in the same breath as me. I can't accept this. The last ranked life blade, Hao Yun, said indifferently. Some of the others smiled slightly, some remained silent, and some showed a disdainful expression. Lin Ling dares to come, I want him dead, Blood King, this party was organized by you, don't blame me for not giving you face. A cold voice sounded, Ghost God Qiyan drank a mouthful of wine, and spoke with overflowing killing intent. He didn't even seem to give face to Blood King Duan Tianya. After all, the party was organized by Duan Tianya, but he dared to kill the person invited by Duan Tianya. At the head seat on the left, a young man in a luxurious green robe played with a wine cup and suddenly laughed. Qiyan, the competition is in 3 days. If you kill Lin Ling now, how will you explain to Sword Elder? You might even implicate Elder's son Tong. Qiyan's eyes narrowed, and he fell silent. Elder's son Tong wasn't someone he could offend. If Lin Ling dies here, others will definitely suspect that it was Elder Great's son who did it. When the competition starts, there will definitely be a lot of gossip. How will Elder Great's son deal with this? Duan Tianya asked again. Everyone nodded. Lin Ling would definitely be killed by Elder son Tong, but not during this sensitive period. He killed my junior apprentice brother. Now that I see him, I want to kill him. How can I endure drinking with him? Scarlet Flame was still unwilling. Actually, you don't have to die. Have you heard of divine transformation mud? Duan Tianya said with a faint smile, causing everyone to be puzzled. Divine dissolving clay is a rare item in the heavens and the earth. It can be refined into a type of poisonous pill that completely dissolves a person's cultivation. If Lin Ling becomes a cripple without any cultivation, would you feel better killing him or becoming a cripple? Duan Tianya continued. Cripple? That's right. Is this the purpose of your banquet? Ghost Marshal Qi Yan's eyes lit up, faintly having a guess. However, how could such a poison pill be refined? Moreover, how was he going to obtain the one transformation divine clay? Duan Tianya seemed to have guessed Scarlet Flame's thoughts and asked again. Senior brother Dan Luofan is a powerful alchemist. Do you think that poison pill is difficult to refine? Everyone suddenly understood. The purpose of this banquet was to make Lin Ling a cripple, and the owner of the restaurant, Dan Luofan, would personally refine the poison pill to poison Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would become a cripple, and even if he participated in the competition, it would be useless. He would only be tortured and killed. Your purpose? Scarlet Flame's mood improved. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling become a cripple, but he still asked doubtfully. I have always believed that one more enemy is better than one more friend. I am very interested in the fighting evil faction, and senior brother Dan Luofan is also very interested. Duan Tianya said as he fiddled with his wine cup. Scarlet Flame nodded. We will become friends. The others more or less understood what was going on. Blood King Duan Tianya seemed to want to make friends with the fighting evil faction. Moreover, compared to Lin Ling, Blood King Duan Tianya favored Scarlet Flame more. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of offending Lin Ling and helped Ghost Marshal Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling and the D clan are very close. The D clan has already declined, and Lin Ling has offended Great Sun Elder and Elder Su Fan. Therefore, Duan Tianya believes that Lin Ling will die, but before he dies, Duan Tianya wants Lin Ling to display his remaining brilliance and help Duan Tianya once, so that the fighting evil faction owes him a favor. This Duan Tianya is very smart. Many people secretly said in their hearts. However, this had nothing to do with them, so they quietly watched the show. At this time, footsteps sounded, and everyone's eyes narrowed. They knew that the main character had arrived. It had to be said that this Lin Ling was very bold. He clearly knew that this was a trap, but he still dared to come. No one dared to underestimate him. Everyone has arrived. It just so happens that this year's 10 rising stars are all here. In the future, everyone will be considered geniuses of the same generation, so it's good to get to know each other. After Dan Luofan walked into the hall, he faintly smiled. Everyone politely nodded in greeting, but their eyes all fell on Lin Ling behind Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, you've only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months, but you've already been promoted to a Moon Guard disciple. Fierce. My name is Duan Tianya, you must have already heard of me. Duan Tianya stood up and smiled. His attitude gave off an amiable and approachable feeling, modest and courteous. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Ling replied courteously. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone present was looking at him calmly. There were young men and young women. They were the 10 rising stars. However, there was an indescribable feeling in their eyes. It was as if they were waiting to see a good show. Afterwards, he didn't bother with them, and sat down with Sakura and the other 2. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. Congratulations on becoming a Moon Guard disciple. Your strength is not bad, and your luck is also good. Just as he sat down, there was a disdainful laugh. It seemed to be congratulatory, but the truth was that it was filled with disdain. It was the 10th ranked Slaughter Blade, Hao Yun. The other party's tone was strange, and Lin Ling was disinclined to be polite. You're ranked 10th among the 10 rising stars? Your strength isn't very strong, but your luck is also very good. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun had said that Lin Ling had relied on luck to become one of the 10 rising stars, but Lin Ling had countered him. Hao Yun was ranked 10th among the 10 rising stars, not because he was strong, but because he was lucky. You're crazy. How Yun's pupils shrank. How could he not understand the meaning behind Lin Ling's words? Meanwhile, the others were surging in their hearts. This Lin Ling was very arrogant, as if he didn't fear anyone at all. Although Lin Ling had defeated the martial demon, it didn't mean that everyone was afraid of him, because the martial demon was terrifying because of his madness and the demon god Qi Yan's support. Moreover, Lin Ling had snatched the martial demon's position, so everyone was looking forward to a battle with this young man, because they didn't have to worry about anything. I can't say that I'm crazy. It's just that when people give face, I give face 5. If I meet a shameless dog, then why should I give face? Lin Ling said softly. His indifferent attitude made Hao Yun's expression extremely ugly. Bang! At this moment, the sound of a wine cup smashing on the table was heard, and an indifferent voice was heard at the same time. One more word and I'll kill you right now. It was the demon god Qi Yan. He was originally a crazy person, and now that he saw his enemy again, how could he remain calm? He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling right now. Is this wine party so boring? If there's such an idiot again, then I don't want to attend the wine party. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still fearless, and instead mocked him. You're calling me an idiot? Chapter 605. Wine is poisonous. Are you here to drink or to fight? If you want to fight, just say it. Sakura also stood up and coldly looked at everyone. He was not as easy to talk to as Lin Ling. For a moment, the situation was in a deadlock. Many people were secretly surprised. No wonder Lin Ling dared to come. He brought a few helpers. Okay, if you want to fight, then fight in 3 days. Today is to drink and get to know each other. Don't be so stiff, come drink. Duan Tianya smoothed things over and finally made Ghost Marshal Qi Yan sit back down. He temporarily endured it. Others' eyes flickered, feeling funny in their hearts. Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but there were many people here who were stronger than him. However, Lin Ling was very arrogant, not knowing that his death was near. He actually dared to challenge Qi Yan in the wine party. The scene gradually calmed down. Duan Tianya treated everyone amiably and kept introducing other people. When the atmosphere was not so stiff, he said to Dan Lufen, Senior Dan, I heard you have a bottle of Azure Sky March wine. Why don't you take it out and let everyone enjoy it? Yes. The main topic was finally here. Everyone's eyes flickered, waiting for a good show. Hee, it's rare for geniuses to gather here. Let's liven things up a bit with wine. Dan Luofan smiled and nodded. He entered the room and came out with a bottle of emerald wine. He opened the lid at the same time and a fragrance filled the air. Good wine. Yes. Sakura's eyes lit up and praised. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Until now, he still could not see the other party's goal. Was it really just a gathering? Although Duan Tianya gave him a good impression, he always felt that this person was hiding something. This wine is refined with rare herbs and brewed with ice and fire. You all are in luck. Dan Luofan poured a cup for everyone and then smiled, indicating everyone to try it. Lin Ling's eyes swept over everyone and found that many people's eyes were flickering. Although it was hidden, he still sensed it with his sharp soul force. Could it be that there was a problem with this wine? However, each cup was filled with wine. Even if there was a problem, it should be everyone's problem. For a moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with doubts. Duan Tianya had already picked up his wine cup, the corner of his eyes lightly swept over Lin Ling, and he sneered in his heart. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely have some suspicions, this was human nature, but no matter how suspicious Lin Ling was, he didn't know the drawbacks. There was indeed a problem with the wine, but if it was drunk like this, the actual effect would not be great. However, if it was mixed with the seven-heart begonia, then the effect of the divine dissolving mud could be brought out. As for Lin Ling's cup, it was made from the seven-hearted begonia. Lin Ling had no idea at all. Good wine. Everyone drank a mouthful, and even Sakura drank a mouthful, praising one after another. Lin Ling held the wine glass with a calm expression. Then, the eye of time appeared in his eyes. He looked along the hall. Senior Marshal Brother, the fighting evil faction is very powerful. If we can form a good relationship with them, it will only be beneficial to us. At present, The junior Lin Ling killed Qi Yan's junior martial brother. If he avenged Qi Yan, it would be equivalent to gaining the friendship of the fighting evil faction. In any case, Lin Ling will die sooner or later, so why not use him before he dies? Alright. Then I will take out the divine dissolving mud to refine a poison pill and let him drink it. This wine is colorless and tasteless. I'm afraid it will be too late by the time he reacts. In the eye of time, the figures of Duan Tianya and Dan Luofan appeared in the hall. Very despicable. Lin Ling had no enmity with Duan Tianya and Dan Luofan, but they wanted to form a relationship with the fighting evil faction. However, they wanted to use him. Moreover, they thought that he would die, so they wanted to use him before he died to satisfy them. Fortunately, Lin Ling was very familiar with the divine dissolving mud, even more so than Dan Luofan. After all, his first dark true fire pill used the divine dissolving mud as the main ingredient. Lin Ling coldly smiled in his mind and took out a medicinal powder from his talisman pouch. Stone congealing powder. This was a strange stone. When it came in contact with water, it would condense and become incomparably hard. The divine dissolving mud could turn a person's cultivation into water, but it was afraid of stone congealing powder. One dissolves and one congeals, just enough to restrain it. In this way, the divine dissolving mud's poison was not only harmless, but also beneficial. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Dan Luofan saw Lin Ling's actions and asked with a smile. Hee, I like to add some strong things before drinking. I like the smell of strong wine. Lin Ling smiled faintly, but Dan Luofan didn't doubt him. After all, he was an alchemist, and the poison pill was refined by him. How could he casually add some things to cure the poison? Lin Ling, don't tell me you don't dare to drink? This doesn't match your status. Duan Tianya said meaningfully as he played with the wine cup. Lin Ling, how heroic are you? As a newcomer, you became a Moon Guard disciple. Don't tell me you don't have the courage? That's right, you're not giving Duan Tianya any face. After all, we've all drunk. The others also smiled faintly. They were trying to provoke him. If other people were here, they would be young and frivolous. What was there to be afraid of? Plus, everyone had drunk, so how could they not drink? So they would definitely drink it. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Unfortunately, although he looked fearless on the surface, his heart was calm. This wine is different from ordinary ones. Lin Ling said softly as he played with the wine cup. Duan Tianya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Ling had discovered it? But the divine dissolving mud was colorless and odorless. How could Lin Ling have discovered it? Dan Luofan's heart skipped a beat. However, he had full confidence in his alchemy skills. Lin Ling definitely couldn't have discovered it. If this unique wine was poured on the ground, it would be a waste of God's gift. Lin Ling slowly tilted the wine cup in his hand. It seemed that the wine was about to fall to the ground. Duan Tianya's pupils constricted. If the wine was poured, wouldn't his plan be disrupted? For a moment, he became nervous. In the end, he couldn't help but shout, Lin Ling. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, a unique wine is good wine. If I pour it on the ground, I'll be punished by God. How can I waste it? After saying that, Lin Ling drank the wine in his hand. His heroism made everyone gasp. Lin Ling really drank it. As for Duan Tianya, his complexion was ugly. Although Lin Ling had drunk the wine, his previous words and actions had been to play with him, causing him to be nervous for nothing. He was the number one of the 10 rising stars, and believed that he controlled everything. But today, he had been played by a junior. This feeling could be imagined. But as he was in a bad mood, Lin Ling's light voice floated in. Senior apprentice Brother Tianya, your complexion is very ugly. You shouldn't be sad that I drank your wine. These words were like a sharp thorn that deeply pierced into Duan Tianya's angry heart, causing his complexion to instantly turn ashen. But soon he sneered. Lin Ling wouldn't be proud for long. He would regret it and cry. Everyone was waiting for a good show. Lin Ling was very pitiful. His name had just shaken the 7 profound martial house, but the result was that he had become a cripple. If he became a cripple in the 7 profound martial house, then his future days could be imagined. Even Dan Luofan sneered. Lin Ling was only a junior. If his cultivation could be dissolved by the divine dissolving mud, then his death would be worth it. Not good, this wine. Chapter 606. Angry from embarrassment, hee. Duan Tianya and the others laughed. They saw Lin Ling's face turn ugly and he was cultivating on the spot as if he wanted to fight for the last struggle. Unfortunately, was it useful? How could Lin Ling break something as rare as the divine mud dissolving? Lin Ling, what's wrong? What? Sakura and the others looked at Lin Ling nervously. Then, Sakura looked at Duan Tianya and the others coldly. What did you do? The wine is poisoned. Dan Luofan shrugged casually. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Everyone drank the wine together, so why are we fine? These words stunned Sakura for a moment, and then Slaughterblade Hao Yun said gloomily, maybe he ate some treasure to become stronger, and forcefully increased his strength. Now that retribution is here, I'm afraid his cultivation is going to be destroyed. He just became a Moon Guard disciple and his cultivation was destroyed. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling is so pitiful. Another person, Light Fist Ling Hui, also laughed gloatingly. His cultivation was destroyed? My second brother was fine, but something happened when he came here. It must be you guys. Sakura's voice turned cold. He didn't care about evidence. If he suspected these people, he would make a move. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be saved. He did it himself, so how can he blame us? Duan Tianya picked up the wine cup and drank. He didn't have the amiable look from before. Now that he had achieved his goal, he didn't need to pretend anymore. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's expression and what he would say when he woke up and realized that he was a cripple. You guys are courting death. Sakura's terrifying aura erupted. He was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura also erupted from behind him, causing the hall to shake. Everyone's eyes focused. They didn't know what was going on. Good wine, it actually helped me break through. Behind him, a figure slowly stood up and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. It was Lin Ling, and behind him, 3 Vermilion Bird King elephants appeared. They were incomparably clear, as if they were the Vermilion Bird Kings. After all, he was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the King Spirit realm not too long ago, and he was only a thread away from breaking through. But this time, Dan Luofan had refined the rare divine transformation clay into a poison pill for him to consume, and this had instead added fuel to the fire and allowed him to smoothly break through. After all, his Vermilion Bird Flame was closely related to the divine disintegration mud. Although the divine disintegration mud was extremely poisonous, it was also a treasure that possessed vast amounts of spiritual energy. Everyone in the hall stared at him. Lin Ling did not become a cripple. Instead, he successfully broke through to the next realm. They were all geniuses of the King Spirit realm, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to break through to the next realm. It required an endless amount of resources, and a martial artist's martial arts foundation had to reach a certain level before they could luckily step into the next realm. And now, they watched helplessly as Lin Ling stepped into the next realm, getting closer and closer to them. What was going on? Senior brother Dan Luofan, your wine is not bad. After it entered my body, I immediately sensed a vast amount of spiritual energy, which allowed me to smoothly break through. Thank you. Thank you. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said softly. Then, he cupped his hands at Dan Luofan as if he was sincerely thanking Dan Luofan. Unfortunately, this polite gesture was like a slap to Dan Luofan's face. My wine allowed you to break through? Yes. Dan Luofan's mind was blown. He had actually helped Lin Ling in his breakthrough. He had actually helped an enemy rise and made the enemy even more powerful? What was going on? Duan Tianya also felt as if he had eaten a fly, and he looked at Dan Luofan strangely. Lin Ling had become a cripple? Now he was even stronger. Impossible. The divine disintegration mud mixed into the wine should have dissolved your cultivation. Dan Luofan roared angrily. He felt even worse than Duan Tianya because the divine disintegration mud was very rare. If not for the friendship of the fighting evil clan, he would not have been willing to take it out. Now, not only had he failed to achieve his goal, he had helped Lin Ling instead. How could he be in a good mood? Lin Ling naturally knew how rare the divine dissolving clay was. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to find this kind of heavenly treasure. Now that Dan Luofan had exposed him, he couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Sins committed by the heavens can be forgiven, but sins committed by oneself cannot be saved. I believe this saying very much. However, do you think you have the qualifications to call yourself an alchemist? In front of a true alchemist, your poisonous heart is actually helpful. Lin Ling sneered. Everyone suddenly understood. Lin Ling seemed to have known about the divine disintegration mud from the start. He had actually beaten Dan Luofan at his own game. Not only did he not cripple him, but his cultivation also increased greatly. This Lin Ling was too terrifying. Moreover, how did Lin Ling know about the divine disintegration mud? After all, the divine disintegration mud was colorless and odorless. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. Moreover, if Lin Ling could neutralize the divine disintegration mud, wouldn't his alchemy skills be higher than Dan Luofan's? Everyone was shocked. They suddenly understood why Dan Luofan was so angry. If they were in Dan Luofan's shoes, their mood would not be any better. How did you neutralize the divine disintegration mud? Dan Luofan roared again. Just find some random medicinal herbs and neutralize it. Speaking of which, does senior brother Dan Luofan still have any wine? I still want to drink. Lin Ling shrugged, causing Dan Luofan's face to turn red. Duan Tianya's face also turned red. Lin Ling was toying with him. Die! Dan Luofan was enraged. He took a step forward and his Emperor Spirit Realm aura erupted, wanting to kill Lin Ling. Ha! It's just a cup of wine. Why are you so stingy like a toad? Ha! Di Shirtian laughed loudly. He knew what had happened through the conversation and couldn't help but be overjoyed. His second brother was indeed powerful. He had neutralized the banquet at Hongmen and angered his enemies instead. You're courting death. Ha! Dan Luofan attacked, and so did Di Shirtian. He was about to enter the 7 profound prodigy ranking, so he also wanted to see how powerful a genius was. Bang! In the hall, 2 figures collided. The surging aura caused the entire restaurant to turn into dust. Even the street shook slightly. A genius from the 7 profound prodigy ranking is only SOSO. Ha! In the dust, Di Shirtian's disdainful voice sounded, causing everyone's hearts to freeze. They never thought that the person Lin Ling brought would be so strong that he could actually fight against a genius from the 7 profound prodigy ranking. Moreover, if they weren't wrong, Di Shirtian was only at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. Ha! This banquet is so boring. I'm just drinking a cup of wine, but I'm actually angry from embarrassment. In this way, I can't drink anymore. Big brother, let's go. Ha! Lin Ling's disdainful voice also sounded out, causing the 10 rising stars' pupils to shrink. Lin Ling was too hateful. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the dust, several figures slowly walked out. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered on the street to watch. As they saw these people, their hearts fiercely trembled. These people had actually destroyed Dan Luofan's restaurant. It had to be known that opening a restaurant in the 7 profound martial house was a supreme honor. But to have one's restaurant destroyed was a great shame. It looks like that's Lin Ling. Some people recognized Lin Ling and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 607. The competition begins. Lin Ling, don't leave if you have the ability. Duan Tianya and the others also rushed out. Their faces were covered in dust and they were in a sorry state, but all of them were furious. However, when they wanted to chase after them, Dan Luofan's cold voice sounded out. You are not that man's match. Obviously, after clashing with Di Shirtian, he also knew how difficult it was to deal with Di Shirtian. What? Duan Tianya and the others' faces all changed. That kind of sullenness and anger crazily surged in their hearts. Good wine, good wine. At this moment, a bold and unrestrained voice came from afar. It was Lin Ling's voice. It made Duan Tianya and the others tremble in anger, especially Duan Tianya, who was gnashing his teeth. He was confident that with strength, talent, and intelligence, he was a true genius. However, today, Lin Ling played with him in the palm of his hand, which made him happy at first, then disappointed, and finally angry out of humiliation. Compared to Duan Tianya, Dan Luofan was also in a bad mood. He looked at the destroyed restaurant and his heart was bleeding. Because the restaurant had a large amount of precious spirit herbs, but now they were all destroyed. Tianya, no matter what, he must die in 3 days. Dan Luofan's voice was extremely low. The others nodded. Lin Ling gave them a slap today, and it was a resounding slap. Ha, vent my anger. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were walking on the street laughing, especially Di Shirtian, who was in a good mood. One must know that not long ago, he was worried about Lin Ling, who knew that Lin Ling did not become a cripple, but instead his realm had increased. This would definitely make those insidious and cunning people vomit blood. Slaughterblade Hao Yun almost killed my sister last time. Although my strength is not as good as his, when I saw his angry face before, my mood was also very good. Ouyang Feiyang also felt comfortable all over. That blade, I will avenge you. And the hatred from before, I can't let it go like this. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing them to stop and look at Lin Ling strangely. The saber of slaughter, Hao Yun, was still alright as he was only ranked 10th, but Duan Tianya, Crimson Flame, and the others were not weaklings. Lin Ling actually wanted to seek revenge on them? I thought you were going to give up on the competition like me. Ouyang Feiyang was a little surprised. He was already satisfied with becoming a disciple of the Moon Guard level. As for the rewards of the competition, he had never even thought about it. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Then, without further explanation, he left the street with the others. At Myriad Sword Peak, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. A smile curved his lips. Originally, he would have needed some time to break through to the Middle King Spirit Realm, but the poison pill refined from the divine dissolving mud had shortened this time. Needless to say, he still had to thank Duan Tianya. Unfortunately, such a good divine melting mud was wasted just like that. If it was given to him, he might be able to increase the level of his king physique again. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's eyes turned icy cold. Duan Tianya and he had minded their own business, but this person wanted to use his death to form a relationship with the fighting evil faction. Since he dared to attack him, he would never let him go. Lin Ling was very clear that if he didn't have the Eye of Time, even if he was familiar with the divine melting mud, it would have been too late to detoxify it. After all, to detoxify the divine melting mud, he had to use the stone congealing powder at the beginning. No longer thinking about it, Lin Ling calmed his heart and began to cultivate. After reaching the late King Spirit Realm, the power of all his martial arts had greatly increased. Now, if he met the 10 rising stars again, other than Demon God Crimson Flame and Duan Tianya, he could easily deal with them. Moreover, after reaching the late King Spirit Realm, the memories left by the Limitless Sword Saint became clearer, allowing Lin Ling to understand. At the same time, he was grateful to the Limitless Sword Saint. After all, those mysterious memories saved him a lot of detours. For 3 days, he didn't sleep or rest to stabilize his realm. Even if he didn't fear the 10 rising stars, he still didn't slack off. On the path of martial arts, if you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Apart from talent and comprehension, hard work was also the most important. This had always been Lin Ling's strong point. He wouldn't give it up just because he became a Moon Guard disciple. And today was the day of the main stage's competition. Early in the morning, a large number of people had already gathered at the ancient Dragon Lake. There were even more people than last time because today was the main stage's competition. It was the time to see the strength of the 10 rising stars. Even many Moon Guard disciples and 7 profound heavens chosen list geniuses had come. They also wanted to see which of the 10 junior brothers was stronger. Among the 10 rising stars, it said that Duan Tianya already has the strength to enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list. It's just that his realm hasn't reached the standard. His battle will definitely be very exciting. I look forward to his battle with demon god Crimson Flame. There are still 2 newcomers. Lin Ling's strength should be quite good. Ouyang Feiyang passed by luck. Lin Ling's strength is indeed quite good. He can be ranked 6th or 7th among the 10 rising stars. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Soon, someone snorted disdainfully. Shameless boasting. Although Lin Ling defeated martial demon Feng Tianting, it doesn't mean that his combat strength is ranked 6th or 7th. After all, the martial demon's terrifying demonic nature is the most terrifying. In a battle between geniuses, anything is possible. I have high hopes for Slaughter Saber Hao Yun. Yes, Slaughter Saber Hao Yun is ranked 10th. But that was in the past. Who knows if his strength has increased this year? Maybe he has always wanted to fight the martial demon. In any case, anything can happen in a battle between geniuses. There were all kinds of opinions. Some supported Lin Ling, some disdained him, but the crowd was filled with anticipation. Not long after, the various Grand Masters and the 12 Elders Xian also appeared on the mountain peak. They looked down at the giant lake below with flickering eyes. Overestimating his own strength might lead to death. Su Fan, it's not a possibility, it's an absolute possibility. At this moment, 2 cunning and harsh voices sounded out. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Su Fan and Great Sun Elder. Although they didn't say who they were talking about, many people realized that they were talking about Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended Great Sun Elder. Like this, it would be difficult for him to stay in the 7 profound martial house. After all, there were many of the 36 Grand Masters who had a good relationship with Great Sun Elder. That slap in the face didn't hurt, but now you're itching for a beating. Of the 12 Elders Xian, Elder Jian looked into the distance and lightly said. These words caused Great Sun Elder's complexion to instantly turn ugly. Although 3 days had passed, she still felt a burning pain on her face. Then, Great Sun Elder coldly snorted and no longer spoke. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, shouts sounded out from the ancient lakeside, causing Dragon Coiling Lake to quiet down. At the lakeside, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang appeared. The 2 of them indifferently walked in, causing many people to nod their heads. Especially Lin Ling. This person had hidden himself very deeply and was also very low-key. If Great Sun Elder hadn't gone too far, then Lin Ling would have remained low-key, and no one would have known just how strong he was. In my opinion, Lin Ling might be able to fight with Drunken Sword Lin Ling. Lin Ling is also a swordsman. Chapter 608. Preliminaries. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that I'll have to forfeit the competition. You should also do your best. Ouyang Feiyang didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes as he slowly said. Alright. Lin Ling nodded. Ouyang Feiyang's strength in the Star Ocean Pagoda was not bad, but he was still weaker than the nominal disciples. Therefore, forfeiting was a very good choice. Lin Ling, take my blade. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind, causing Lin Ling to frown. A figure was striding over from afar. The blade in his hand was like a king's blade as it slashed towards Lin Ling. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun. Many people's eyes narrowed. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun was very arrogant. The competition hadn't even started and he was already planning to attack Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling had surpassed him, so he wasn't willing to accept it? A surging blade descended from the sky, tearing apart the space and cutting through the air. However, it stopped above Lin Ling's head. Lin Ling was still standing there calmly without any fear. Hee, I was just trying to scare you. I didn't expect that you would be so scared that you wouldn't dare to move. In the next moment, the saber was retracted. The ease with which Hao Yun controlled his power caused many people to feel apprehensive. The slaughter saber Hao Yun's strength was not bad, but he had tested Lin Ling's courage the moment he arrived. This was a little too arrogant. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the person walking over from afar. His heart turned cold, but he didn't say anything. Previously, everyone thought that he was too scared to move. Was that really the case? Absolutely not. Lin Ling knew that Slaughterblade Hao Yun wouldn't dare to attack him. After all, there were so many people here. Unless Slaughterblade Hao Yun was stupid, he would only attack him during the competition. Too much. Ouyang Feiyang said with dissatisfaction beside Lin Ling. Too much? Don't tell me you didn't go overboard? Senior brother Dan Luofan kindly invited you to drink, but you didn't even know how to be polite and tore down his restaurant. If it wasn't for Dan Luofan giving me face, he would have already done something to you. Right at this moment, another person walked over from afar. He wore an azure-green robe and had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and he gave off an aura of looking down on the world. He was precisely the Blood King, Duan Tianya. Lin Ling offended Duan Tianya? Hearing Duan Tianya's words, many people gasped. Lin Ling had offended the ghost god Scarlet Flame, which was enough to give him a headache. In the end, this Lin Ling was so arrogant that he did not know his limits, and even dared to offend Duan Tianya. Moreover, according to Lin Ling, he seemed to have invited Lin Ling for a drink, but Lin Ling did not give him any face and instead tore down his restaurant. This was too overbearing. Many people began to discuss. Not long ago, they had heard about the restaurant being demolished. Now, they were even more certain. Serves you right. Who told you to be a piece of trash? Lin Ling ignored everyone's thoughts and did not bother to explain. Instead, he looked at Duan Tianya and said coldly. This Duan Tianya was really a person who hid a knife behind a smile. He clearly wanted to harm him, but he said it in such a dignified manner. Was he trying to discredit him? Unfortunately, he did not care about how others looked at him. If you meet me in the competition, you will die. Duan Tianya indifferently stared at Lin Ling, his killing intent even more intense. Lin Ling had played with him, but now, not only did he not feel regret or fear, he even fearlessly counterattacked. He was very insolent. If you meet me, you will also die. The ghost god Scarlet Flame licked his lips, his smile was bloodthirsty. The other new stars also looked at Lin Ling with evil intentions, causing the distant crowd's eyes to flicker. Lin Ling seemed to have offended many people. On the other side of Dragon Coiling Lake, the former 8 heavenly kings and Star Guard level disciples were all deeply shocked. How long had it been? And Lin Ling had already reached the point where he could challenge the first and second rising stars. This was like a dream. He had entered the 7 profound martial house with Lin Ling, and had watched as Lin Ling grew up. He had challenged the Star Sea Pagoda, broken the record, taken the Moon Guard level examination, fought 2 new stars, one on the 7th martial stage, and now even dared to challenge the Blood King Duan Tianya. He wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was getting further and further away from him. Moreover, he discovered a special characteristic. Lin Ling seemed to never retreat in the face of adversity. He never thought about whether he could win or not, but always firmly moved towards his goal. This characteristic was exactly what Long Xiaochen was missing. The main stage competition is about to begin. There are 10 participants. The top 3 will receive rewards from the 7 profound martial house. The third will receive 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit crystals. The second will receive spirit crystals and a 7th grade King Step martial skill. The first will receive spirit crystals, a martial skill, and a heavenly material. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the sky, causing many people to feel envy in their hearts. The road of martial arts was, in fact, burning money. If one wanted to be stronger and not be bullied by others, then they needed endless cultivation resources. The top 3 of the main stage competition would receive 3 different treasures. Without a doubt, they would be able to avoid many detours on the road of martial arts. However, the truth was that many people had already guessed who the top 3 would be. The first was absolutely Duan Tianya. The second was Demon God Qi Yan. The third was Thunder General Zhu Lei and Light Fist Ling Hu Yijian. Although the remaining people were strong, they lacked some background. The competition will draw lots. 5 against 5, the loser will be eliminated, and the winner will enter the semifinals. 3 against 3, the final match. The referee's voice sounded out again, and then the results of the draw were announced. Blood King Duan Tianya vs Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang. Demon God Qi Yan vs Demon Legs Beidou. Drunken Sword Xiao Ying versus Light Fist Ling Hu Yijian. Thunder General Zhu Lein's domineering dominance over heaven and earth. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling versus Slaughter Saber Hao Yun. When the results were announced, the entire Dragon Pan Lake was in an uproar. The voices even caused ripples to appear on the lake. Many people were supporting the rising stars they had high hopes for. Following that, the first match followed. It was Blood King Duan Tianya versus Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang. This was the first versus the last. Interesting. Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang entered the main stage competition by luck. Now that his luck has run out, there's no suspense in this battle. The crowd let out sounds of interest. There was no need to look at the result of this battle. Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang would definitely lose. Rumble. In the center of Dragon Pan Lake, an even larger martial stage rose from the lake. Large amounts of water flowed down like dragons, making for a spectacular sight. The martial stage of the main stage competition was bigger, harder, and more dazzling than the previous one. The opponent is too weak. Is this a warm-up match? Blood King Duan Tianya smiled faintly. He took a step forward and floated toward the martial stage. Then he waved at Ouyang Feiyang, who was by the lake, and said, "Come, see how I'll torture you." He was very arrogant, as if Ouyang Feiyang was walking together with Lin Ling, so he wanted to vent his anger on Ouyang Feiyang. By the lake, Ouyang Feiyang's face turned pale. He wasn't a coward, but the difference in strength was too great. There was no hope for him to win. Come on, not too far away, the saber of slaughter, Hao Yun, spoke with disdain. The others revealed mocking smiles as well. Although they had no enmity with Lin Ling, they'd wanted to watch Lin Ling make a fool out of them during the incident at the restaurant. In the end, they'd been played by Lin Ling, so they were very displeased with Lin Ling's group. Chapter 609. Lin Ling and Hao Yun, let's go. Ouyang Feiyang clenched his teeth and finally leaped onto the martial stage. He planned to admit defeat, but he couldn't possibly not even dare to go onto the stage. That would make him a laughingstock. Ouyang Feiyang, remember, don't use force. Lin Ling shouted worriedly. He hadn't known Ouyang Feiyang for a long time, but they felt like old friends at first sight. Therefore, he didn't want anything to happen to Ouyang Feiyang. Once you're on the stage, it's not something that can be solved just by admitting defeat. The other rising stars sneered, causing many people in the distance to shake their heads. It seemed like Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang had thoroughly offended the 10 rising stars. Now, no matter who they faced next, they wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, Ouyang Feiyang leaped down from the arena. He was just about to admit defeat when Blood King Duan Tianya lightly waved his hand. A terrifying blood mist emanated out and enveloped Ouyang Feiyang, causing him to be unable to speak. He seemed to be controlled by a powerful force. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling. Blood King Duan Tianya's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He strode forward and swung his palm. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of a slap was heard, and blood flowed out from the corner of Ouyang Feiyang's mouth. His eyes widened and he wanted to resist, but he realized that the blood in his body was out of control, and even his spiritual energy was out of control. It was the Blood King Duan Tianya's innate king physique. It was definitely of a very high grade. And he was only a third-stage martial artist. His powerful king physique was enough to crush him. Papa. This battle was not a competition at all, but a slap to the face. In front of countless people, Duan Tianya wanted to directly slap Ouyang Feiyang's face and make him lose, creating the first record in the history of the main stage competition. Seeing this scene, many people roared with laughter. Very funny. A battle between geniuses was a competition of strength, martial arts, and battle techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen someone lose face. That Ouyang Feiyang was a disgrace. All of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Duan Tianya had one hand behind his back. His expression was as calm as the wind and clouds, while his other hand repeatedly slapped out. The crisp and clear slaps made him smile very contentedly. It was as if he could finally vent all of the embarrassment he had suffered in the restaurant. Moreover, as he slapped Ouyang Feiyang's face, Duan Tianya looked at Lin Ling, who was by the lake. It was as if he was saying, "You're next, and your fate will be even worse." Ouyang Feiyang was just an appetizer. "Brother, Feiyang." In the distance, Tai Yen and the others were anxiously shouting. Duan Tianya had gone too far. He hadn't allowed Ouyang Feiyang to admit defeat, and had instead continued to humiliate him. As for Lin Ling, his expression was incomparably cold. In truth, Ouyang Feiyang hadn't offended Blood King Duan Tianya. He had only been close to Lin Ling, so he had suffered this punishment. From another perspective, it was Lin Ling who had implicated Ouyang Feiyang. However, he couldn't help Duan Tianya right now because Duan Tianya hadn't violated the rules of the competition, and even the presiding judge couldn't help him. Slut. On the martial stage, Duan Tianya was like a proud son of heaven. He was still slowly slapping his face. He had thought that Ouyang Feiyang would reveal a pleading look, but he gradually discovered that Ouyang Feiyang's eyes were red as he stared at him with an unyielding gaze. "I hate your gaze. If you don't change your gaze, I'll keep slapping." Duan Tianya's expression turned cold. This Ouyang Feiyang had gotten too close to Lin Ling. He seemed to have learned from Lin Ling's unyielding gaze and was fearless. He didn't fear Duan Tianya's strength at all, nor did he consider himself the number one of the 10 rising stars. Slut. Duan Tianya hit even more crazily. However, Ouyang Feiyang's gaze remained unchanged. Gradually, many people began to sympathize with Ouyang Feiyang. Ouyang Feiyang's backbone was very strong. Scram! In the end, Duan Tianya let out a furious roar as his tyrannical strength erupted. With a slap, he swept Ouyang Feiyang off the martial stage. Halfway through, Lin Ling leaped up and caught Ouyang Feiyang. Soon after, he discovered that Ouyang Feiyang had already fainted. However, his stubborn eyes were still stubbornly open. This guy's bones were really strong. He's knocked out. Ouyang Feiyang, this trash, has created the first record. After the crowd was stunned for a moment, the uproar of laughter became even crazier. Duan Tianya was still standing on the martial stage. He looked at Lin Ling on the lake and smiled. "It's just interest. When it's your turn, it won't be just a slap in the face. I'll make you die with regret. You'll know how strong I am." Coldly looking at Duan Tianya, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He carried Ouyang Feiyang and walked towards the lake. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then they shook their heads and laughed. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling is afraid of Blood King Duan Tianya. However, it seems that he can't reach the end and can't face Duan Tianya. Just a newbie. He's just a newcomer. He just became one of the 10 rising stars and he's already so arrogant. He doesn't know how strong Duan Tianya is. Sigh, young and frivolous are like this. The crowd discussed animatedly. However, just as they finished speaking, a cold voice came from the depths of hell, causing endless ripples to appear on the ancient lake. "Next, any opponent I face, as long as they dare to enter the arena." Everyone noticed that the young man was quietly standing by the lake, coldly looking at Duan Tianya on the martial stage. Lin Ling didn't need to say any nonsense, let alone show off. There was only one sentence: opponents must die. Boom! The entire dragon coiling lake was in an uproar. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He actually said that only death awaited those who were his opponents. On the mountain peak, Great Sunchild Elder and Su Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. However, they were looking forward to the scene in front of them. Duan Tianya had driven Lin Ling crazy. Lin Ling would face several rising stars in a life and death battle. Far away, a middle-aged man had an indifferent expression, but his eyes flickered. Junior brother Wuji's successor? He is indeed arrogant. However, his strength is not bad, only slightly weaker than Duan Tianya. Unfortunately, he still has to die. This person was the current mansion master. After the declaration of war, Lin Ling ignored the crowd's words and took out an elixir to treat Ouyang Feiyang. During this process, Ghost God Qi Yen versus Demon Legs Bay Dipper began. However, the battle was one-sided. Ghost God Qi Yen was too strong and couldn't defeat him. Next, it was Thunder General Zhu Leyin versus Domineering Xianxia. This battle was incomparably intense. One was domineering and majestic, The other was devastating with lightning. In the end, Thunder General Zhu Leying relied on her king physique to defeat her opponent with 100,000 lightning. The lightning even ravaged the entire ancient lake. What an exciting battle! Then it was Drunken Sword Xiao Ying versus Light Fist Ling Hui. This battle was also very intense because they were evenly matched opponents. One had 40% sword intent, Drunken Sword's true meaning, while the other had the speed of light and could punch the heavens. Both of them had the same grade of king physique. Their strength was the same. It depended on their martial arts foundation. In the end, Drunken Sword's true meaning was a level higher. He spent several hours to defeat Light Fist Ling Hui. These battles were very intense. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off the battle and exclaimed in admiration. If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. He didn't look at the battle from beginning to end. That was because he disdained to look. The final battle of the 5 rounds began. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling versus Life-Killing Saber Hao Yun. Chapter 610. Return Your Sword. Slaughterblade Hao Yun is ranked last. Although his ranking seems low, that was last year's ranking. It's hard to say whether or not his strength has increased this year. Definitely. Don't you see how confident he is? He doesn't fear Lin Ling at all. That's true. But Lin Ling isn't weak either. He has a half-step 40% sword true meaning. Perhaps he will be able to fight Hao Yun to a standstill. Everyone whispered to each other, their blood boiling with excitement. Blood King, I'll deal with him first. Don't blame me. At the lakeside, Hao Yun waved the blood-red saber in his hands. After saying this to Duan Tianya, he flew towards the martial stage. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, come up. After landing on the martial stage, Hao Yun raised the saber in his hands and arrogantly said to Lin Ling. He was incomparably confident, and naturally had his reasons. He was at the same boundary as Lin Ling, and his king body was also at the same level. However, he had learned a 5th-grade king step saber skill. This saber skill was something he had found in a cave in the 7 Profound Martial House. It was said that it was left behind by the son of the previous Martial House master, and was extremely formidable. However, the previous Martial House master used a sword, so he didn't pay much attention to this saber skill. Instead, he hid it in the cave for a fated person to find. But what surprised him was that this ancient saber skill was compatible with his king body, and his combat strength doubled. This was his hidden card for this year's Moon Guard level examination. Otherwise, he might have waited until next year. But Lin Ling's strength was only at a half-step 40% sword true meaning. As long as it wasn't a 40% sword true meaning, he had nothing to fear. Come on, Lin Ling, didn't you want to sweep away all your opponents? Why don't you dare? At the lakeside, Light Fist Ling Hui and the others lightly said. They knew that Hao Yun's strength had increased since last year, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's helplessness. The 10th-ranked Slaughterblade Hao Yun was much stronger than he had imagined. You're just waiting for death? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you feel lonely on the road to hell, so you want me to let Hao Yun catch up to you? Lin Ling stood up from the ground, patted his clothes and said calmly, don't worry. These calm words caused Light Fist Ling Hui and the others' complexions to turn ugly. This Lin Ling was still fearless. Ignoring their dissatisfied expressions, Lin Ling moved his feet and flew towards the huge martial stage of the Dragon Lake. It's time to fight. Everyone was looking forward to it and cheered. On the martial stage, Hao Yun gently brandished her large blade with a carefree expression. Your luck is very bad. If you were able to defeat the martial demon last year, I might not have been your match. But this year, I've cultivated the 7-star Wheel Sun Blade. You're no longer my match. This 7 stars Wheel Sun Saber is a 5th-grade King Tier Saber art. It is divided into 4 levels, 10 men / 100 men / 1,000 men / and 10,000 men / You are very unlucky. Hao Yun's proud voice sounded out, causing many people's eyes to widen. King Step martial arts had 4 stages. Small success, large success, perfection, and minute subtlety. Hao Yun had cultivated 7-star Sun Blade to the minute subtlety. 7 stars Will Sun Blade? The eyes of some of the 7 Profound Martial House students twinkled. They had heard of this saber skill before. When the old martial house master was still alive, his son had once shown them this saber skill. That monstrous murderous aura, that unstoppable momentum, had left a deep impression on them. And the old martial house master's son was Di Wuji. This Hao Yun's luck was quite good. He had actually found this hidden saber skill. 7 stars will Sun Blade? Lin Ling's lips curved up in a disdainful smile. No wonder he had a familiar feeling. Limitless Sword Saint also had this saber skill in his memories. It was just that it used a saber, so Limitless Sword Saint had rarely used it after learning it. Moreover, this saber skill could not compare to the Overlord's sword art. Now, Hao Yun had used Limitless Sword Saint's martial arts to show off in front of him. What a joke! Before you die, what do you want to say? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Hao Yun asked in a soft voice. I don't have much to say to the dead, so I only have 2 sentences. First, the 7-star Sun Blade is a saber skill that my master disdains. Second, someone wants me to return a saber to you, but I use a sword, so I'll return a sword to you. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and took out the Tyrant Song sword from behind him. Hi, your master? You're bragging. The 7-star Sun Blade is a saber skill that even your master doesn't have the chance to see, and you want to return a sword to me? Then I'll cut you down with a single saber. Hao Yun laughed, and the saber in his hand danced. The saber wind howled, as if it could stir up the universe. Although he was frivolous, his strength was truly fierce. The crowd at the lakeside could faintly see that countless people had been beheaded by the dancing saber. This was the slaughter of 10,000 people. Have you killed anyone before? More than me. As the saber skill was displayed, Hao Yun's face became indifferent. He coldly shouted. He was the saber of slaughter, who could compare to him? Then, the saber cut towards Lin Ling. Rumble. Before the saber landed, the ancient lake erupted with waves that soared into the sky. The saber was domineering and magnificent. Looking at the saber slashing towards him, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if he didn't see the saber slashing towards him. Only when the wind from the saber blew away his long hair did he finally move. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed sword, domineering and magnificent. It was no longer the 40% sword intent, but the terrifying 40% sword intent. The sword slashed horizontally, as if it wanted to cut through the sky. Any slaughter of 10,000 people was useless against him. Not to mention the late stage of the King Spirit Realm, even if Lin Ling was at the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm, he could still kill Hao Yun. Sword Overlord soaring through the clouds. The sword transformed into a huge sword that could hold up the sky and slashed out horizontally. The huge sword light was at least 100 meters long, and the people around the Dragon Pan Lake couldn't close their mouths. Hao Yun's saber instantly broke. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that the sword wasn't a sharp sword, but an overlord sword. Wherever the sword passed, his entire body exploded, turning into an endless mist of blood. Before he died, he didn't even have the chance to say a word before he was slashed apart. You've killed many people, but only those who were weaker than you. How many people stronger than you have you killed? Sword out, sword sheathing, Lin Ling slowly left the martial stage. Behind him, the endless lake water erupted, sprinkling down like rain, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. The result was unexpected. Killed with a single sword strike. 40% sword intent. As for the lakeside, drunken sword Xiao Ying's pupils constricted. He specialized in 40% sword intent, but he never thought that Lin Ling would also have this kind of ethereal martial intent. Moreover, it seemed to be even more domineering than his drunken sword intent. No martial art, no realm, no talent, no king physique, could block the sword of a king. Silence. The surroundings of the Dragon Pan Lake were deathly silent. This result was too unexpected. Everyone thought that Hao Yun's strength had greatly increased, and that this battle would be incomparably fierce, but who would have thought that he would be finished off with a single sword strike? Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden in the last battle on the martial stage? His promise has been fulfilled. As expected, all his opponents must die. Sword. Chapter 611. The first versus the third. By the lake, Ouyang Feiyang had already woken up. Although he was in a sorry state, he stared at the scene from afar. He only reacted when he felt the pain on his face. Pervert. This was the only word he could use to describe the shock in his heart. Furthermore, he was very grateful that Lin Ling had said something before, which was to help his sister, Ouyang Liusheng, get back that blade. He did not expect Lin Ling to value promises so much. He did what he said he would do. Thank you. Looking at the blue and white robe coming from afar, Ouyang Feiyang said to himself emotionally. But Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, causing the hearts of the 10 rising stars by the lakeside to skip a beat. They fell silent. In the previous battle, Lin Ling had displayed a terrifying strength that made them lose the qualifications to speak. You guys are very lucky. They did not say anything, but that did not mean that Lin Ling would not say anything. The 10 rising stars' pupils constricted. Lin Ling said that they were lucky. They understood what he meant. It meant that they did not meet Lin Ling, otherwise, they would have died long ago. This kind of humiliation made them feel very unreconciled. You only beat Hao Yun. Why are you so proud? Light Fist Ling Hui said with a frown. You guys seem to be even more arrogant before. However, during the banquet, I did not satisfy you. You all became angry out of humiliation. It was as if the world revolved around you. You can't see yourselves clearly. Lin Ling said as he walked. There are many people stronger than you. Blood King, Ghost God, Lightning General. They are all stronger than you. As if unwilling to lose face, Drunken Sword Xiao Ying also said coldly. But Lin Ling stopped and pulled out his sword. He pointed at them from afar. Can you stop farting? If you have the guts, how about a battle? Pointing his sword at the 10 rising stars made their hearts tremble violently. If it was before, they definitely wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling. But now, they didn't dare. They really didn't dare. Lin Ling's sword was too domineering. It destroyed everything. They still remembered that terrifying sword from before. 40% sword intent, and it was a domineering sword strike. Even Drunken Sword Xiao Ying didn't have the confidence to block that sword strike. It could be said that apart from Blood King, Ghost Deity, and Thunder Jiang, the remaining 10 new stars did not dare underestimate Lin Ling. Do you dare? Lin Ling shouted again. Since these people were so shameless, there was no need for him to give them any face. The 10 rising stars became even more silent. Their faces were gloomy, and they were so humiliated that they couldn't say anything. Lin Ling so domineering. Around the dragon reclining lake, many people's hearts trembled violently. That, do you dare? This caused the previously insufferably arrogant 10 rising stars to fall silent. This made their previous schadenfreude seem somewhat ironic. Lin Ling's sword was extremely terrifying, and Lin Ling's character was as sharp and domineering as his sword. When his sword was not unsheathed, he looked extremely ordinary, just like a newcomer. But when his sword was unsheathed, it cut down everything. Stray dog. Withdrawing his sword, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and slowly walked back towards Ouyang Feiyang. As for Blood King, Ghost Deity, and Thunder Jiang, their faces were gloomy. They didn't think that after Lin Ling reached the late King Spirit Realm, his strength would rise so much. And as they thought of this, they felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. This was because Lin Ling's breakthrough was all thanks to them. His sword is very domineering. If I were to fight with him, my chances of winning would be 50-50. Thunder Jiang softly said to Zhu Lin, causing Drunken Sword Xiao Ying's face to turn ugly. This was Zhu Lin personally acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It's only 40% of the true meaning of the sword. Although a swordsman's attack power is terrifying, my true meaning of martial arts is 10% higher than his. If he meets me, he will still die. Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame licked his lips. To him, whether Lin Ling's strength was strong or weak, he was still not his match. As for Duan Tianya, his complexion was still ugly. Although he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match, Lin Ling's previous actions had provoked his dignity and questioned his strength. I'm looking forward to seeing him reach the end. The three of them were looking forward to the semifinals. The semifinals were a battle between 6 people, and one of them would be chosen from the previous losers. Not long after, the name list was announced. And this name list was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. Blood King Duan Tianya against Thunder Jiang Zhu Leiyin. Drunken Sword Xiao Ying against the heavens and earth. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame. This was an earth-shattering battle, a battle that represented a 100% chance of entering the 7 profound heavens chosen list. Bang! Deafening noises resounded around Dragon Pan Lake. They were looking forward to the competition. First, Blood King Duan Tianya against Thunder Jiang Zhu Leiyin. This was the first and third place battle. Then, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame. This was the 5th and 2nd place battle. As for Drunken Sword Xiao Ying's battle, it was a little ordinary. It's time to fight. At this moment, someone shouted excitedly. At the same time, Dragon Pan Lake quieted down. On the martial stage, 2 figures floated down. They were Blood King Duan Tianya and Thunder Jiang Zhu Leiyin. Blood King Duan Tianya's king physique was very mysterious. Up until now, no one knew what kind of king physique it was. As for Thunder Jiang Zhu Leiyin, some people knew that she had the Star Thunder body, a 4th-grade king physique. It was said that this king physique was formed when stars collided in the sky, resulting in the power of thunder. Then, it was blessed by a prayer method. This was an ancient cultivation method of the Grand Luminous region of the 18 upper regions. Blood King, you are very strong, but I still want to test your strength. On the martial stage, Zhu Leiyin stood like a heavenly general. Lightning snakes began to appear on the surface of her body. They were white lightning, and they were constantly expanding. They passed through the martial stage, causing a large amount of lightning to float on the surface of the lake. In this year's competition, only 2 people can enter my eyes. Ghost Deity is one and you, Thunder Jiang, are the other. On the other side, Duan Tianya's body emitted a red light. A bloody mist filled the air. His king physique was still mysterious. Up until now, most of the people who fought with him had been destroyed in one move. This was because he had a power that allowed him to control the blood and spiritual energy of others. Of course, he could only face martial artists with weaker king physiques. The king physique was always the foundation of a martial artist. No matter how strong your martial arts foundation was or how high your realm was, when faced with a powerful king physique, you would still be restrained. Unless everyone's king physique was similar. You have a very high opinion of me. It seems that I will have to use my full strength. Thunder is about to descend. Zhu Leiyin nodded solemnly. She did not hide her strength because hiding it from Duan Tianya was the same as courting death. Rumble. The entire martial stage was filled with lightning. 6 huge white arms appeared behind Zhu Leiyin. They were 50 meters long and 3 meters wide. They were formed by lightning, and each arm held a weapon. There was a halberd, a thunder drum, and a thunder spear. Thunder is about to descend. A 6th-grade king physique martial art. Looking at Zhu Leiyin's appearance, she has probably cultivated it to the large success stage. Chapter 612. Battle Ghost God 1 had to know that there were 7-grade martial arts in the king stage. The 6th grade was already the peak and could reach the invincible realm in the king spirit realm. Moreover, if a 7th-grade martial art fought against a 40% martial intent, it could easily crush it. As for a 6th-grade martial art, it could also defeat a 40% martial intent. This world was fair, and not everything could be swept away just because one possessed a martial intent. High-grade king-tier martial arts could still contend against it. From this point of view, it could be seen that Lin Ling was weaker than Zhu Leiyin. Thunder Purgatory. At this moment, a low voice sounded and a terrifying thunder power wreaked havoc. A huge thunder arm slapped towards the Blood King, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with thunder. It was very terrifying. Sky Blood Armor. In the distance, Duan Tianya said indifferently. Blood mist spread out and rippled in circles. It actually formed a blood-colored armor on his body. Blood mist surged on the surface of the armor, and a heavenly diagram was engraved on it. Rumble. The thunder arm slapped Duantianya, but Duantianya was safe and sound. Blood River, endless growth. You should use a stronger trump card. A calm voice floated out from Duantianya's mouth, causing the crowd's pupils to narrow. The power of thunder could not wreak havoc on the Blood King. Duantianya was indeed powerful. Crazy devouring thunder prison. Zhu Lein's expression changed. His thunder arm could sweep through all the King's spirit realm geniuses, but it was ineffective against the Blood King. So this time, he slapped out with both arms. The thunder formed a storm that seemed to devour and wreak havoc. Rumble. The lake water was sucked out, but it was also swept clean by the thunder. Blood sun ripping the sky. Duantianya's expression was still calm. He gently slashed out with his palm, and a blood light slashed out, colliding with the two thunder arms. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the two thunder arms were directly cut off. How is this possible? Zhu Lein's eyes widened. Was Duantianya really that strong? His gaze suddenly focused. Two bolts of thunder flashed in his eyes, and the remaining four thunder arms swept out. Rumble. As the four arms swept out, the martial stage also shook, turning into a world of thunder. Evil thunder prison. The thunder was extremely terrifying. If it was someone at the peak of the King's spirit realm, even if they were an elder, they would still be electrocuted. Zhu Lein is probably able to fight against an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. The elders of the 6 martial arts halls frowned. The geniuses of the martial arts halls also had dignified expressions. This battle between geniuses gave them a great deal of pressure. You've lost. At this moment, Duantianya heaven heavens heaven heaven. Heavens heavens heaven, art art. Dididididagru devil devil anya run diff heaven heaven martial dao martial heaven rune martial. Divining. Diddle dio d martial god dibble heaven diate heaven dibble god dibble didididable was martial art? It dibble was god was it d dash? Pooh. Zhu Lein spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion incomparably ugly. She unwillingly said, "You have a 5th grade talent king body, no wonder." With that, she didn't dare to stay on the martial arts stage any longer. She jumped down into the lake, because she knew that if she didn't leave, she would die. Pa. At this moment, there was only a giant swirling blood river on the martial arts stage. A mysterious power erupted, seeming to affect the sky as dark clouds rolled in. 5th grade talent king body. The crowd found it difficult to describe the shock in their hearts. Although they knew that the Blood King would win, they didn't think that he would win so easily. Moreover, he had a 5th grade talent king body. Up until now, the top 3 geniuses of the 7 profound martial house were mostly 3rd grade talents with king bodies. That was enough for them to laugh at the crowd, but a 5th grade talent, that was simply unimaginable. It was no wonder that Blood King Duantianya could easily roll over martial artists of the same level. His talent king body can grow. On a distant mountain peak, one of the 36 apprentices lightly said. He was the apprentice that had guided Duantianya. His words caused the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. A talent that could grow with a king body was truly terrifying. Fierce. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that Duantianya's talent king body was the same as his. It was also a talent king body that could grow. Not only that, but it could also be hidden and only revealed at a critical moment. If so, then his battle with Blood King Duantianya would be very fierce. Blood King Duantianya, victory. At this moment, the referee's voice sounded out. Duantianya faintly smiled and floated towards the lakeside. The next battle was between drunken sword Xiaoying and the domineering Ba Xian. This battle was obviously not fierce, because Xiaoying, who had 40% of the true meaning of sword, could easily defeat Ba Xian. However, although Xiaoying won, what was certain was that he absolutely couldn't be ranked 1st or 2nd. And the next battle wasn't too fierce either. It was Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Demon God Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to everyone. However, compared to Demon God Scarlet Flame's height, he was still lacking by a bit. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a fair battle. Naturally, the battle wouldn't be very exciting. Of course, everyone was still looking forward to it. This was because Lin Ling, this newcomer, was very mysterious. Every time they thought he had reached his limit, he would erupt with a new trump card that no one could see through. And this time, he might be hiding another trump card. Demon God, Demon God. Cheers had already sounded out around Dragon Pan Lake. Compared to Lin Ling's reputation, Demon God Scarlet Flame's rise was much longer. There were also more people supporting him. In addition, Demon God Scarlet Flame always gave off a mysterious and evil feeling. Therefore, he attracted the attention of many young girls. Of course, there were also many people supporting Lin Ling. It was just that they couldn't compare to Demon God. Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Elder's eyes were cold. He was waiting for Lin Ling to die in front of him. As for Sword Elder, Sakura, and the others, they were somewhat nervous. Every time Lin Ling went up the stage, they would be incomparably worried. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be defeated or even obliterated by his opponent. Fortunately, up until now, Lin Ling had not disappointed them and had easily won several battles. And now, Lin Ling was about to face the second-ranked Demon God Scarlet Flame. Who knew if this miracle would still be maintained? At this moment, a figure rushed towards the martial stage, causing the lake to surge. Soon after, Demon God Scarlet Flame appeared on the martial stage. Get up here. A surging aura accompanied the voice. Shio. Lin Ling's body moved. He floated over the ancient lake and appeared on the martial stage. The two of them were 100 meters apart. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Demon God Scarlet Flame's face was ice cold. He was like a demon and a ghost. His body was covered in purple flames. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had 40% sword intent. He was indeed difficult to deal with. Demon God Scarlet Flame's hands slowly stretched out. They drew a mysterious trajectory like the hands of a ghost. This was a terrifying grappling technique. On the other side, Lin Ling's blue and white robes fluttered in the astral winds. The sword in his hand was slanted towards the ground. It was like a layer of clouds under a storm. Demon God Scarlet Flame's aura was quietly cut apart by the sword. Chapter 613. Caught and killed, what a terrifying aura. Demon God is already strong, but Lin Ling's aura is not weak either. However, Lin Ling is still not Qi Yan's opponent. 40% sword intent is still a bit weak. What do you mean? Lin Ling only has 40% sword intent, but Demon God Qi Yan has 50% martial intent. His Yellow Spring 9 Nether Hand has reached the 5th level. Terrifying, I really don't know how he cultivated. Sounds of discussion could be heard at the lakeside of the vast lake. Demon God Qi Yan must kill Lin Ling to vent his anger. Blood King Duan Tianya said indifferently as he looked at the martial stage. He had fought with Demon God Qi Yan the most and knew how terrifying the latter's strength was. Even he had to use 70% of his strength to win. His Demon God speed coupled with the Yellow Spring 9 Nether Hand is indeed hard to deal with. Thunder General Zhu Lei nodded. Yellow Spring Knight. At this moment, a low voice sounded. The martial stage shook and purple flames filled the air. Everyone saw Demon God Qi Yan pouncing towards Lin Ling with his hands stretched out. Although they could see his figure, they knew that he couldn't avoid it. A close-range attack has appeared. If he is caught, Lin Ling will die for sure. The crowd became nervous. Demon God Qi Yan was the only one among the 10 rising stars that had a close-range attack, but he was also the most terrifying. Sword of Heart. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He noticed that Demon God Qi Yan moved and a strange aura filled the air. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake, so he could only use his sword to break the illusion. As the sword was drawn, the purple flames surged like waves. Demon God Qi Yan's figure gradually became clear. What kind of sword is Lin Ling using? It actually broke Demon God Qi Yan's purple hell flame. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword was very tricky. One had to know that Demon God Qi Yan was difficult to deal with because of his elusive figure. However, Once the illusion was broken, the figure became clear, making it difficult to catch Lin Ling. Tune of the Yellow Springs. The low voice rang out again, causing many of the 10 rising stars to tremble. Many of them had been defeated by that move, so it had left a deep impression on them. Something strange happened. Over 100 ghostly figures appeared and pounced towards Lin Ling. It was difficult to tell which was real and which was fake. If they caught him, Lin Ling would definitely die. Sword moves mountains and rivers. Lin Ling was fearless in the face of danger. Stabbing his sword into the ground, countless sword intents descended from the sky like a meteor shower. Pa. A large number of phantoms were assassinated, but there were still many phantoms that rushed over. Sword tyrant soaring heavens. Hurriedly exhaling, Lin Ling quickly put away his sword. Qi surged, and the sword became 100 meters long. Great sword annihilation. Pa. All the ghostly shadows were cut apart. Amazing! Lin Ling's battle awareness is very strong. On the mountain peak, even the 36 students couldn't help but praise. Facing Scarlet Flame's attack, Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. I've caught you! However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. From the void, an arm grabbed over. White bones were everywhere, like the hand of the underworld. That might not be true. Cloud's startling impermanence. How strong was Lin Ling's soul power? At the crucial moment, he used Cloud's soaring steps, turning into an afterimage and disappearing from the spot. Bang! The empty arm grabbed nothing, but it still smashed towards the ground. A terrifying purple flame mushroom cloud rose up, and the entire martial stage cracked open. It was a very scary grappling hand. If one was caught, one's life would really end up in the underworld. This was the terror of Scarlet Flame. But what surprised everyone even more was that Lin Ling was actually able to block that claw. It had to be known that Scarlet Flame wasn't proficient in many techniques, and only grappling techniques. If he could avoid the first move, then he might be able to avoid the second. In the distance, Great Sun Old Man and the rest had ugly expressions. They could feel that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but all the martial arts he knew were displayed to the limit. You have some ability, but it's nothing more than this. Scarlet Flame's expression was still cold. His body disappeared again, and he pounced towards Lin Ling like a madman. If he couldn't catch him the first time, then the second time should be fine. If the second time wasn't enough, then the third time, the fourth time, as long as he caught Lin Ling, he would die for sure. After all, he had 50% of Yellow Spring's true intent. He could kill in one strike. Sword tyrant soaring clouds. The opponent didn't give him time to rest, so Lin Ling's sword slashed out again, and he used Cloud's soaring steps to retreat. In front of him, there were 2 shadows of Scarlet Flame. Sword tyrant soaring clouds cut one in half, and the other actually bent down to avoid it, pouncing on the ground. So troublesome. Lin Ling raised his sword, trying to block that ghostly hand. Clang. The Yellow Spring's 9 nether hand grabbed the sword, and a metallic sound rang out. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle was intense, but Lin Ling's reaction was too fast, and he still blocked the Yellow Spring's 9 nether hand. You have a martial art that can detect my aura, but that's it. At this moment, a strange voice came from behind Lin Ling, and another Scarlet Flame appeared. This meant that the previous one wasn't an afterimage, but the real body. This martial art was very frightening. One must know that most afterimage doppelgangers had no attack power, but Scarlet Flame seemed to have it. Die, Yellow Spring's prison. Behind him, Scarlet Flame grabbed at Lin Ling with his ferocious arms. It seems like it's over. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling's sword blocked one of the Scarlet Flames, but Lin Ling couldn't block the one behind him. After all, Lin Ling was only powerful with his sword. Without a sword, he was nothing. Not good. Sword Elder and the others widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what was happening next. Was Lin Ling going to die in the hands of Scarlet Flame? Countless eyes were watching, but Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His right hand waved the sword to block the Scarlet Flame in front of him, but that didn't mean that he was only strong with his sword. Vermilion Bird Flame. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying flame power erupted, causing Lin Ling's entire body to be covered in flames. 3 vermilion bird king images flew above his head, and his left hand turned into a vermilion bird claw, colliding with the yellow spring's 9 nether hand. Rumble! The 2 hands collided. One was the blood-red flame, the other was the purple hell flame, forming a 2-colored mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the mushroom cloud, gliding on the ground, and finally stabilizing himself. He knelt on one knee and stretched out his right hand. There was a trace of blood on his palm, and he licked it with his mouth, but his face was incomparably cold. This person was Scarlet Flame. Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand held a sword, and his left hand held a flame. He was also looking at Scarlet Flame with a sneer. Wonderful! Incomparably wonderful! Everyone thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt, but who knew that Lin Ling would explode with another trump card, flames. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. No wonder he's called the Vermilion Bird, we've always been confused by his sword. Someone shouted excitedly. The competition was not as one-sided as expected. Vermilion Bird was naturally a flame, and to be able to collide with Scarlet Flame, that flame definitely contained martial intent, otherwise it would have been caught by Scarlet Flame long ago. Moreover, many people noticed that Lin Ling was the first genius to survive after being caught by Scarlet Flame since the start of the competition. 40% true meaning of fire, and his king body is very special. He should be a genius who can casually use 40% true meaning of fire. TSK, you really make me angry. Scarlet Flame gradually stood up, and his face became even more bloodthirsty. Lin Ling was more difficult to deal with than he thought. With 2 martial intents to resist his 50% true meaning of Yellow Springs, not only did he fail to kill Lin Ling, but he also allowed Lin Ling to bully him again.